Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can join our Telegram channel where you will find all paid audiobooks that we provide. Also, you can make requests and you will find proof of payments from our plus 200 paid members. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow.
Chapter 401, Providing Convenience Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Is this the 9 nether earth fruit that can control the essence soul? In the coffin, Jiang Li held 2 9 nether earth fruits that he had just plucked and was studying them in his hand. In terms of appearance, other than the additional black line that surrounded the entire fruit, these 2 fruits were not much different from ordinary earth fruits. However, Jiang Li sensed an aura similar to the Dao Essence fruit on it. This upgraded fruit could not only control the soul transformed from the essence soul, but it could also assist living beings in comprehending the Dao Essence. It was really a great supplement. The expenditure of trying to capture and transform an existence at the soul formation realm was truly heart-wrenching. Not only had it taken him a long time to condense these 2 earth fruits with his 2 9 nether wood, but it had also consumed more than a third of his reserves. In terms of soul formation cultivators, it would take 2 soul formation cultivators to condense a 9 nether earth fruit that could control a soul formation cultivator. Under the circumstances that it did not affect his combat strength, these 2 9 nether wood could only grow these 2 9 nether fruits. It seemed that even the 9 nether wood could not casually control the combat strength of the soul formation realm before growing a 3rd tree heart. Suppressing the crazy idea of starting a massacre in his mind, Jiang Li walked to his 2 clones. In the coffin space, there were 2 almost identical 9 nether wood. The original 9 netherwood in the graveyard had already been completely swallowed by the 5th parallel mind and became his clone. Moreover, he used the immortal peach to grow a 2nd tree heart. He could be considered to have recovered a portion of his strength back then. As long as the spiritual chi was enough, he would quickly recover his former glory. On the trees, 3 powerful creatures were tied. One was Mu Yulan, who was possessed by the Ghost King, Yang Yuozi. One was the armored troll with combat strength equivalent to the soul formation realm that Jiang Li had defeated long ago. As for the last one, it was the treasure hunting rat that he captured not long ago because of greed. These 3 guys had been locked in the coffin for a long time. There were also many prisoners locked up with them. 2 of the Azure world creatures had already become sacrifices for the coffin, helping it successfully advance to the medium-grade earth rank not long ago. The 9 netherwood in the graveyard was swallowed by the parallel mind and became Jiang Li's latest clone. The 5 banishment demons were the most sensible and decisively chose to surrender. Therefore, only the 3 unwilling captives were left. As for the Ghost King, Yang Yuozi, among the 3 of them, although she was still trapped in the tree, she had actually been sentenced to death. Due to her non-cooperation, Jiang Li treated her as a large experience bag and gave it to Qin Shuman. Now, only these 2 fellows were left. They were still resisting stubbornly. Of course, Jiang Li had left them behind for so long naturally because they still had their uses. Treasure hunting rats were the best thieves in the world. They could search for secrets and steal treasures. After subduing it, even if it was only released every few days, it could bring him endless income. As for the armored troll, it might not be able to show itself in the Azure Cloud continent. However, in the future when facing the armored trolls, it might be able to have a huge effect. These 2 9 nether earth fruits were not wasted if used on them. Jiang Li pried open their mouths. He stuffed the upgraded 9 nether earth fruit inside. The 2 demons that had reached the level of the soul formation realm naturally had very precise control over their own conditions. Even nascent soul cultivators could sense the threat of the 9 nether earth fruit controlling their minds, so they naturally could too. They were very resistant to these two spiritual fruits worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. As a result, Jiang Li could only knock out their teeth and stuff them into their stomachs along with the spiritual fruit. When the spiritual fruit landed in their stomach, it instantly turned into a ball of energy that spread to their limbs and bones. That could allow their cultivation and strength to advance further. In the pure energy, a wisp of 9 nether black chi emerged and rushed towards their essence soul. The treasure-hunting rat also had the ability to eject its essence soul. However, being bound by the 9 nether wood, its essence soul had no chance of escaping and was firmly sealed in its body. Then, as the black chi entered its essence soul, the rat's bean-sized eyes immediately lost their luster. As for the 9 nether black chi, it began to change the fundamental consciousness through its own method. Looking at the armored troll, it seemed to be in an even worse spot. This armored troll was not a royal. It was transformed from something else. It had been modified by the flesh and blood of the armored trolls once. Its soul and will were far from as powerful as he had imagined. It was even more powerless against the 9 nether black chi threads. Before long, he would have 2 more capable subordinates. After a rough calculation, the subordinates that Jiang Li controlled were equivalent to half of the Great Mountain region's strength. Any one of the 3 major sects of the Great Mountain region was not his match at all. If the 3 sect leaders knew about this, they would probably be frightened again. With a spiritual root of heaven and earth like the 9 nether wood, as long as he passed the initial accumulation stage, the speed at which he became stronger would be faster and faster. Of course, that was only in terms of combat strength. Alchemy, weapon refinement, and other sub-occupations were definitely better in the cultivation world of humans. Let me go. Lava tomb in the Ghost King desolate ground. There are countless spirit stones and black jade, all the treasures I've collected over the years. There is also the yin essence of 1,000 brides that I killed in the Sudan. As long as you eat the yin essence, it will be equivalent to 100 years of bitter cultivation. There's still a lot I can give you all those. Believe me, it'll make you satisfied. The current me will never be able to take revenge on you because my origin source has been damaged. Let me go, please. After feeding the 9 nether earth fruit, Jiang Li was just about to leave. Eek voice sounded. It was Mu Yuan who was tied to the other side of the 9 nether clone. From the begging words, it could be seen that the Ghost King in her body, Yang Yuozi, was speaking. Jiang Li frowned and circled around to the other side of the 9 nether wood to stand in front of her. Please. I, Yang Yuozi, have suffered all my life. I was sold by my family for 10 tals of silver and buried in a coffin with a corpse. I died from suffocation. I don't want to die again. Please show mercy and spare me this time. I also know many secrets of Fengdu City. I can tell you. The insufferably arrogant Ghost King was now hanging on the 9 nether wood like a pile of mud. The origin source of her soul was flowing away at all times. The precious origin allowed Kinhuman to form a fallen nascent in a short period of time. While she was rapidly advancing towards the body possession realm, it also made Yang Yuozi's soul dissipate bit by bit. The fear of completely dissipating forced Yang Yuozi to lower her head in front of Jiang Li. However, her words made Jiang Li feel cold, because Yang Yuozi was married to a spirit. She hated all women who could have a normal marriage after she died. She not only seduced lechers and killed them, she would actually often kill the bridal escort team in the outside world and kidnap the brides, killing them and depriving them of their yin essence. How cruel was this? There were still 1,000 brides worth of yin essence in her tomb. What about the ones that she had already eaten? There were countless of them. She even wanted to use her past experience to obtain Jiang Li's sympathy. She was simply ignorant. Junior Sister Mu, I'm sorry but please endure it for a while longer. Jiang Li ignored Yang Yuozi's pleas. With a thought, 9 white flames appeared behind him. He reached out and plucked one before pressing it on Mu Yulan's forehead. Ah! A miserable scream resounded through the coffin, and then it was even more painful to the point of being unable to make a sound. Mu Yulan's body was also stiff, and her teeth creaked as her entire body stiffened like a piece of wood. This pain lasted for more than 10 breaths before her body went limp and relaxed. The nine netherwood slowly lowered her into Jiang Li's arms. Only then did the light in Mu Yulan's eyes become clear. "Benefactor, don't worry about me. I don't want to live anymore. It's fine even if you kill me now." Eek voice sounded. Mu Yulan, whose soul was already tattered, barely recovered her consciousness. This abandoned disciple of the Thousand Crane Tower, Mu Yulan, was actually only a stranger to him. Originally, there was no need to pay too much attention to her. However, after being called a benefactor by Mu Yulan for such a long time, through some soul methods, he knew that the other party had experienced betrayal and pain. Later on, she was saved by him, and she really treated Jiang Li as the pillar of her support. She would not hesitate to die for him. If it was not established under the control of the 9 nether earth fruit, Jiang Li actually did not have many true friends. If he could save her life, Jiang Li still hoped to save her as much as possible. Don't say such depressing things. Your fighting spirit on the soul battlefield is very important. Hang in there a little longer. Believe me, she's about to die. When I extract her from your soul, you'll recover quickly. Hearing Jiang Li's consolation, Mu Yulan revealed a weak smile and fell asleep. However, his words were actually just consolation. Fighting spirit could indeed affect the soul battle. However, with a huge difference in the soul level, the effect was minimal. How could a nascent soul that had been forcefully raised be the match of a ghost king? It had to be said that it was already a miracle that Mu Yulan could last until now. He could only use the ghost lantern cold flame to restrict Yang Muozi as much as possible. But doing so would also harm Mu Yulan. Under such circumstances, there was really not much he could do. Jiang Li put down the girl and walked out of the coffin. Outside, it was the office center that Jiang Li had just built. The place was chosen to be the original location of the 5 Banishment City. The geographical location here was not bad, and it was convenient to coordinate all the surrounding inns. He walked to the highest banquet hall on the top level of prosperous Jianghong. It had already gathered all the famous demons in the periphery of the 10 Directions region, be it tigers, leopards, bears, wolves, snakes, insects, rats, or ants. Those who had no grudges against each other had all come. No one dared to disrespect the prosperous Jianghong Inn's owner. It was a small matter to come here to eat. Their collective appearance meant that from now on, no one in this area would dare to challenge the authority of the prosperous Jianghong Inn. Jiang Li had finally opened up a channel that connected the 10 Directions region to the outside world. There were very few people who stepped foot on this piece of uncivilized land, which meant that great benefits had yet to be developed. It was the kind that could make people fat from profits. For example, if Jiang Li shouted, the prosperous Jianghong Inn could easily pull up an army of 100,000 demons. Thank you for your support. I, Watergrave Ascetic, am the shopkeeper of the prosperous Jianghong Inn. Please make things convenient for me in the future. The person who walked forward was not Jiang Li, but one of the tree hearts of the 9 netherwood in the graveyard, the Watergrave Ascetic. He cupped his fists at the 69 demons below. A vigorous aura spread out. The 9 netherwood in the graveyard had been crippled by Jiang Li earlier and had yet to recover its ability to fight more than 10 people at once. However, the aura that was as cold as the 9 nether earth could still make the group of demons below swallow nervously. Behind the 9 netherwood in the graveyard, the first 9 nether clone, Green Mountain Ascetic, the fused black jade and white jade, the 5-tailed spirit fox 2 mountains Wuya, and the 5 banishment demons also took a step forward and stood behind him. They revealed their auras to let the demons below understand that they were all existences of the same level. With such a large number of demons combined, the power they formed was an existence that the demons below could not resist at all. After displaying this power, the group of demons below lowered their heads, not daring to look up. Previously, the 5 demons could even suppress them who were in a state of disunity. Now, the number of demons directly doubled in this prosperous Jianghong. so it was even more not a problem. Jiang Li naturally could not stay here for a long time. However, this place was very important. Unlike the cultivation world of the eastern region, which was divided by the various large factions, there were huge prospects here. If he handled it well, he could quickly establish a huge demon beast faction in his hands. By absorbing more demons, he could connect a large number of undigested spiritual materials in the 10 Directions region to the outside world. No matter what he did, there were many benefits. Therefore, he planned to leave the main body of the second 9 Nether clone and the 5 banishment demons here and only bring away 1 tree heart of the second clone. As long as a demon king did not appear, it was enough to make the local demons not dare to have any thoughts. After stabilizing, it would be enough to leave 1 or 2 demons behind. In addition, thank you for coming from afar. In the future, I'll have to rely on you to cross the river. After flexing his strength to the demons, Jiang Li controlled the 9 netherwood in the graveyard and turned around to look at an extremely ugly demon with a mouth that reached his ears and had 8 large lumps on his head. It was the 9-headed dragonfish that occupied one of the parts of the flowing sand river. If he wanted to connect this area to the outside world, it was impossible without this fellow's help. Ha ha ha, water grave ascetic is too polite. If there's anything you need my help with, feel free to tell me. As long as you raise the flag of the prosperous Jiang Hong in the future, I will ensure their safety in the water. However, I, the 9-headed dragonfish, also want to ask Water Grave Ascetic for your help today. After all, he was a greater demon who controlled the key water path that connected the inner and outer regions of the 10 Directions region. He believed that no one could do anything to him underwater. Therefore, compared to the other demons, the 9-headed dragonfish was more arrogant and confident. They had yet to do anything, but he had already proposed conditions. Jiang Li could not take out the 3rd advanced version of the 9 Nether Earth fruit for the time being. Even if he was killed here, that region of water would quickly be occupied by other water demons. It would create a lot of trouble for no reason. Therefore, he did not directly refuse. If the request was reasonable, at most, he would agree first. Brother 9-headed, please speak. In the future, everyone here will be brothers. You can express your thoughts. Jiang Li controlled his clone to appear very magnanimous. Then, the pair of fish eyes of the 9-headed dragonfish passed through the demons and looked at Jiang Li's main body, who was sitting in a corner and drinking tea silently. He even walked towards him with ill intentions. Thank you, Water Grave Ascetic. A few days ago, a human cultivator secretly crossed my water body and entered the 10 Directions region. Now, he's even bold enough to sneak in here. It just so happens that he's the enemy of 2 of my friends. As long as Water Grave Ascetic is willing to help me take his head away, I'll agree to help you. Chapter 402 Dragon Blood Suppression. Chapter 402 Dragon Blood Suppression. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Due to the fact that the 10 Directions region did not have a good impression of human cultivators, Jiang Li did not reveal his identity in order to develop the prosperous Jiang Hong in better here. It was just that his clone was the shopkeeper. He only sat in a corner below. He did not show his relationship with the prosperous Jiang Hong in, which caused these demons and the 9-headed dragonfish to think that he was only here to make up the numbers. Moreover, in the eyes of the 9-headed dragonfish, he was only a human. The demons present more or less had a certain communication channel with the human cultivators of the outside world in exchange for some necessary medicinal pills. However, those who were not of the same race would definitely have different motives. There had never been many demons who truly believed those humans outside. There were even more cases of cheating. The 9-headed dragonfish believed that as long as he exposed this human cultivator, he could obtain the friendship of a greater demon in the flowing sand river. There was no reason for the prosperous Jiang Hong-in to refuse. As soon as he finished speaking, before the Water Grave Ascetic could speak, he had already stood before Jiang Li and looked down at him with his fish eyes. The contempt in his eyes was obvious. You want to remove my head? Jiang Li pointed at the large head on his neck and asked calmly. HMPH, you, a human, secretly infiltrated the 10 Directions region. I, the 9-headed dragonfish, will let you know today that the territory of our demon race is not a place where anyone can come and go as they please. Young man, bid farewell to this beautiful world. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9-headed dragonfish stretched out its hand and was about to pull out Jiang Li's head. A huge dragonfish phantom appeared behind him, with 8 huge lumps on its head. When using his transformed body to attack, such a projection would appear when it was intense. It could be seen that he did not hold back. However, the hand with the membrane between its fingers suddenly stopped midway. It could be seen that the 9-headed dragonfish was working hard. However, it was as if there was an invisible wall in front of him, blocking his hand and preventing him from advancing. Not only his hand, but the 9-headed dragonfish soon discovered that he could not move his entire body. An inexplicable fear spread throughout his entire body. At this moment, Jiang Li's indifferent voice sounded. If you are an ordinary water creature, you might be able to bring me a little trouble. But you still have the dragon bloodline flowing in your body. Can you stand in front of me like this? Kneel. At this moment, a small blue diamond-shaped crystal appeared on Jiang Li's forehead, and a pair of forked dragon horns grew out on his head. A noble bloodline that belonged to the pure-blooded dragon race spread out wantonly. It was this bloodline aura that made the 9-headed dragonfish unable to move. When dragon blood was placed in his body, it could accelerate his cultivation, increase his strength, strengthen his physique, and even break through most of the pressure. It could be said that there were hundreds and thousands of benefits. However, before one's dragon blood reached a certain level of purity, there was a very terrible weakness. That was the incomparably intense bloodline suppression. Once they encountered a true pure-blooded dragon, even if their strength was much higher, they would still be powerless. When facing the dragon race, the originally powerful creatures containing dragon blood were even inferior to ordinary water creatures. Coupled with the talent of the Merman King in the sea, he was a natural enemy of the water creatures. Under the effects of the two, the 9-headed dragonfish knelt on the ground with a plop and shattered the high-level floor on the ground. This is impossible. What did you do to me? The 9-headed dragonfish did not believe it. He knew that there were mermen in this world. However, unless it was a sea beast that had been raised since young, even with the talent of the merman race, it was impossible to casually control water creatures of the same level. Moreover, he was a freshwater fish, so the control effect should be weaker. How could he kneel down in front of this human for no reason? He reached out and kept pulling at his knees, trying to stand up again. However, his knees seemed to have grown roots. No matter how hard he tried, they did not move at all. He raised his head to look at Jiang Li again. The 2 pairs of dragon horns that grew out from above caused him to have a bad guess. In his mind, he even cursed the 2 blood saber elders who urged him to come here to capture him. He had spared their lives because of the myriad slaughter sect and had even brought them into the 10 Directions region to find someone. He did not expect that they would actually not say such important information. Just based on the difference in dragon blood between the 2 sides, he, a dignified 9-headed dragonfish, was unable to display any ability in front of Jiang Li. The 2 people from the myriad slaughter sect had promised him a rather generous reward. He thought about it. After all, it was just capturing a person. As long as he grasped the information of the location, capturing a young cultivator of the human race in the territory of the demons in the city would be easy. He did not expect that such a small matter would end up like this. What did I do to you? You should know very well. Do you want to stand up? If I extract the dragon blood in your body, you can escape this suppression. How about it? As the Lord of the Water Creatures, I can help you with this. Jiang Li was not angry when faced with the 9-headed dragonfish's question. Instead, he kindly reached out and pressed down on the other party. After Jiang Li's hand pressed down, the fish demon only felt the dragon blood in its body begin to boil violently, and it flowed along its blood vessels towards the palm that pressed down on its body. The green-black fish skin on his body quickly turned red, as if it was cooked. At this moment, He felt that the dragon blood that had been in his body for 1,000 years was not his at all. It was as if as long as Jiang Li raised his hand, the dragon blood in his body would spray out and leave him. No, no, no. Lord, please spare me. Nine-headed has offended you. Lord, please spare my life. Feeling the change in the dragon blood in his body, the nine-headed dragonfish really panicked. This dragon blood was his core foundation. If it was pulled out like this, he would not be able to survive even if he was given 2 more lives. The fear of death coupled with the suppression of the bloodline in his body made him tremble continuously. His initial arrogance instantly vanished. Lord, I've failed to recognize the true dragon and was tricked by villains. Those 2 damned fellows are not far away. I am willing to make amends and capture those 2 fellows to let you deal with them. The nine-headed dragonfish immediately bowed, its attitude changing drastically. The suppression of the dragon bloodline was so exaggerated. Otherwise, although the dignified dragon race was lecherous, how could they not be afraid of threats? They were willing to mate with the water creatures from beautiful to ugly. Even in this era, there were still frequent appearances of thin dragon bloodlines. This might have been deliberately done by the dragons to control the water creatures. Even if the dragon race itself had declined, with these dragon blood creatures that spread throughout the world, they could still gather powerful strength. Water grave ascetic and everyone else. It seems that my personal matters have disturbed your mood. However, today is the day of the opening of the prosperous Jianghong Inn. There are actually 2 humans who dare to come here to cause trouble. Everyone, are you interested in seeing who they are? Nine-headed, why aren't you leading the way? Jiang Li's aura relaxed. Only then did the nine-headed dragonfish kneeling on the ground feel its legs return to its body. Jiang Li did not expect the people of the Myriad Slaughter sect to be so persistent and even find this place. It seemed that other than the aura he had stripped away, they had other tracking methods. However, 2 mere soul formation cultivators dared to come and kill him. Did they really think that their Great Mountain Alliance leader was weak? After instructing the nine-headed dragonfish to lead the way, he did not forget to invite the other demons to watch. Nine-headed, who was originally quite respected among these demons, did not even dare to raise his heads at this moment. He bowed all the way and led Jiang Li out of the venue. After Jiang Li left, the group of demons in the venue immediately started chatting, and they guessed the origins of this unknown expert. Did you see that? How much dragon blood must there be to grow such dragon hose? I don't know. In any case, it's a lot. The nine-headed dragonfish is not weak. That guy actually used his aura to suppress him until he knelt down and begged for mercy. His bloodline must be much purer than his. I knew it. How could a human enter the prosperous Jianghong Inn? That must be a greater demon from somewhere else. The prosperous Jianghong Inn was actually able to invite a dragon blood greater demon of that level. With him around, there definitely won't be a problem. Let's go take a look. The few people from the prosperous Jianghong Inn have all gone out. There's no meaning in us staying here. Although the demons did not sense any demonic chi on Jiang Li, they did not think that he was human. He had dragon blood that could casually suppress the nine-headed dragonfish. Even if he was a human, he was still a dragonman that belonged to the demon race. Jiang Li's caution earlier was actually a little unnecessary. The so-called demonic chi was actually not another kind of energy. Most of it was still filled with beast nature during the cultivation of spiritual chi, causing it to be not as pure as human cultivators. It was actually similar to the evil spiritual chi of demonic cultivators. In essence, it was still spiritual chi. If demons had entered a famous and orthodox sect from a young age, the strength they cultivated would not be much different from ordinary cultivators. Jiang Li and prosperous Jianghong's people walked out of the hall. The other demons naturally followed. The 10-direction region was a world where the strong were respected. When they saw such a powerful Jiang Li, they wanted to see his ability. Outside the prosperous Jianghong Inn, in a small building that was provided to high-level guests, 2 black-clothed figures with blood sabers were sitting and waiting. In front of them were the original bottles of wine and snacks. The 2 of them did not even touch their chopsticks. The old employees of the prosperous Jianghong Inn had not been transferred over. The food made by the local wild demons was even inferior to ordinary chefs. How could they take a fancy to it? However, looking at the huge wooden building not far away, the two myriad slaughter sect elders felt that something was amiss. However, after thinking for a long time, they could not find anything wrong. "Old Xia, don't you think you've seen that wooden building somewhere before?" one of the blood saber guards asked. "The construction style of this wooden building is exquisite. It doesn't seem to be the work of a demon." "I think I've seen buildings of similar style before." Prosperous Jianghong. The name Prosperous Jianghong is a little familiar, but I can't remember it. They shook their heads and did not take it to heart. For high-level cultivators like them, such buildings could be dismantled with a flip of their hands. In a few days, they could build another identical one. No matter how luxurious it was, without a brilliant array formation, everything was meaningless. As for the inn they had seen before, they had long forgotten about it. Right now, they only wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible and return to the myriad slaughter sect to continue being the high and mighty elders. One had to know that this assassination mission that they originally thought was simple nearly took their lives. It was their good luck that the nine-headed dragonfish happened to know the reputation of their myriad slaughter sect and felt apprehensive in killing them. Otherwise, of the two of them, at least one had to die in the river that was filled with sand in order to hunt down a young cultivator who might not even have a nascent soul cultivation. They had suffered such a huge loss. This made them very depressed. "Oh, Old Xia, don't you think that this small building has suddenly become much quieter since just now?" One of the two elders acutely noticed this. As soon as he said this, the other became vigilant. Today was the day that this inn opened. Demons from all over the world came to support it. Every place should be filled to the brim. Why did it suddenly quieten down? Something was amiss. Then, they felt everything around them begin to shake. In the next moment, the entire building suddenly collapsed, burying the two of them on the spot. Of course, this small problem could not hurt them. Two blade auras shot into the sky, clearing away the debris. "How dare you? Who dares to sneak attack us?" The two of them looked around with unfriendly expressions. They wanted to see who dared to attack them. What they saw made them involuntarily gasp. Their fierce gazes immediately disappeared. In the surroundings, 70 to 80 demons with auras like rainbows were gathered around them. They looked at them as if they were monkeys. The demons who had been holding a meeting in the main building of the inn suddenly appeared here. "Feared that looking for me." Jiang Li walked out from the demon group and stood before the two people from the myriad slaughter sect. The dragon horn on Jiang Li's head was especially striking. But besides the pair of dragon horns, wasn't his appearance the target of their assassination this time? The elder of the myriad slaughter sect who was called Old Xia looked at Jiang Li and the wooden building. He suddenly recalled where they had seen the words prosperous Jianghong. Wasn't it just a while ago when he slaughtered his way into the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region? At that time, he had heard that this inn was created by the Great Mountain Alliance leader. He had even sneered at how depraved the Great Mountain Alliance leader was to open an inn that specialized in serving small demons. He did not expect that this inn would actually open here today. Moreover, why was the nine-headed dragonfish that had been solemnly swearing in front of them standing respectfully behind Jiang Li? This scene clearly showed that they had been betrayed by the nine-headed dragonfish. Or could it be that the nine-headed dragonfish was originally Jiang Li's subordinate? In that case, didn't that mean that the surrounding demons were also here to help him? At this thought, their faces turned even paler. The two of them believed that the blood saber had killed countless people. However, 70 to 80 greater demons could slap them to death on the spot. "We found the wrong person. Sorry, goodbye." For after saying this, they turned around and wanted to leave. However, this group of demons surrounded them completely and did not have the slightest intention of moving aside. Jiang Li, who stood at the front, revealed a warm smile to them. It was perfect. Two soul formation cultivators could be converted into an upgraded version of the 9 nether earth fruit. For Chapter 403 Giving Spirit Stones. Chapter 403 Giving Spirit Stones Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. It has only been a few days since the Myriad Slaughter sect did what they did to the Great Mountain region, and the two of you have come to die in front of me. Did Wu Fan ask you to come and apologize? If you don't want to die, kneel down and kowtow. Jiang Li stared coldly at these two Soul Formation Blood Saber guards. He had not forgotten the blood feud between the million compatriots of the Great Mountain region. He did not move. The 5 banishment demons, the 2 9 Netherwood clones, Black Jade and White Jade, 2 mountains Wuya, and the 9-headed dragonfish that had just abandoned the darkness to seek justice approached step by step. The vigorous killing intent directly turned into a tornado that stirred up the weather. The 2 Myriad Slaughter sect elders' foreheads were already covered in cold sweats at some point in time. They, who had long been unafraid of the cold and heat, had not encountered such a situation in a long time. However, facing the terror of death, they were not much braver than mortals. Just a group of demons. Don't underestimate the Myriad Slaughter sect. Under the circumstances that their numbers and combat strength were extremely uneven, they knew that they would definitely die. The 2 of them could only roar furiously as they brandished their blood sabers and charged towards the seemingly weakest Jiang Li. Before they died, they had to at least kill this target. However, before the power of their blood sabers could completely erupt, they were forced to stop. The 10 demons that swarmed over instantly pressed them to the ground and beat them up. They were beaten to death on the spot. At this moment, 2 essence souls that were barely visible to the naked eye burrowed out of their heads and were about to transform into long arcs to escape. This was the essence soul escape technique of soul formation cultivators. It was the last gamble for some soul formation cultivators when they were forced into a coma. If they could successfully escape and were lucky enough, they could find a suitable body and possess it to be reborn. Those who were unlucky could also become ghost cultivators. If they accepted their fate, they could have a good future. However, how could it be so easy for the essence soul to escape before Jiang Li, who was prepared to capture them? They did not even know what Tao scripture he cultivated, what artifacts he had, and what spirit fire he used. He was a professional ghost catcher. If he could let them escape, he would not be able to bear the shame. One in Jiang Li's eyes that were filled with the 9 nether spiritual chi, he could clearly see 2 essence souls with blood color surging towards the sky. However, above them, an ordinary-looking coffin was already waiting for them. The coffin lid suddenly slid open. A gravitational force that seemed to come from the 9 netherworld instantly grabbed the 2 essence souls that wanted to escape. The time has come. The gates of hell have opened. Forget your worries and let go of your memories. The spider lily has bloomed. Your time is up. Quickly surrender. In the beginning, the 2 essence souls struggled to escape the pull of the gravitational force. However, from the coffin, there were voices that were either sorrowful, tactful, friendly, or moving. It was as if their close friends of thousands of years were calling them. The 2 essence souls quickly fell into confusion, their determination to escape decreasing, and their resistance decreasing. They could not help but look at the deep coffin. Inside, they saw a grassland and a sea of flowers. Suddenly, an urge to enter rose in their souls. The fragrance of the spider lily and carefree grass came again, causing the 2 elders of the Myriad Slaughter sect to completely forget the fact that they were currently fleeing. They no longer resisted and floated towards the coffin along with the gravitational force. Then, 2 shadows flew out of the coffin. One was a strange creature that was half human and half horse, and the other was the charming Nightbat blood race. They guided the 2 essence souls into the coffin as if they were going home. The Yin burial coffin had just advanced to a medium-grade earth rank artifact not long ago. There was no earth-shattering commotion like the rainbow clouds or the lightning tribulation. However, the increase in grade and the strengthening of his artifact pleasantly surprised Jiang Li. Its various attributes had been strengthened quite a bit. For example, its control of internal space had become stronger. Previously, It had already been able to separate an area that was large enough and had a normal environment to recruit hundreds of thousands of ordinary people. One had to know that hundreds of thousands of ordinary people required a large area. However, this was not the greatest upgrade of the yin burial coffin. It was as if the spider lily and carefree grass that Jiang Li had transplanted into the coffin on a large scale had greatly increased the attraction of the coffin to various souls. After successfully advancing, it obtained an ability called soul summoning. This was not like before, where it simply used the superior environment inside the coffin to attract ghosts. It was like the netherworld kingdom, forcefully pulling at the soul. Even the current yin burial coffin had its own special envoys. It was the two Azura world creatures that Jiang Li had treated as sacrifice and nailed to the coffin with coffin nails. Their bodies were already dead, but their souls had tuned into soul-luring envoys and coexisted with the artifact. With their special chaotic souls, ordinary cultivators' souls would definitely suffer greatly when they encountered them. The essence soul was also a type of soul. After leaving the body, it would be affected by the soul summoning effect. If not for the fact that Jiang Li had cultivated a spirit refinement cultivation method and was a successful cultivator, it would definitely be impossible for him to resist the soul summoning ability. Moreover, the cultivators of the myriad slaughter sect had killed countless people and cultivated demonic cultivation methods. Although their combat strength was extraordinary and their cultivation speed was extremely fast, in terms of soul will, it was far inferior to the deep foundation of a famous sect. Without the protection of their bodies, they had even less strength to resist the yin burial coffin. After the two essence souls were put into the coffin, the beautiful afterlife had nothing to do with them. The two soul-luring envoys stood hostile on the spot. Two chains formed from chaotic wills appeared in their hands and lashed at the two essence souls. The two of them were crying for their parents. Then, they were directly thrown into the main body of the nine nether clone. Immediately after, their bodies were buried under the tree roots. Jiang Li had no intention of letting the two blood saber elders of the myriad slaughter sect live. Transforming their nutrients into an upgraded version of the nine nether earth fruit was their final bit of value. This small incident became the best opening ceremony for the prosperous Jiang Hongyin. With the lives of two soul formation cultivators, they revealed their strength. Then, the nine-headed dragonfish also expressed their willingness to join prosperous Jiang Hong. With him as the example, he believed that there would be more demons in the future who would want to board the ship. This was quite beneficial to them. Of course, Jiang Li had secretly used a few methods on the nine-headed dragonfish. Those methods could not take his life. However, if he did anything, no matter how far away he was, Jiang Li could still accurately find his location. With the suppression of the dragon race's bloodline, as long as Jiang Li wanted to kill him, he would not be able to escape no matter what. He believed that this guy was not stupid enough to seek death. There was no need to waste the new 9 nether earth fruit on him. He stayed in the 10 directions region for a period of time and used various benefits to rescue most of the citizens in the 10 directions region and let them live under the protection of prosperous Jiang Hong. Only then did Jiang Li leave this savage land quietly. The cultivation world of the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent had been calm on the surface recently, but undercurrents were surging because of a piece of news. Among the 3 divine pillars of the Divine Judgment Hall, the mysterious Cloud Manor, the Flame Dynasty, and the Sea Palace, the 3 top factions, suddenly sent envoys to convene a secret meeting in the headquarters. This meeting only invited the leaders of the 12 high-level divine judgment forces and the city lords of the 8 main cities. There had not been such a meeting in nearly 100 years. Many people sensed something from it. It was said that these important figures who could make the entire eastern region tremble with a stomp were fighting until their faces were red. Even the soundproof door of the artifact level was shattered by their voices 3 times. The meeting could not continue until the door was replaced with multiple reinforced doors. With so many important figures gathered, It was obvious that the content of this meeting was about to affect the future of the entire eastern region. Something that could make these large factions fight for it definitely had a huge relationship. Everyone had their own guesses. However, the details were kept secret by the various large forces. They did not know. However, after this meeting, a barren land that was originally ignored by the world would definitely become the focus of everyone's attention. A few days later, when Jiang Li sat on the top of the wood dragon Rayquaza and returned to the base of the Great Mountain Alliance near Phoenix Sun City, he discovered that there was a trace of nervousness and uneasiness in the air. There were many new people in the base of the Great Mountain Alliance. The spaceport that was enough for 50 flying ships was actually filled with flying ships from different factions. Not only that, but more than half of the transport ships were floating in the air, waiting for the empty space to land. Even as the Alliance leader, he had nowhere to land when he returned. He took out the Alliance leader token that he had thrown into the coffin and wanted to ask what had happened. Only then did he realize that the token that he had thrown to the side was flickering urgently. It was already hot in his hand. How many people had called him during this period of time? After deleting these call records, Jiang Li put away the wooden dragon and descended from the sky. At this moment, the Great Mountain Alliance was motionless from top to bottom. Everyone put down what they were doing and looked nervously at the Great Mountain Conference Hall in the center of the base. Even when he swaggered down from the sky, no one discovered him. After all, if more than 100 unfamiliar flying ships descended, anyone would be nervous. Look at these guys. I've only been away for a few days, but they've gotten so complacent. There were no signs of battle, and they did not seem to be fighting. Those people did not seem to have any malice, so Jiang Li heaved a sigh of relief. He was not fully armed and stayed vigilant. After landing, he patted a cultivator on the shoulder. "Brother Dongyi, what are you looking at? Who are these people?" When the cultivator turned around, Jiang Li realized that he knew this person. He was familiar with the senior brothers and sisters of the Scripture Storage Valley, and he was the genius of the Foreign Affairs Hall, Ma Dongyi. Speaking of which, Jiang Li and Yan Hong's first prosperous Jiang Hong Inn was obtained through transactions with him at the beginning. "Oh, senior brother Jiang, my great alliance leader, everyone is looking for you crazily." The person in charge of the Divine Judgment Hall's Phoenix Sun City branch and many other large factions have sent flying ships over. We don't know what they want to do. They and the elders are all in the main hall. Go take a look. As soon as Ma Dongyi called out, the surrounding people realized that their alliance leader Jiang had returned. They surrounded him and chattered, causing Jiang Li to be unable to hear what they were saying. Jiang Li looked at these cultivators and was slightly vexed. It seemed that he had to think of a way to invite the Valley Master or the other two out of the Great Mountain region to preside over this place. Every time he was not around and encountered something, the other branches would not even have a person to make the decision. He had to resolve this problem. Alliance leader Jiang, manager Leng and the few lords have been waiting inside for a long time. At this moment, the few unfamiliar cultivators standing in the surroundings walked forward and cupped their hands towards Jiang Li, and their attitude even carried a trace of respect. From their clothes, they should be people from the Divine Judgment Hall. This expression was really not easy to see on their faces. To understand. Jiang Li passed through the crowd, and then his figure flickered as he walked towards the main hall not far away. With every step he took, his figure would advance a long distance. With just a few steps, he already stood in front of the main hall. A group of elders of the Great Mountain Alliance, who were at the core formation realm or even the nascent soul realm, were waiting nervously at the door like the disciples below. This was because the guests inside could casually choose a faction and crush the Great Mountain Alliance on the ground. Facing such guests, they could not help but be nervous and cautious. When they saw Jiang Li arrive, they seemed to have found their backbone and surrounded him. Who would have thought that these people who were hundreds of years old would instinctively rely on a youth who was only 15 years old? Alliance leader Jiang, you. When the nascent soul elders among them saw Jiang Li's approach, they were all shocked. The flickering footsteps were very similar to the spatial compression technique called inch that only soul formation cultivators could master. Could it be that Jiang Li had already broken through? Of course, although Jiang Li had the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with soul formation cultivators, his cultivation level was indeed not there. His footsteps were actually a little trick he had learned after the purple extreme golden core swallowed an earth vein and allowed his earth spirit body to advance further. Although it looked similar to inch, it could only be used when standing on the earth vein to a certain extent. After reaching the sky, it was even more useless. He waved his hand and stopped their compliments. I already know the basic situation. Everyone, don't worry, I'll deal with it next. This was his territory. Jiang Li did not feel nervous at all as he directly stepped forward and pushed open the hall. Sure enough, there were many high-level cultivators with powerful auras sitting inside, but he had never seen them before. The 3 soul formation elders of the Great Mountain Alliance were accompanying him, but it was obvious that they still did not understand why these people were here. Jiang Li entered and naturally attracted the gazes of everyone. Some of them admired, some observed, some were jealous, and some revealed disdain in their eyes. It seemed that they were not here to make friends. Fortunately, Jiang Li knew 2 of them. Greetings, Senior Hongxia, Manager Leng, and seniors. What brings you here today? Sitting at the front was the Cloud Man's Rainbow Cloud servant, Hongxia, who he had previously met. Beside her was the branch manager of the Divine Judgment Hall in Phoenix Sun City, Leng Tu, who had previously handled the merit transfer business. Jiang Li raised his hand and cupped his fists towards everyone, showing absolutely no fear towards their gazes. Instead, he walked to the top and sat beside the Cloud Man's maidservant, Hongxia. Although she was only a maidservant of a certain existence in the Cloud Manor, she was a true important figure to outsiders. Long time no see. Alliance leader Jiang, don't worry. We're here to further cooperate with the Great Mountain Alliance. As for them, they're here to give you spirit stones. Chapter 404, Priority in Mining. Chapter 404, Priority in Mining. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Spirit stones? What did she mean by giving spirit stones? Jiang Li did not quite understand what she meant. He looked at the few people below and confirmed that he did not know them at all. Apart from Leng Tu, there were 12 super experts with deep auras and immense spiritual chi. They did not seem to be from the same faction. Just like the flying ships parked outside, they were from 12 factions. However, the flag patterns on the flying ships parked in the spaceport and floating in the sky seemed familiar. Earlier, he was concerned about the Great Mountain Alliance and did not check properly. Now, looking outside, he matched the patterns on it with the few names in his memory. Even with his temperament, his pupils could not help but contract. Those flying ships were all from high-grade Divine Judgment factions in the Divine Judgment Hall. They were the kind of factions that the Myriad Slaughter sect would not dare to fart when they saw any of them. There were a total of 120 ships from 12 high-grade Divine Judgment ships, and each had 10. As long as one observed the flying status of those flying ships slightly, they would know that they were all fully loaded. The people from the Cloud Manor had no reason to lie to him. Could it be that these people were really here to give him spirit stones? Why? Could it be the Rock Mountain Range? Jiang Li suddenly thought of something and looked at the Cloud Manor's servant Hongxia. Up until now, the only place that could allow Jiang Li's Great Mountain Alliance to be related to the Cloud Manor and even these great powers was this place. Previously, Jiang Li had provided information about the power of chaos related to the blood of madness to the Cloud Manor that could restrain the armored trolls. That extremely important piece of information was exchanged for many things. They let the Great Mountain Alliance directly join the Divine Judgment Hall and let Cloud Manor personally mediate the invasion of the Myriad Slaughter sect. He also obtained the ownership of the area in the Rock Mountain Range and got Cloud Manor to agree to excavate that area with the Great Mountain Alliance. Although the development of the Cloud Manor was mostly dominated by the Great Mountain Alliance, it was still a very terrifying benefit. This was because every polluted stone could be sold for spirit stones. That's right. At the highest meeting of the Divine Judgment Hall, the Cloud Manor has already shared that information with all the forces above the Divine Judgment Realm. They are willing to pay the price in exchange for 7 days of priority mining. Every family has already handed over 100 ships of spirit stones to the Cloud Manor. The area of the Rock Mountain Range is now the territory of the Great Mountain Alliance. You naturally deserve this portion. Jiang Li almost choked on this senior Hongxia's words. Did they use ships to calculate the units of spirit stones? Top forces were indeed great forces, compared to the Great Mountain region, which only had 4 spirit stone mines. Spirit stones were probably not precious to these top forces. In fact, the reason why they could use spirit stones to exchange for the priority mining rights should be because of their status and contributions in the Divine Judgment Hall. It was the benefit they enjoyed as the factions of the highest authority. The forces below them were not even qualified to know this information now. After the Rock Mountain Range was divided by top factions like them, it would be the other people's turn to pay the entrance fee. At that time, not only would they have to buy admission tickets, but they would also have to pay additional fees when they had the gains. Thinking about it, the spirit stones contained in these hundreds of ships could not be considered much. Everyone, he's already here. Quickly take out the spirit stones. After Hongxiu explained roughly to Jiang Li, she looked at the high-grade divine judgment envoys below. The 12 people sitting at the table were extremely unyielding to outsiders. However, they naturally showed different attitudes towards different people. The reason why the 3 divine pillars were the 3 divine pillars was not because they were easygoing. In the eastern region, no one dared to not give the Cloud Manor face. When they heard the envoy of the Cloud Manor, they retracted their unfriendly gazes. Then, they used various methods to send a signal to the flying ship outside. After receiving the order, the flying ships parked in the spaceport immediately opened the cabin. In the next moment, spiritual light shone in his eyes. Countless spirit stones poured out of the cabin. These flying ships were actually filled with spirit stones. A large number of spirit stones covered the ground, and then they piled higher and higher. Jiang Li did not know how much full capacity the 50 flying ships had. In any case, when they poured down, even if the entire spaceport was completely flattened, the height would still be more than 10 feet. The 50 flying ships rose into the sky, and the other 50 landed. They repeated their actions and poured out full of spirit stones. Looking at the spiritual light emitted from it, it was actually not only low-grade spirit stones. There were also many medium-grade and even high-grade spirit stones mixed in. That scene made many of the cultivators of the Great Mountain Alliance, who had never seen such a thing, unable to control their breathing. Looking at the mountain-like pile, they could not tell if they were dreaming or experiencing reality. Perhaps, it's more likely to be real. After all, how can I have such a crazy dream? Even the situation of the elders guarding the door was not much better. Even if they sold the entire Great Mountain Alliance, they would probably not be able to get so many spirit stones in the entire mountain. The only person who was still calm was probably Jiang Li. After all, he had 2 eternal statuses that continuously produced top-grade spiritual chi and top-grade chaotic power in his body. As his strength increased, this status could also be continuously upgraded. In terms of spiritual chi, he was not inferior to anyone. Since the spirit stones have been delivered, well, take our leave. We still have a lot to do regarding the mining of the Rock Mountain Range. The 12 high-grade Divine Judgment forces did not care much about Jiang Li and the Great Mountain Alliance. Even if Jiang Li was related to the Cloud Manor, he was still not worth paying attention to before he had sufficient strength. Moreover, there were only 7 days. Every moment was extremely valuable. Each flying ship was an important transportation tool. The 120 flying ships accelerated and left, leaving behind the dumbfounded cultivators of the Great Mountain Alliance. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and store them. There's no need to cover the ground with spirit stones. It was not until Jiang Li reminded that the cultivators of the Great Mountain Alliance finally packed up 120 ships of spirit stones, There had to be at least a few billion, right? If they wanted to store these spirit stones, they would probably have to build a new warehouse. Alliance leader Jiang, you are indeed a genius of the current generation. The first time I saw you, I felt that this young man would definitely have great achievements in the future. How long has it been? You've already surpassed my expectations. This is the low-grade Divine Judgment token of the Divine Judgment Hall. I've never had the chance to hand it to you. I can personally give it to you today. However, I think this token will expire as soon as it's handed to you. Because of the current merit of the Great Mountain Alliance, you can completely be promoted to a medium-grade Divine Judgment. As long as you make the request, I can settle it for you in the afternoon. The person who spoke was the Divine Judgment Hall's Phoenix Sun City branch's manager, Leng Tu. He handed Jiang Li a token. No matter how Jiang Li was related to the Cloud Manor or what his ability was, as long as he maintained a good relationship with the Cloud Manor and always held the place called the Rock Mountain Range, Jiang Li and the forces behind him would rise up in the eastern region with unstoppable momentum. After all, with such benefits, even pigs could turn into super powerful pig demons. Leng Tu was different from those high-grade Divine Judgment factions who did not care about anything. If he wanted to be the distribution manager, he had to build a good relationship with everyone. It was not like he would lose anything to encourage newcomers with potential. As for the merit points, it was clearly the Cloud Manor's doing. Manager Leng, you're too polite. I was just lucky. However, the Great Mountain Alliance doesn't have the ability to shoulder a greater responsibility. We'll talk about the matter of the medium-grade Divine Judgment promotion in the future. In addition, you'll have to seek your care in Phoenix Sun City. The two sides were not too familiar with each other. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they sent Leng Tu away, leaving only Hongxia from the Cloud Manor. There were only the two of them left in the meeting room, and some things became much easier to talk about. Senior Hongxia, thank you for your help this time. Jiang Li thanked her sincerely, but the other party smiled and shook her head. You deserve this, don't you? If it was any other faction, even if they were willing to cooperate, they would definitely think of ways to devour the weak until not even bones were left. However, the Cloud Manor, which cultivated a special cultivation method, was directly related to the Heavenly Doe's merit. It would be more particular. Moreover, in their eyes, they looked down on these hundreds of millions of benefits, and it was not worth offending a successor of the human emperor who was drowned in the power of merit. Also, keep most of it for yourself. Giving too much to the Great Mountain Alliance on the surface might not be a good thing. Before Jiang Li could speak, the other party handed over a small pouch. This was obviously a storage artifact. After Jiang Li received it, he sensed it for a moment and discovered that the space inside was not small, and it similarly contained a large number of spirit stones. The number was more than twice that of the spirit stones poured out of the spaceport. It turned out that Cloud Manor's intention to share the benefits with the Great Mountain region or Jiang Li was not 9-1, but 7-3. On the surface, they would give less than 10% to the Great Mountain Alliance to prevent attracting too much greed. In private, they handed the other 20% to Jiang Li alone. Even he was a little overwhelmed by this gesture. This was the same reason as Jiang Li's refusal to promote the Great Mountain Alliance to a medium-grade Divine Judgment. The current Great Mountain Alliance did not lack resources. There was no need to suffer great danger and losses for that bit of treatment. Jiang Li did not hesitate to put the pouch into the coffin. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. In addition, can Senior tell me about those 7 days? Jiang Li was also very interested in the meeting at the Divine Judgment Hall's headquarters, so he asked the other party about the details. Due to the importance of this information, he naturally could not throw it all out. However, this information was of such value because it could be of great help to everyone. Therefore, it had to be publicized in the end. It was just that the sequence of releasing this knowledge involved great benefits. There was no need to mention the 3 divine pillars. Under them, the 12 high-grade Divine Judgment factions were the first group to know the secret. Moreover, they needed to be given a certain amount of time to convert information into practical advantage. Therefore, they used a large number of spirit stones and resources to exchange for the 7 days of mining time. In the next 7 days, the 12 high-grade divine judgment factions would be fully responsible for cleaning up the invading creatures of the other world in the Rock Mountain Range. After that, they would return the cleaned-up Rock Mountain Range to the Great Mountain Alliance. This was a good thing for the Great Mountain Alliance, who was unable to deal with the invasion of the Azura world. After that piece of information was released, the originally thankless task became a beneficial one for everyone. Every Azura creature that invaded could be crushed after drawing blood and made into more than 10 weapons that could deal with the armor trolls. The blood fighting arena was strong, and Vimacitrin was powerful, but that was only for Jiang Li. It could even suppress the Myriad Slaughter sect, which was a medium-grade divine judgment faction. However, the 12 high-grade divine judgment factions and even the 3 divine pillars had taken action. Unless the blood-fighting arena was willing to contribute to the spatial crack and let the power of the entire Azura world invade, it was impossible to be their match. These 7 days would definitely be a destructive mining operation. But Jiang Li did not care. Behind the spatial crack was an entire world. The power of chaos and the blood of madness were endless. Even if they were too heavy-handed and destroyed the spatial crack, Jiang Li could just open another one. The only thing Jiang Li had to worry about was not letting the 12 high-grade divine judgment factions obtain too many materials. He did not expect to earn the money of these 12 families, but it was best if the materials for the blood of madness in the hands of the 12 high-level divine judgment factions were only enough for themselves. If they gathered too many materials in 7 days with their methods and could sell them out, it would easily affect the price of the subsequent materials. This purely beneficial transaction would become greatly affected. Jiang Li secretly calculated. Although the creatures in the blood planes would continue to be reborn, there was still a limit to that number for a period of time. Coupled with the existence of Jiang Li's Yakshaw clone, this traitor, he had not been stingy with pocketing benefits during this period of time. Halfway through, they captured countless wandering Azura creatures, causing the number of monsters to decrease. Moreover, after gaining a foothold, there were also orders to retrieve the corpses in the blood-fighting arena and bring them back to refine the blood of madness. Therefore, the Azura world creatures wandering in the Rock Mountain Range and the scattered flesh were not as many as they had imagined. Even if they took away all this flesh and blood, with the scale of the high-grade divine judgment factions, it was probably only enough. They would not sell such strategic supplies for the spirit stones that they did not care about. Therefore, Jiang Li had to be as vigilant as possible and not let them pass through the spatial crack to kill their way back to the Azura world. That would bring many terrible outcomes that he could not foresee. If these large factions transported back the lake-like blood pool, he would not be able to monopolize the business. The information he provided had already contributed greatly to the cultivation world of the Eastern region. Occasionally, he could be selfish and retain his own benefits. He believed that even the gods would forgive him. Chapter 405 I. Fallen Blood Yakshaw, Express My Loyalty. Chapter 405 I. Fallen Blood Yakshaw, Express My Loyalty. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent, in the Rock Mountain Range, although the original ecosystem of this region was very vile, all kinds of creatures who were good at disguising themselves and killing preyed on the desert for eternity. The humans here could only rely on a terrifying fungus called the desolate poison mushroom to seek some space to survive. Even Jiang Li had to be careful when he came here back then. But now, the situation on this land was even worse. From the original Blackstone City, a huge spatial crack connected this land to another greedy and crazy world. With it as the center, the land within 1,000 miles was already enveloped by chaotic power. Every rock on the ground carried poison that could kill humans. Some strange vines crawled on the ground and grew casually. In the sky, a thick layer of haze had not dissipated for months. The sunlight could not shine on this land, causing it to be filled with despair. Under the influence of those special buildings in the Azura world, this world could not even wash away this filth. On the land corroded by the energy of the other world, the native creatures of the continent of the 9 provinces had long been slaughtered. Under the effect of those forces, they crawled up again and became new monsters. The corrosion did not stop at all. The blood cult energy seemed to have intelligence. It climbed bit by bit like the outside and wanted to devour the entire rock mountain range. However, today, shadows projected onto the land of the cultivation world of the rock mountain range. The native demon beasts that were driven here looked up and saw a large number of black dots in the sky. There were thousands of flying ships. Moreover, the craftsmanship of these flying ships was above the mainstream flying ships in the cultivation world of the eastern region. They naturally came from the destructive power of the 12 high-grade divine judgment experts. The large number of Azura world monsters at the edge of the polluted area looked at the large ships approaching from the sky. They seemed to be able to smell the aura of living beings on the ship, and they roared with excitement. It was as if they thought he could easily kill the creatures in the flying ships and eat them as they had done before. To them, the flesh and blood of humans were the most attractive food engraved in the souls of Azuras. In the Azura world, any ordinary human corpse was a rare luxury item. However, in war, these low-level wanderers who could only wander on the blood plains could also casually taste that kind of delicacy. This was also one of the reasons why the monsters on the blood plains would rush over without any hesitation when they heard the summon of the Lord. Now that there was new food, they were naturally excited. However, in the next moment, the flying ship group in the sky flashed with a dazzling light. Then, a thick energy pillar smashed into the dense group of monsters. In an instant, energy erupted, and countless severed limbs and remains were sent flying. The flesh and blood in the center of the explosion was directly annihilated. One had to know that in order to excavate the rock mountain range to the greatest extent in these 7 days, the 12 high-grade divine judgment forces had almost stopped all external transportation of supplies and other work. They mobilized all the transportation forces and subordinates that they could find. If possible, they really wanted to dig up all the land in this place. The scene of the combined efforts of the 12 high-grade divine judgment forces was even in a battlefield against armored trolls. It was rare. The strength that this team could unleash completely exceeded Jiang Li's imagination. There was less than a tenth of the flying ships that fired. But even so, tens of thousands of monsters had been eliminated. However, the people on the ship were not happy with such a result. Looking at the monsters that were reduced to ashes below, their hearts bled. Damn it! Do not use the cannons on the ship. Do not use the cannons on the she. The flesh and blood of those monsters will have a violent reaction with spiritual chi. Do you know how much they lost in this explosion? Everyone, use your artifacts to kill as much as possible. Don't release your spiritual chi. I repeat, don't use any attack spell techniques that release spiritual chi. In the flying ship group in the sky, the same orders were continuously transmitted. The 12 of them had come this time to collect the flesh, blood and energy of the other world as the strongest weapon against the armored trolls. This opportunity was obtained by their leader, the sect master. After wrangling in the divine judgment hall, they had to treasure it, especially if they used spiritual chi cannons every time they attacked and detonated all the blood of madness. Their trip would have been in vain. Therefore, they could only try their best to use the physical attacks of artifacts to kill these strange creatures in front of them. This would make the battle a little more troublesome, but it would still not affect the situation. With the strength of this fleet, even if there were more restrictions, preventing them from using artifacts and could only fight head-on, they would definitely win. A batch of ships sank to collect the monsters they had killed just now. The remaining flying ships continued to advance. All kinds of artifacts began to fly out from their ships like raindrops. They shot at the Azura world monsters that were flying in the sky and running on the ground. These strange chaotic creatures fell like wheat without any resistance. They did not have an advantage in numbers. and there was a huge gap in strength, causing them to be unable to match anyone in front of them. Even if a demon general level Azure World creature appeared, it could not stop this group from breathing. In front of stronger experts, how much difference was there between a demon general and a demon soldier? The Alliance fleet flew inward at a normal speed. A large number of transport ships behind were responsible for cleaning and moving in time. After filling up a batch of ships, they transported the flesh and blood materials to a nearby temporary warehouse and replaced them with the next batch of flying ships to continue cleaning. After such a crushing push, and after there were no living beings on the ground, a large number of low-level disciples would be scattered and extract the blood and chaotic energy that seeped into the ground. There were also the Azure World buildings on the way. They simply dismantled the bottom structure and hung the entire building with ropes. According to the research of the higher-ups of the Divine Judgment Hall, these buildings could be transported to the front line in the future. They used this to build a defensive line that the armored trolls did not dare to approach. This way, they could contract their strength and leave a few gaps to focus their defense. The disadvantage that had lasted for thousands of years might be reversed. They might even be able to rely on this force to attack the continent ruled by the armored trolls. That was an entire continent. Just thinking about it made him excited. However, after these buildings were dismantled, the power of this world would intervene. The power of chaos left in the ground would quickly be dispersed, leaving only the pollution of the Azure world that was difficult to use. At that time, the power of Azure that suddenly filled the air would suffer a large loss. Therefore, they had to have a plan. They had to extract the energy first before dismantling the building. This was the huge difference between factions in the cultivation world. The original owner of the Rock Mountain Range had almost been slaughtered by the Myriad Slaughter sect. Not long after the Myriad Slaughter sect occupied this area, they were forced out of the Rock Mountain Range by the blood fighting arena. This area fell into the hands of the Azure World creatures. Then, the blood fighting arena welcomed the joint attack of the 12 high-grade Divine Judgment factions. Not only had they been destroyed, but they still had the mood to hold back and wanted to leave their corpses intact. They planned to reap the most benefits. The big fish ate the small fish, and the small fish ate the shrimps. If it was larger than the end, it could not escape the mouth of the sea monster. On the other side of the spatial crack, the Yakshaw clone was currently standing in a corner of the blood pool, silently looking at the furious boss, V. Macitrin. At this moment, the boss of the blood fighting arena was clearly in a terrible mood. It was because he could feel that after occupying the continent of the 9 provinces and obtaining power, it was actually quickly flowing away in an unstoppable manner. If this continued for a few days, he would return to his original state. Strength was such a charming thing. To lose it after obtaining it was a blow that could destroy Anon's mind. Go over and kill all Azuras. Go over and kill. Get lost. The arrival of the high-grade Alliance army made the advantage they had obtained in a few months instantly disappear. The world's will was never a generous existence. This point could be seen from the merit blessing of the 9 provinces. If it was not for a certain cheater, the eyes of the world would never stop on a single creature. Moreover, the power of these lords of the Azure world came from their territory. The increase in V. Macitrin's strength came from obtaining territory. After losing it, the power obtained would naturally disappear. Otherwise, wouldn't the Azure Lord be able to obtain infinite strength by repeatedly occupying a place? Standing in front of the spatial crack, V. Macitrin, who was as tall as a mountain, roared and threw his subordinates into the crack. However, there were not many soldiers standing behind him. Great Lord V. Macitrin, do you need me to go farther and bring back more blood soldiers? The eyeball the size of a house carefully passed through the spatial crack in the continent of the 9 provinces and returned to the bottom of the blood fighting arena. After this period of hard work, the blood fighting arena had successfully expanded the spatial crack further. As the second in command for the Evil Eye High Priest could already pass through the crack and control the situation on the other side. However, the High Priest only took a glance at the overwhelming fleet from afar and almost did not manage to return. Now, there was a flying sword stuck in his large eyes. However, Vimasitrin, who was extremely angry because of the loss of strength, did not agree with him. This was because when the fallen blood Yakshur was summoned to the blood fighting arena, it had taken several days. Almost all the wandering creatures in this range had been recruited by them. By the time the high priest came back with the soldiers, his strength might already have been completely exhausted. My high priest, are you trying to escape the battlefield with a mighty Azure race? We will never feel fear before fighting. Vimasitrin grabbed the evil eye high priest, squeezing the large eyeball into the shape of his palm. The flying sword stabbed and the eyeball was squeezed out, and then a sticky black liquid emerged from the wound. It was as if he was going to crush the evil eye high priest like this. Lord Vimasitrin, we still have soldiers. All the living beings on the 1st to 7th level of the blood fighting arena are prepared to fight for you at all times. At this moment, a voice sounded from beside Vimasitrin's feet. He looked down and saw a familiar fallen blood Yakshur. Remember you, the lucky Yakshur who opened the spatial crack. Are you willing to sacrifice your life to fight for me? Vimasitrin casually swung, throwing the evil eye high priest to the wall. Then, the brain-filled eyes looked at the Yakshur clone below. Under that gaze, it felt as if his entire body had been seen through. Jiang Li did not dare to send his main consciousness into the clone's body. He only remotely controlled the clone to pick up the flying sword that had fallen from the evil eye high priest's body and grabbed it. The fallen blood Yakshur is willing to guard the spatial crack for you and take back all the territory. Then, he broke the flying sword in his hand. This flying sword had already been mostly destroyed by the blood of madness, and it was no different from a mortal weapon. With a slight push, it was broken into several pieces. All right. From now on, the second priest of the blood fighting arena, you can mobilize anyone under the blood fighting arena. TL also give you new strength, but even if you die, you have to die there. As soon as Vimasitrin finished speaking, a bloodlight descended and enveloped the fallen blood Yakshur. This bloodlight made his strength rise at an astonishing speed. In just a moment, he broke through his original bottleneck and two strong arms grew out of his body. He was already a fallen blood demon general that was enough to fight a soul formation cultivator. Jiang Li had only wanted to obtain authority by expressing his loyalty when faced with danger. He did not expect such an unexpected surprise. He really liked this brainless boss more and more. Yes, the Yakshur clone smiled excitedly. He immediately flapped his wings and mobilized people to count the supplies. As for the evil eye high priest, who was still embedded in the wall, he sighed and did not speak. The high priest, who had seen that army with his own eyes, knew very well that if they did not share the spatial crack with the other Azure lords, it was impossible to block that force with just the blood fighting arena. In order to reduce the losses, the best solution was probably to actively close the spatial crack. However, with Vimasitrin's personality, it was impossible for him to admit his failure. He was even more unwilling to admit that he was afraid of the power of the Lam world. If he had proposed these two suggestions, he would have been crushed to death just now. As for the remaining people in the blood fighting arena that the fallen blood Yakshur mentioned, they were all precious technical talents who had awakened their inherited rationality in the Azure world. Letting them go to the battlefield was like letting alchemists charge to their deaths in the cultivation world. It was really a waste of natural resources. If these Azures were all dead, it would be even harder to recruit another batch in the future. However, he could not change Vimasitrin's decision. Forget it. It was not his territory after all. There were also people who would go to the Lam world to die for him. It was best not to provoke him anymore. Unfortunately, that little Yakshur was doomed. He did not know if the blood fighting arena would be fortunate enough to open another spatial crack in the future. Jiang Li, who had just obtained authority, knew very well the principle of not using authority when he had the chance. He directly ran to the treasure vault of the blood fighting arena. That lord said that he could take everything he wanted, right? Chapter 406 Demon God's Egg. Chapter 406, Demon God's Egg. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The treasure vault of the blood fighting arena was actually much emptier than before. After a war, the expenditure was not limited to those useless soldiers. They needed to equip the army with weapons, build special buildings that isolated the attention of the world, and maintain the existence of the spatial crack at all times to expand it. During this period of time, it had emptied most of Vimasitrin's wealth. However, there were still many precious items in the treasure vault. He controlled the Yakshaw clone and ran straight to the deepest depths of the treasure vault. There, he found a jar made of black jade. He opened the lid and saw that it was filled with a sticky black oil. With a few shakes, an oval ball that seemed to be covered in scales floated up from the strange black oil. Just looking at it brought Jiang Li endless temptation. Jiang Li had been staring at this thing for a long time and had never had the chance to obtain it. Today, he could finally take it openly. The demon god's egg was one of the most precious items in the entire blood fighting arena. As the name suggested, it was said that this was an egg produced by the Azure demon god, representing the most respected identity in this world. However, the meaning of this egg's existence was not normal incubation. It was one of the most important tools for this world's creatures to become the Azure Lord. He had to fuse his blood of madness with the demon god's egg and throw it into an unowned blood pool. Only then could he become a great Azure Lord and enjoy the endless glory of blood and the boosted power of his territory. Of course, he would be like all the Azure Lords, forever locked in their territory and unable to leave. Jiang Li currently held a geocentric passageway in his hand. The blood pool had already been built. As long as he had this demon god's egg, he could create an Azure Lord clone that belonged to him. 1. He could even become an Azure Lord himself. However, to him, the gains would not make up for the losses. After putting away this jar, he took away the few precious items placed at the side. Looking at the remaining items, he could only shake his head helplessly. Due to the fact that the power of chaos had almost no stability, spatial storage equipment in the Azure world was much rarer than in the continent of the 9 provinces. Even if there was, the internal space was much smaller. The 2 storage demonic artifacts that the Yakshaw clone had previously gathered had long been filled to the brim by him. Now, he could not fit anything else. At this moment, the trusted subordinates who had consumed the 9 nether earth fruit had already gathered most of the people on the 1st to 7th level of the blood fighting arena. This batch of Azuras were all logistics soldiers who had never fought on the battlefield. Now, their posture as they held their weapons was a little twisted. Even if it was the Azure race who were innately bloodthirsty and warlike, letting these guys onto the battlefield was no different from courting death. However, they still could not disobey the order. Looking at these technical talents, Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. He let them all enter the treasure vault and fill up everything they could carry. After leaving this time, he would probably not have the chance to return. He had to seize the opportunity to take away everything he could. When they returned to the 7th level, Vimasitrin stared at the spatial crack. The few eyes that grew on the back of his head turned to look at them, and they did not care about what Jiang Li had taken away. Instead, a few more boxes were placed in front of him. Then, an evil eye that was much smaller than the high priest and about the size of a truck floated over. Lord Second Priest, I will accompany you into the Lamb world. While facing the enemy, we have another mission. Bury these things in the box into the Lamb world. Jiang Li frowned. Obviously, while he was mobilizing people and gathering treasures earlier, someone had suggested this to Vimasitrin. While controlling the clone, he directly opened one of the boxes. Floating inside were balls that emitted faint light, emitting wisps of mental fluctuations. This is a spiritual seed. Jiang Li recognized the things in the box at a glance. These were the common methods used by Azure world creatures to cut off the mind and throw them into the continent of the 9 provinces daily. They were used to bewitch the hearts of people and lure humans to open the spatial crack. However, because it was randomly thrown through the altar, it would greatly decrease the strength of the spiritual seed, and the location of the drop could not be controlled. This caused the success rate to be extremely low. However, if he crossed the spatial crack like now and took the initiative to bury the spiritual seed underground or fuse it into some weapons and artifacts, this would greatly increase the duration of the spiritual seed's existence and make it easier for cultivators to discover it. The probability of bewitching human cultivators was naturally much higher. It had to be said that this was a good plan. However, splitting the mind was quite harmful to the soul due to the fact that they often cut the mind, and through spiritual seeds, countless Azure creatures were exhausted to death like this. Now, they suddenly took out so many boxes. What price did they pay? Jiang Li glanced at the surroundings. Sure enough, he saw a pile of evil eyes that had fallen to the ground in the corner, and it was unknown if they were dead or alive. Even the house-sized evil eye high priest was lying in that coma. He could not even float normally. The entire eyeball seemed to have shrunk and was wrinkled. The upper and lower eyelids were tightly closed. The tentacles on the eyeball were no longer wriggling around. Instead, they were hanging weakly. It looked like they were not far from death. It seemed that this person had cut out the largest and brightest box of spiritual seeds. This was also good. Although he was injured, he did not have to go to the Lamb world to die. It could be considered that Vimasitrin had given him a chance. However, since this high priest was already like this, Jiang Li could be a little braver. Since it's his lordship's order, we naturally have to obey. Green Evil Eye, bring the troops through the spatial crack first. The spiritual seeds need to be connected to the altar before taking effect. He'll stay behind for the last check. Jiang Li did not reject this mission. After issuing the order, he first sent the only priest who was still awake to the other side of the spatial crack. Now, almost all the evil eyes were on the verge of death, and the only one awake ran to the continent of the 9 provinces. Now, wasn't he the only one in the blood-fighting arena who knew the principles behind the operation of the altar? Under the pretense of checking the situation of the spiritual seed and the altar, Jiang Li walked past them openly, one altar after another. Now, he was the second priest below the high priest. With his authority, he easily changed some of the seemingly insignificant rune settings on it. After circling around, he followed the tail of the blood-fighting arena's suicide squad and resolutely crossed the spatial crack, charging towards the enemy. Behind him was a group of professional technicians who grasped the sub-occupation knowledge system of the Azure world. The prerequisite to becoming this kind of Azure was to have a complete soul and not have such a crazy mind. At the same time, they were more afraid of death. Therefore, this group of people did not scream like their stupid compatriots on the battlefield that they knew they would die. The atmosphere seemed abnormally sorrowful. Jiang Li ignored them. He flapped his wings and flew while calculating the distance between them and the spatial crack. Vimasitrin's dozens of eyes were staring at them from behind. If they caused trouble now and were discovered, even if this lord could not pass through the spatial crack to pursue them, he would have a way to make them die an ugly death. One had to know that all of them had drunk Vimasitrin's blood. That blood was very fatal. Fortunately, the evil eye high priest was already on the verge of death. Without the monitoring of the evil eye race, their chances of escaping would be much higher. After flying for a while, the Yakshaw clone could already sense that if he continued forward, he would collide with the Divine Judgment Army. Only then did the uneasy feeling behind him finally disappear. He heaved a sigh of relief and immediately raised his hand to stop everyone. 1 breath, 2 breaths, and 3 breaths later, a palm-sized coffin descended from the sky. When it landed in front of the clone, it had already become the size of a city gate. Then, the coffin lid opened automatically, revealing a dark and strange space. Everyone, enter as soon as possible. This is the commander's order. The clone began to order all the troops into the coffin. However, this was clearly not in line with Vimasitrin's orders. The truck-sized green evil eye immediately floated to his side with an unfriendly gaze. Second priest, the order we received should be for you to charge at the enemy while I bring people to scatter and plant the spiritual seeds. You changed the order on the battlefield. Could it be that you want to betray Lord Vimasitrin? This evil eye was originally the second in command under the high priest. He was naturally very displeased by Jiang Li suddenly snatching his position. Coupled with the fact that he felt his strength was stronger than the Yakshaw clone, he directly stood forward at this moment. The Yakshaw clone did not speak or attack. He only looked at the green evil eye indifferently and circled around him. "What are you doing? The High Priest asked me to monitor you. If you dare to disobey the order, I can kill you now." The green evil eye was still threatening him. Then, a red light descended from the sky and instantly arrived, only pointing at the location of the green evil eye. The green evil eye was immediately alerted. Its mental strength roared and turned into an invisible shield in an attempt to block the red light. Crack, crack, crack. The mental power transformed into a shield that only lasted for a moment before being pierced and shattered. It did not lose momentum and stabbed into the evil eye's eyeball. At this moment, he could see that the red light was the Earth-rank demonic weapon. The bloodthirsty trident. "What am I doing?" "I'm checking your location. Can't you tell, idiot?" This green evil eye indeed had the capital to be arrogant. The fallen blood Yakshaw was not its match. However, this was the land of the 9 provinces now. The Yakshaw clone could find external help. He had clearly seen the Yin burial coffin descend from the sky and should have known that there was a clone's companion here, but he actually did not guard his back. His clone could not defeat this huge eyeball, but could his main body not defeat it with the bloodthirsty trident? After being heavily injured by the trident, the Yakshaw kicked it into the coffin. After dealing with this troublemaker, the clone turned to look at the Asuras behind him. "This is Lord Vimacitran's secret mission. Who dares to disobey his orders?" With the bloodthirsty trident in hand, the combat strength of the fallen blood Yakshaw could directly rise by 2 levels. There were no longer any existences on the same level as him in this group. No one dared to resist his orders. In any case, it was much better than courting death. They surged into the coffin to enjoy their future. 15 minutes later, all the technical Asuras entered the coffin space. The Yakshaw clone took a last look at the flying ship fleet that could already be vaguely seen in the distance before walking in. Then, the coffin quickly shrunk to the size of a palm and automatically flew into the sky. It passed through the turbid haze and entered the white cloud layer before finally landing in Jiang Li's hand. As the nominal owner of this land, Jiang Li naturally had the right to follow and join in the fun. 1 However, he did not follow the 12 high-level divine judgment teams. He came with the cloud manna. This was because after the power of the Asura world had a proper use, its value instantly increased. The cloud manna was afraid that they might act out of greed. For example, they could secretly contact the Asura world and deliberately open the spatial crack to lure foreign evil creatures into invading. Now, the Asura lord opposite this spatial crack was not too strong. They still had the ability to resolve it. However, if he was unlucky and was connected to the territory of a powerful demon god by a greedy guy, such an existence was so powerful that the entire cultivation world of the eastern region could not resist. Before using the power of chaos to defeat the armored trolls, the cultivation world of the eastern region would very likely face a calamity first. Therefore, the cloud manor had to monitor them the entire time to prevent these 12 forces from secretly collecting some terrible things. For example, the altar on the spatial crack. After Jiang Li found out that the people from the cloud manor would come here, he shamelessly followed. He also asked for a cloud-shaped flying artifact to act alone. It was for the sake of finding a way to retrieve the Yakshaw clone and take away the talents in the blood fighting arena and the demon god's egg. This would be the last piece to fit in his own Azure territory. At this moment, Vimacitran no longer allowed anyone to leave the blood fighting arena. The only way to take these things away was to pass through the spatial crack and come here. Now that his goal had been achieved, Jiang Li no longer felt any reluctance. He controlled the cloud artifact that hid his figure and was about to leave. In the blood fighting arena, the altars that had been modified by the Yakshaw clone suddenly circulated automatically. They began to draw the blood of madness from the blood pool without any restraint. However, the speed at which they extracted the blood of madness was much faster than before. This was because the target of this transmission was not Jiang Li's statue clone, but another geocentric passageway not far away. Because there was no need to cross the spatial barrier, the expenditure and difficulty of transmission would greatly decrease, and the speed would become faster. The lake-like blood pool visibly decreased. This reaction naturally attracted the attention of Vimasitrin. However, human voices appeared on the altars. It was as if the Yakshaw clone had given the spiritual seeds to many human cultivators and started to bewitch them. 1 Chapter 407 Blocked again Chapter 407 Blocked again Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The reaction of the blood pool altar was naturally the effect of the divine statue clone's disguise with the Thousand Faces ability. The goal was to prevent Vimasitrin from becoming suspicious and destroying these altars. In the beginning, Jiang Li only planned to use the altar that had always been connected to the divine statue clone to steal the blood of madness. However, the green evil eye that thought it was smart gave him a good excuse to disguise himself. He saw more than 100 blood pool altars operating and continuously extracting the blood of madness. Not only was Vimasitrin not angry, but he was also very satisfied with this. He felt that the Yakshaw clone's work was not bad. He was unable to resist the counterattack of the Lamb world at the final moment. The spatial crack would be forcefully closed. The blood fighting arena was fine. They could use these spiritual seeds that were left in the continent of the 9 provinces and the people they had neglected for a long time to try to open the crack again. It was a good idea, but unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong person to execute it. Not long after the green evil eye that was sent to supervise the Yakshaw clone came out, it was already captured by Jiang Li's righteous assault. Out of the few boxes of spiritual seeds that had almost squeezed the priests in the blood-fighting arena dry, none of them were planted. As the person in charge, Jiang Li, who had helped the blood-fighting arena open a spatial crack once, had already dug up almost all of the Asura's territory through various methods. It was naturally impossible to open the spatial crack for him again. Time passed bit by bit. Without being suspected, the altar extracted the blood of madness as quickly as possible. On the Rock Mountain Range's side, the combined fleet of the 12 forces did not stop for a moment. They pushed away everything that dared to stop them and rushed towards the spatial crack. They had long obtained the general information provided by the Cloud Manor. They knew the general situation in the Azura world. A brand new world was filled with danger. However, the strength of the Azura territory behind the spatial crack was still within their range of response. Moreover, they temporarily did not share the spatial crack with the entire world. Therefore, in the headquarters meeting of the Divine Judgment Hall a few days ago, they decided that 12 high-level Divine Judgment forces would attack and kill their way into the Azura world. Not only did they want to plunder the blood-fighting arena wantonly, they even planned to use a sealing method to forcefully control Vimasitrin. Only by controlling the blood-fighting arena on the other side could he have the ability to completely close the spatial crack at any time. They could attack and defend at will. If they could not do this, they would rather give up the endless resources of the Azura world and close the spatial crack. Half a day later, tens of thousands of flying ships had already arrived above the spatial crack. Through the spatial crack that seemed to crack like a mirror, one could see a huge creature standing behind. On the creature's head, a large number of eyeballs grew like a hornet's nest. The weaker disciples standing on the flying ship saw those crazy eyeballs and fell to the ground in pain. An extremely crazy will collided with their minds through their vision. All disciples below the nascent soul realm, turn around and leave. That thing is not for you to see. The higher-ups on the ship hurriedly ordered. The protective array formations on all the ships immediately activated with all their might. The energy barrier became misty, blocking most people's vision. What an evil aura. The world beyond the spatial crack is really crazy to this extent. The rune system on the altar is completely different from the continent of the 9 provinces. I really didn't expect to see such a strange thing in my life. In a while, if anyone has the ability, come out and recover that thing. Now is not the time to hide your abilities. Alright, don't drag us down. Among the 12 high-grade Divine Judgment ships, 24 experts walked out, and 3 divine pillars each sent out an envoy. The 27 of them stood in front, but their roars were even more terrifying than the tens of thousands of flying ships behind them combined. Facing such strength coupled with the artifacts they had specially prepared, the current Vimacitrin, whose strength had greatly shrunk, was definitely not a match. However, just as they were about to cross the spatial crack and kill their way to another world, the altar below that they had surrounded suddenly emitted an abnormal energy fluctuation. Immediately, a large number of cracks spread out on the surface. Oh no, he wants to destroy the altar. The 27 experts instantly flew to the side of the altar and joined forces to suppress it. However, the energy system of the Azure world had nothing to do with the 9 provinces continent. Although their forceful suppression really prevented the swelling energy from erupting, the internal structure had already been completely destroyed. The altar dimmed and lost its original use. The spatial crack that had expanded thousands of feet immediately began to heal. However, this was not the end. In the blood pool opposite, sacrificial bloodlights on the altars that Jiang Li had tampered with flashed at the same time. Jars of sealed high-grade spiritual liquid were transported over. On these jars were talismans that were detonated remotely. The detonation timing was right after being transported. Almost at the same time, all the jars exploded, and a large amount of precious spiritual liquid was poured into the blood pool. The incident happened so suddenly that even Vimacitrin did not react. The lake-sized blood pool was like pouring cold water into hot oil. Under the effect of the spiritual liquid, it exploded. It happened so suddenly that even the great Vimacitrin did not have time to stop it. A blood-cold explosion instantly filled the entire space. Without the support of both sides, the spatial crack began to heal faster. In about 20 breaths, the crack would completely heal. The 27 experts did not need to communicate. They did not retreat but advanced. They risked the blood of madness that exploded from the spatial crack and instantly darted into the shrinking crack. At the bottom of the blood-fighting arena, where the energy explosion had yet to stop, they displayed their abilities. In 20 breaths of time, they dodged Vimacitrin's extremely furious attack while searching for anything of value in this world. Some attacked Vimacitrin with all their might, some took a fancy to his demonic statue, and some discovered the blood energy crystal embedded in the key nodes. 20 breaths later, 27 streaks of light took advantage of the last moment to rush out of the crack and return to the continent of the 9 provinces. This scene looked dangerous, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. They had more or less gained something. For example, a large ball of high-quality blood of madness, a large piece of blood-cold energy core, and an arm of Vimacitrin. In just 20 breaths, the unlucky master of the blood-fighting arena was robbed again. However, he had many arms, so it was not a big deal to lose 1 or 2. The spatial crack has disappeared. According to the agreement, leave 30% of the materials gathered in 7 days. The 3 experts affiliated with the 3 divine pillars put away their spoils of war. After saying this, they disappeared from the spot. The 12 forces were a little dissatisfied. But this was indeed the agreement in the previous meeting. If their operation could protect the spatial crack, they would naturally be able to take away everything they got because they could continuously obtain it through the Azure world. However, the spatial crack had already disappeared at this moment, which meant that the value of the rock mountain range had already been greatly reduced. After being plundered by them, the amount of chaotic power gathered would be reduced. They naturally had to leave some for the other forces below. These 30% of the materials were prepared for the other forces in the eastern region. Before the Divine Judgment Hall found a way to safely connect to the Azure world, this spatial crack would probably not be seen again. The production of the power of chaos and blood of madness had a limit. The price of these otherworld materials was probably twice as high as expected. They had to make the best use of their time to gather enough materials in this land. The Alliance fleet dispersed and continued to work hard. As the instigator, Jiang Li had already flown to the edge of the Rock Mountain range. Because he used the Cloud Mana's cloud artifact, even if the people of the 12 large sects discovered him, they did not stop him and allowed him to come and go as he pleased. Unfortunately, perhaps because the Cloud Mana was afraid that outsiders would swindle them under their name, that special cloud artifact was actually a one-time use item. It was even designated to only be used within the range of the Rock Mountain range. Jiang Li just happened to not know this. This caused the clouds that enveloped Jiang Li to suddenly vanish when he was leaving the Rock Mountain range. It revealed Jiang Li, who was riding the wood dragon Rayquaza and slowly traveling. This was not the important thing. What was important was that not far away from him, there was a large number of flying ships. In the past few days, there were many powerful cultivators gathered at the edge of the Rock Mountain range. Among them, there were sects and forces, as well as powerful rogue cultivators who were well informed. All of them had gathered here because of the spread of some news. They either stopped near the cultivation world of the Rock Mountain range or used various methods to attempt to observe what had happened in there. Cultivation world of the Rock Mountain range. Due to the might of the 12 high-grade divine judgment forces, they did not dare to cross the line, but they were similarly unwilling to leave. After all, under the circumstances that the 3 divine pillars were hidden from the world, the 12 high-grade divine judgment forces were the strongest and most impressive forces in the cultivation world of their eastern region. However, in the past few days, these 12 big shots suddenly surged towards this area. Even a 3-year-old child would not believe that nothing serious had happened. Moreover, these 12 families were very active. They did not mobilize the combat troops at the front line. Instead, they mobilized all the cargo ships they could mobilize and the logistics sub-occupation cultivators. They even set up a barrier around them, strictly preventing other cultivators from approaching. If any powerful enemy appeared, the usual operation of the Divine Judgment Hall should first throw the problem to the sects below. Now, this group of large forces took charge silently. It was obvious at a glance that something rare had appeared in the Rock Mountain range. These upper echelons planned to take the benefits behind their backs. Even a high-grade divine judgment force cared so much about it. Even if they did not know the exact details, they knew that it must be something good. Therefore, the large and small forces and even rogue cultivators of the eastern region's cultivation world all came here collectively. They almost filled the entrance to the cultivation world of the Rock Mountain range. If they stayed here for a period of time, a new cultivation city would immediately appear. Now, although they could not directly enter the Rock Mountain range, a large number of leaders of the low and medium-grade divine judgment forces had already run to the headquarters and began to negotiate. Through various methods, they believed that even the Divine Judgment Hall had to consider the opinions of most people. As long as the Divine Judgment Hall relented and released the restrictions, they were prepared to rush in at any time to devour the remaining benefits of those large factions. At this moment, Jiang Li, who had flown out of the Rock Mountain range, lost the cover of the clouds and rode the wooden dragon into the air. It was obvious how conspicuous it was. At this moment, countless gazes had already landed on him. If he wanted to turn around again, he would only expose himself. Jiang Li could only quickly take out the cloud-patterned token from the coffin and hang it at the most obvious place on his waist. Then, he braced himself and flew out from the edge of those forces. Fellow Taoist, please wait. Fellow Taoist, do you know what happened in the Rock Mountain range? If a battle breaks out, we are all cultivators of the eastern region and will be happy to help. Fellow Taoist, I have a bag of high-grade spirit stones here. Can you tell me what's going on inside? A series of voices sounded. Jiang Li pretended not to hear and rode the wooden dragon away from them. Due to their fear of the Cloud Mana's token, they did not dare to directly stop Jiang Li. They had seen earlier that Jiang Li had come out on the Cloud Manor cloud artifact in the beginning. He was more or less related to Cloud Manor. Now that the people from the Cloud Manor were in the Rock Mountain range ahead, they did not dare to attack at this time. However, it was not easy to see a person coming out. His strength did not look too strong. TT should be fine to follow and take a look, right? More than 10 figures quietly left and followed from behind. On the larger flying ship of these powers, a gaze stared at the wooden dragon beneath Jiang Li's feet, and then it looked at Jiang Li's young face. The owner of the gaze revealed an expression that was similar to "I've found you." Her palm touched her chest, and her heart beat crazily. "You've become even more delicious." Ignoring the mission of the Rock Mountain range, she jumped off the flying ship and chased after Jiang Li, who rode the wooden dragon and flew towards Phoenix Sun City. However, as expected, there were indeed many people following behind him. Fighting here would be quite troublesome. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Li gave up on the idea of dealing with all the pursuers. He patted the wooden dragon beneath him, and a spiritual light enveloped him and the wooden dragon. The wooden dragon swooped down and burrowed into the ground, disappearing without a trace like a fish in water. The 9 Nether escape technique allowed him to come and go freely in the earth vein. Its speed was even faster than in actual escape artifact. The Earth Stealth Shuttle. After fleeing at high speed along the earth vein for 50 kilometers, he appeared again. The rogue cultivators following behind him who wanted to take advantage of him had long been left far behind. "You want to follow me, but you haven't even reached the Soul Formation realm. Aren't you looking down on me too much?" Jiang Li sneered at the pursuers. However, halfway through, a salty smell like seawater filled the surrounding air. Looking up, above him, although there were no clouds, drops of rain the size of beans fell without warning. This was seawater. Chapter 408 The Wheels of Fortune Have Turned. Chapter 408 The Wheels of Fortune Have Turned. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Jiang Li caught a few drops of rainwater in his palm and brought them to his nose to sniff. The smell of the seawater seemed a little familiar. Affected by spirit dispersing water. Added status: air freezing spirit dispersion. Air freezing spirit dispersion. Body becomes heavy. Air manipulation spell techniques will fail. Duration: 3 hours. The immaculate body has taken effect. The pure blood dragon body has taken effect. The spirit dispersing water has been removed. The air freezing spirit dispersion has been expelled. TT was indeed the spirit dispersing water. However, wasn't this the specialty of the Dragon Transformation Island? It was a forbidden item that was necessary to rob people. It seemed that someone had some thoughts about him. However, the current Jiang Li was no longer as easily forced to the ground as he was back then. He could still protect the Rayquaza beneath him. He stretched out his hand and drew the sky. As a pure-blooded dragon, his water control ability appeared. With the place where his finger brushed past, the pouring rain automatically separated to the left and right of this line, no longer landing on his body. He pointed down again, and the spirit dispersing water that was originally tainted by the wooden dragon dissipated. To Jiang Li, who could create clouds and rain, this kind of spell technique would not work on him at all. However, he had just walked 50 kilometers along the earth vein. How did the other party find him? While Jiang Li was puzzled, he suddenly felt a sense of danger from behind. Someone launched a sneak attack, but it was not fatal. After reaching this conclusion in an instant, he did not look back. He raised his hand and threw out a handful of seeds. Spiritual light erupted from the demon awakening technique. A small seed transformed into 200 fierce wood demons in the air and pounced in the direction of the danger. Even if they could not injure the enemy, they could still shield Jiang Li from danger. Then, there was the sound of blades grinding against wood. Looking back, the 200 wood demons were covered by a huge black fishing net before they could even see the enemy. The fishing net was flickering with cold light. On the tough net, there were countless sharp blades. The wood demons caught by the fishing net had scratches on their bodies as wood shavings flew everywhere. If a living person was trapped by this fishing net, they would probably experience what it meant to be cut into pieces in an instant. What was even more terrifying was that this fishing net did not look like it had been washed much. It was covered in thick dirty blood and emitted a stench after rotting. What a vicious artifact. Fellow Taoist. Why have you stopped me? Why don't you show yourself? Jiang Li spoke as his voice spread out in all directions. In fact, he had already mobilized his Bodhisattva Heart Sutra with all his might, wanting to rely on the echo to locate the hidden enemy. There, he suddenly raised his hand and shot out a wooden spear that flew towards the seemingly empty left. The extremely fast wooden spear suddenly stopped after flying 2,000 feet. Then, the light distorted, revealing a female cultivator holding a wooden spear. As expected of the man I, Sasha, have taken a fancy to. What a fierce little tiger. The person who ambushed Jiang Li finally appeared. The female cultivator looked at Jiang Li with an extremely burning gaze, and it was even to the extent that her throat rolled as she could not help but swallow a few times. Little tiger, haven't you missed me in a long time? The person was dressed in a dirty leather coat that was casually hung on her body. Inside, she only used a yellow cloth to wrap the key parts, revealing her excellent waistline and a large area of shiny wheat-colored skin. A curved blade with several holes was held on her shoulder. She made an extremely arrogant gesture and looked down at Jiang Li. The smell of the sea assaulted his senses. Clearly, she had not bathed properly for a long time. The captain of the Third Fleet of the Dragon Transformation Island, Sasha. Jiang Li narrowed his eyes and recognized this female cultivator who had ambushed him. It was the Dragon Transformation Island's captain that he had encountered when he and Mu Yuan had left the Ghost King desolate ground. At that time, his strength was insufficient, so he could only escape in a sorry state. He did not expect to encounter her again today. Oh my, little tiger, you still remember me? It seems that my little tiger is also thinking about me. This captain of the Dragon Transformation Island had offered the reward of a Dragon Transformation pill to capture Jiang Li at that time. Now, she still held the same thoughts as she called Jiang Li a little tiger. You killed my deputy captain, right? Little tiger, killing the people from the Dragon Transformation Island will cause huge trouble. Be good. If you submit to me now, I'll let you replace that useless Ming Juaoi and be my deputy captain. At that time, she had coveted the dragon blood in Jiang Li's body and had even sent out the deputy captain, Ming Juaoi, who was at the nascent Soul Realm to capture Jiang Li. Unfortunately, after Ming Juaoi was defeated by him, he abandoned the dark side and chose a greater cause by joining the Hidden Rock Army. The crew members with an extremely high mortality rate were not qualified to leave behind a life token. In Sasha's opinion, she naturally thought that he was dead. However, Jiang Li was wearing a mask at that time. How did this woman recognize him? However, he immediately understood the reason. The characteristics of the wood dragon Rayquaza were so obvious. When he left the Ghost King desolate ground, he was also riding a wooden dragon. It was difficult to not recognize him. She probably relied on her connection to the dragon blood and tracked him for 50 kilometers underground. After all, she was from the Dragon Transformation Island, so it was very normal for her to have such a secret technique. However, she wanted him to follow her. That was impossible. As this woman approached, the smell of seawater on her body became richer. With the dense smell of the sea on her body, who knew how many innocent young men she had harmed in the past? Jiang Li's ability was limited. Although he did not wear much clothes and had a good figure and appearance, he was really not interested in this person at all. Senior, you've got the wrong person. I've seen your deputy captain. Right when Jiang Li's gaze was attracted by Sasha, who was getting closer and closer, light shook and distorted once more from somewhere behind him, and a flesh-colored whip immediately assaulted him from behind. Another sneak attack. Pirates were indeed pirates. They had no morals. This was the first time he had encountered such a person after such a long time. However, this sneak attack still did not work. It was as if Jiang Li was prepared. He retracted his hand and grabbed, and a flesh-colored disgusting whip was grabbed in his hand. The figure of Sasha, who had been talking to him, turned into a phantom and disappeared. Its true body was holding the other end of the whip. Through the wonders of the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, Jiang Li was not tricked by this illusion technique. Captain Sasha. This is quite dangerous. The series of sneak attacks had already angered Jiang Li. He made the wooden dragon stay away and was already prepared to fight. Really? I like dangerous men like you. As soon as she finished speaking, a few suction cups grew out from the flesh-culled whip in Jiang Li's hand. The suction cups stuck tightly to his skin, and the teeth inside rubbed against his skin. Even Jiang Li felt a sharp pain. This whip was alive. Jiang Li was not afraid of being disgusted. The strength in his hand continued to increase, and the whip in his hand was directly crushed into a ball of mush. After sending the mush flying, he no longer held back. Instead of retreating, he advanced and threw a heavy punch. The Dragon Transformation Island's Shashai revealed an excited expression as well. She waved the curved blade that was covered in cracks and slashed towards Jiang Li. As a captain who had been floating on the sea all year round, compared to men throwing themselves at her, she preferred to snatch them herself. After the clash of saber and fist, the force of the collision between the two sides spread, causing the two mountains on the left and right to be pushed thousands of feet away. As expected of the captain ranked in the top 3 of the Dragon Transformation Island, her strength was also top-notch among soul formation cultivators. In a head-on collision, they were actually evenly matched. However, compared to Jiang Li's calmness, Sasha, who held the curved blade, was shocked by Jiang Li. This fierce little tiger seemed to be stronger than he had imagined. After the collision, the two sides separated. Jiang Li's fist was not damaged at all. The skin between her thumb and index finger had already been cut, and blood was dripping down. This did not mean that she was inferior to Jiang Li overall, but she had misjudged Jiang Li's strength. Due to the fact that she did not want to kill Jiang Li, she had only used less than 30% of her strength when she attacked at the beginning. Later on, she noticed that Jiang Li's fist momentum was wrong, so she suddenly erupted to receive it without any preparation. In this collision, she naturally had to suffer a loss. Do you still want me to be your deputy captain? Jiang Li raised his hand and shot the coffin into the air, already prepared to guard against the other party's essence soul leaving her body. Before dealing with the myriad slaughter sect, he did not want to provoke another medium-sized divine judgment faction. Since he had already attacked, he did not plan to let her leave. Moreover, he had originally thought of a way to make a trip to the Dragon Transformation Island. Sasha was the 3rd captain of the Dragon Transformation Island. If she led the way, everything would be much more convenient. What a strong little tiger. Let me tell you, there's no man that I can't get. According to the rules of the ship, whoever wins gets everything. Be prepared to be my deputy captain. With her other hand, Sasha used her other hand to remove the cloth tied to her body. She tied her torn right hand tightly to the machete. Then, the bone on the left arm twisted as if it had melted, turning into a 7 gills dragon eel covered in circular suction cups. This was the dragon blood creature she had fused with. Looking at the disgusting appearance of the left arm, Jiang Li also had a disgusted expression. It was no wonder that this woman had always looked hungry and desperate when she saw him. It turned out that the bloodline fused was this kind of blood-sucking sea monster. The high-purity dragon blood on his body had a fatal attraction to the 7 gills dragon eel. Most of the men who she had snatched away in the past were probably sucked dry before they could get out of her bed. When she was ready, Sasha rushed up again. However, Jiang Li had no intention of slowly fighting with her. Captain Sasha, do you really think him still that junior who could only escape? If you don't have dragon blood on you, or if the dragon blood is purer, even if we attack together, it will take a few days to defeat you. But now, you can only blame your bad luck for running into me. Looking at the incoming Captain Sasha, a pair of dragon horns slowly grew out on Jiang Li's forehead. A predator aura that belonged to the top of the food chain was released without holding back. Feeling this aura, Sasha felt that her originally beating heart suddenly stopped as if it was clenched by a large hand. The strength in her entire body receded like the tide. She was a cultivator from the Dragon Transformation Island to begin with, and most of her cultivation was established on her dragon bloodline. Although the situation was much better than the 9-headed dragonfish that was born in the water race, Her strength had still directly dwindled to about 3040%. How could this bit of strength cause any waves? The curved saber that slashed over also lost its original strength and was easily grabbed by Jiang Li. She swung her left hand again, trying to use the suction device on it to pierce Jiang Li's skin and devour the blood of the pure-blooded dragon. However, before the arm that had transformed into the seven gills dragon eel could touch Jiang Li, it softened like cooked noodles and did not dare touch Jiang Li at all. As soon as Jiang Li's pure-blood dragon might appeared, Sasha was directly blinded. On the other hand, it was Jiang Li who smashed his fist into her forehead. For a time, blood flowed from her 7 orifices, and she was unable to sense her directions. The wheels of fortune had turned, the roles of hunter and prey had long changed. When she recovered her consciousness again, her body was already bound by a thick chain and was in an artifact space that was like the 9 netherworld. Captain Sasha, remove the restriction on your storage bag yourself. Believe me, I'm doing this for your own good. You should understand the logic of being at the mercy of others. Be obedient, or else it might be very ugly later on. Jiang Li took out a similarly dirty storage bag from her body and shook it in front of her. This female pirate who had fused with the bloodline of the 7 gills dragon eel had always liked to tie people up. She did not expect to fall in front of a small man today and be tied up. This kind of experience was quite refreshing for her. Little tiger, I've lost. You can do whatever you want to me. If you satisfy me, I'll remove the restriction for you. Right, this big sister would like you to use more strength. Not only did the female captain of the Dragon Transformation Island not panic when she was captured by Jiang Li, she even twisted her body in an extremely tempting manner. At Jiang Li's age, Sasha was probably already a bandit. However, before she was this strong, there was no need to guess what would happen to a woman on a pirate ship. Even she could not remember the exact number of people she had interacted with. To be able to survive and grow until now, she was already used to such things and was even happy to do it. However, Jiang Li did not believe that the other party was a fool controlled by desire. This woman had fused with the blood of the 7 gills dragon eel. If any lecher really believed her nonsense, they would probably be bitten to death. Can I really do anything? Then I won't stand on ceremony. Jiang Li was not angry. He waved his hand, and not far away, the wood dragon Rayquaza, which had its head coiled in its body while sleeping, crawled over while shaking its head. Since she's said so, I'll leave her to you. Rayquaza immediately swayed its body excitedly and coiled the bound Sasha in the middle. Of course, the wood dragon did not have the reproductive organs of animals, so Jiang Li did not plan to watch the union of human and demon in his coffin. Jiang Li purely wanted to strengthen this mount of his because it had worked hard for him for a long time. As for strengthening the wood dragon, the best method was naturally dragon blood. Chapter 409 Dragon Rider Xuan Yuan Chapter 409 Dragon Rider Xuan Yuan Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Sasha, who had fused with the 7 gills dragon eel's blood, did not have a high purity dragon blood. However, there was a lot of it. Relying on her special blood absorption talent, she had absorbed a lot of the blood of dragon blood creatures and dragon blood cultivators. The total amount of dragon blood in her body had even exceeded 300 drops. This was also the reason why her strength far exceeded ordinary soul formation cultivators and was able to collide head-on with the current Jiang Li. After Rayquaza wrapped her in the middle, sharp wooden spikes began to grow out of its body and stabbed into Sasha's body with great effort. Her skin, which had been tempered by the sea breeze and scorching sun all year round, was indeed abnormally tough. Even though she was suppressed by the dragon imprisoning lock and could not use any spiritual chi to defend, Rayquaza still squeezed for half an hour before stabbing more than 10 wooden spikes. Is that all you can do? I don't feel anything from such a thin toothpick. Little tiger, why don't you personally stab me a few thousand times? TLL definitely beg you for mercy. Being pierced by wooden spikes that were several feet long, the pain did not make Sasha frown at all. She even had the energy to tease Jiang Li. Her ambiguous gaze seemed to want to devour him alive. However, soon, she was unable to maintain her calm. The wooden spike that stabbed into her body began to change, finally causing this experienced female pirate to be unable to restrain her fear. Over the years, Rayquaza had been nourished and modified by Jiang Li's spiritual chi. The main body of the wooden dragon had already been completely replaced by the 9 nether wood. At the same time, a portion of the characteristics of the blood-sucking wood had been fused. After these wooden spikes stabbed into the human body, they began to grow roots. The power of plant roots could crack rocks, let alone the roots of the 9 nether wood. The secret numbing roots crawled wantonly between the meridians and bones under Sasha's skin. Soon, it invaded her blood vessels and began to extract spiritual chi and dragon blood from her blood. That bit of spiritual chi was nothing, but the loss of dragon blood was fatal. Every drop of that precious thing was a huge loss. She hurriedly used her mind to recall the dragon blood into her heart in an attempt to resist this process. However, Jiang Li walked over with a smile. "Don't be so stingy. Didn't you say that you would do anything?" His hand passed through the gap between Rayquaza's curled body and pointed at Sasha's chest. With the power of the pure blood dragon, he scattered the dragon blood in her heart and spread it to her limbs and bones. Rayquaza's roots quickly extracted the blood. "Wait, stop. What do you want me to do? I promise you." "Quickly make this wooden dragon stop." The more she had, the more she was afraid of losing. Not long after, feeling the loss of the dragon blood in her body, Sasha finally knew fear. Jiang Li patted the wooden dragon's body. Rayquaza reluctantly stopped extracting the dragon blood and released her. However, the wooden spike roots that had pierced deeply into her body still remained. As long as this female pirate spoke rudely again, it could use the name of punishment to extract more. With the cooperation of the original owner, the restrictions on the storage artifact were naturally not a problem anymore and were easily removed. Jiang Li picked up the bag and shook it as he retreated. A large number of miscellaneous supplies were shaken out of the bag and quickly piled up on the ground. The capacity of this storage bag was not small, but most of it was wine of a special fish flavor. It was brewed from sea fish and plants in the sea. It tasted fishy and salty, and it was really something that went against human taste buds. Apart from some island countries in the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent, almost no one drank this kind of wine. Jiang Li opened a bucket and smelled it. A negative status called loss of appetite directly popped up on his interface. Even he, who had pure dragon blood, could not accept this smell. This rustic taste was really unique. It should have been something from a certain country made of islands. As the Soul Formation captain ranked in the top 3 of the Dragon Transformation Island, her savings were actually not bad after robbing people all year round. However, compared to Jiang Li who had just received the dividend from Cloud Manor, the gap was too great. After casually pushing aside this large amount of trash and many things that he looked down on, Jiang Li found some useful things. Dragon Transformation Island's specialty, the Dragon Transformation Pill. The captain's token of the Dragon Transformation Island was a dragon scale that had not completely fossilized. There was also an exclusive map of the Dragon Transformation Island, the Outer Sea map. Jiang Li first took out the Dragon Transformation pills. A few months ago, Sasha had used this pill to reward anyone who could capture him. In a small bottle were 10 black medicinal pills that emitted a faint dragon blood aura. This was a medicinal pill refined using the blood of a dragon blood creature. It could perfectly complement the cultivation method of the Dragon Transformation Island. However, the quality of this medicinal pill would be divided into several grades because of the purity. What he held in his hand was only medium grade. There were still many impurities. To him, eating them might be more harmful than good. However, it was said that there was also a top-grade Dragon Transformation pill specially provided for the direct descendants of the Dragon Transformation Island. It was a pill formula left behind from ancient times and could even be used to mature the dragon bloodline and promote the growth of pure-blooded dragons. Jiang Li was equivalent to an extremely young dragon now. If he could obtain a top-grade Dragon Transformation pill, it should be quite useful to him. He put down these bottles of dragon transformation pills and picked up the dragon scale with some cuticle structure to take a look. They were all useful things, but they were not very useful to the current Jiang Li. In the end, he picked up the sea map that was even more detailed than the official map of the Divine Judgment Hall. At this moment, Black Jade, White Jade and two mountains Wu Yu in the coffin handed a stone slab engraved with lines and patterns to him respectfully. TT was a stone slab that had been passed down for many years. It was said that the patterns on this stone slab would slowly change. At first, they did not understand the meaning of this change. Later on, by chance, Two Mountain obtained a few sea maps of the eastern region. After comparison, they discovered that the changes in the patterns on this stone slab were following the changes in the environment of a certain region in the eastern region. This design was probably specially arranged to prevent the terrain from changing and the target being unable to be found. Jiang Li placed this stone slab on the ground and compared the map of the Dragon Transformation Island with it. First, he lined it with the coastline of the eastern region's outer sea, and then overlapped the scattered islands. In the end, a cross mark in the middle of the stone slab overlapped in the empty sea area beside the Dragon Transformation Island. Jiang Li frowned. Shouldn't it overlap with an island? Why was it a blank area of the sea? Could it be that the ratio of the two maps was different? However, the coastline could clearly overlap. It should not be such a low-level mistake. After some thought, he drew a circle around the corresponding sea area on the map and showed it to Sasha. What's here? Here? Sasha's gaze landed on the sea map. He clearly saw a moment of hesitation and doubt flash across the female pirate's face. She was slightly surprised. Why did Jiang Li know about this sea region? However, she did not seem to have much loyalty to her sect. She did not need Jiang Li's coercion to directly say it. Below that sea is called the Coral Forest. There are a large number of dragon blood creatures living there. Most of the dragon blood creatures that the disciples of the Dragon Transformation Island need to fuse their bloodlines are captured there. She stopped after saying this. However, Jiang Li did not believe that this place would be so simple. Continue. I don't want you to hold back any information. As he spoke, he casually threw a bottle of dragon blood pills into the wood dragon Rayquaza's mouth. A stream of dragon chi rose from the wooden dragon. It felt comfortable as it shook its body. All right, all right. Looks like I can't hide it from you. You've asked the right person about this. I have a lover who's the dragon tooth guard of the dragon head. That guy told me at the climax of his ecstasy that there was an island in the middle of that coral forest. That's the forbidden area of the Dragon Transformation Island, the legendary place where the true dragon hibernates. Was it an island underwater? It was no wonder that he could not find a corresponding place despite searching all the maps on the market. It turned out that other than a few higher-ups of the Dragon Transformation Island, that place was not recorded on the ordinary sea map. It seemed that was the legendary origin of the Dragon Transformation Island. However, that place was very likely not the place where they thought the true dragon slept. It was where the former human emperor's ruin, the Xuanian tomb, was. The place Jiang Li was looking for was none other than the Xuanian tomb that he had obtained information from Wu Yu. Legend had it that the Xuanian clan was good at controlling the dragon race. This story did not seem to be groundless. He did not know if the people of the Dragon Transformation Island had already explored the Xuanian tomb completely. Had the third human emperor's token been taken away? When she saw Jiang Li's expression change, she knew that this was very likely the key to her survival. She immediately continued. Do you want to go there? I can bring you there. After all, you defeated me. I'm already yours. Do you want my ship? I can give you my ship too. Let me be your deputy captain. I'm very capable. Captain Sasha's body twisted enticingly. She tried her best to expose herself in front of Jiang Li. Even if she was still stabbed by more than 10 wooden spikes and her wounds bled profusely because of these actions, she did not mind at all. After thinking about it, Jiang Li felt that this Dragon Transformation Island was still worth going to. After all, He recalled his experience when he obtained the human emperor's inheritance. He had tried his luck in the Ghost King Desolate Ground and entered the Netherworld Illusion. In the Netherworld Illusion, he had to find Fengdu Ghost City. There was still the Zoj Mystic Realm hidden under Fengdu Ghost City. Through the hidden methods in the Zoj Mystic Realm, he was finally teleported to the star space where Star Tower was located. Only by enduring the test did he obtain the inheritance. One trial after another, he finally obtained the human emperor's inheritance. If not for the fact that he had the merit blessing and was quite lucky, if there was any mistake in the middle, he might have missed out on the opportunity to obtain the human emperor's inheritance. It was not impossible for the Dragon Transformation Island to only discover the Dragon Tomb on the surface and not the hidden Xuanian Tomb. However, heading to the Dragon Transformation Island was not a simple matter. This group of pirates had been entrenched there for a long time. That sea was simply their backyard. This was not the myriad slaughter sect that had yet to completely control its territory. How could it be easy to sneak into a medium-sized headquarters with complete defense and even enter their forbidden area? He needed a guide with enough status, but this female pirate was clearly not trustworthy. Then, it seemed that the upgraded 9 Nether Earth fruit that he had yet to warm up had been obtained. Captain Sasha, in view of your honest answer, I've decided to give you a reward. The 9 nether wood that was growing inverted not far away automatically stretched a branch in front of Jiang Li, and there was a delicious and tempting spiritual fruit of heaven and earth hanging on it. Only the black lines on the earth fruit made people inexplicably feel a chill in their hearts. This is a top-notch spiritual fruit that can directly create a soul formation cultivator and extend their lifespan by 1,000 years. Lucky. Jiang Li plucked the earth fruit and went forward with a pained expression, bringing the fruit to the female pirate's mouth. Tears immediately flowed from the corners of Sasha's mouth. However, her spiritual perception was crazily warning her that if she ate this spiritual fruit, something bad would definitely happen. Unfortunately, she did not have the right to refuse now. Jiang Li reached out and forced her mouth open. That mouth looked no different from an ordinary human's from the outside. However, when she opened it, he discovered that there were actually rows of sharp teeth inside her mouth and extending deep into her throat. This disgusting scene was really revolting. He stuffed the 9 nether earth fruit into her mouth. The entire spiritual fruit immediately turned into energy and spread throughout her body. After seeing her essence soul invaded by the black lines, Jiang Li relaxed. A few days later, the priority mining time of the 12 high-grade divine judgment forces finally ended. They practically swept through the polluted area of the Rock Mountain Range. At least 95% of the Azure world monsters that wreaked havoc in this land had become their prey. In fact, a layer of the rock surface in a radius of 5 kilometers was scraped off near the spatial crack. The rock soil here was most corroded by the power of chaos. It was the best material to build the armor troll defense line. After seizing all the time to plunder, they used the flying ships to transport goods for more than 10 rounds. In the end, they left behind 30% of the agreed supplies and returned to their respective territories. The Divine Judgment Hall finally revealed the information that Jiang Li had submitted to the forces of the third tier. They were the low-grade Divine Judgment forces in the Divine Judgment Hall. They finally understood what those top factions were doing in the past 7 days. Many forces beat their chests and stomped their feet. Such a huge treasure was placed here, but no one knew its value. If they had accepted the mission to eliminate the demons in the Rock Mountain Range earlier, this treasure would have been theirs. Unfortunately, they could only come to the Rock Mountain Range on their own and rely on their merit points and spirit stones to purchase the materials of the Azure world. Moreover, the quantity was limited, and everyone had to purchase according to their distribution quota, and the price was higher every day. After that, the 12 high-grade Divine Judgment forces would use these materials to make a batch of weapons and attack the few front-line strongholds of the armored trolls. After these weapons displayed their might, the price of the Azure world materials might be higher. Therefore, all the forces helped to buy it sooner. Among them, The forces waiting to purchase naturally included the Dragon Transformation Island. As the captain, Sasha's dragon scale token had basically been contacted non-stop by her subordinates these few days. It was not until this moment that she finally picked up. "I'm very busy. You better give me a reason for interrupting my fun." Chapter 410 Not Loving Young Ladies. Chapter 410 Not Loving Young Ladies. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. A few days later, at dawn, in the sea area between an island in the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent, an overnight storm had just passed. The waves on the surface of the sea under the morning light were dozens of feet high, but compared to the scene of the end of the world, it was already considered calm. At this moment, a medium-sized wooden ship broke through the waves and slowly sailed over from afar. The material of this wooden ship was quite ordinary, and there were no runes or spirit carvings on the surface. Clearly, it was an ordinary wooden ship and not a commonly seen flying ship in the cultivation world. "General, there's a situation ahead." The bow of the ship came out, and a soldier reported loudly to the back. Hearing this, the four of them walked out of the captain's room. "Fool, we're on a ship now." "You should call me first mate." "If you call me that again, I'll let you taste the whip that is soaked in seawater." The young general who walked out could barely be considered heroic, but he seemed to be not used to the swaying of the sea. His cheeks were sunken and his face was pale. The young general called himself the first mate. Clearly, in name, he was not the owner of this ship. Behind him, a fat old man with a missing left leg used a wooden stick as a substitute. He took out a telescope with a crystal embedded in both ends and looked forward. On the surface of the sea ahead, wood debris of various sizes floated, gathering and dissipating under the waves. There were also many sealed goods mixed in. It was unknown on what was inside. It seems that another group of unlucky people died in the Dragon King's sneeze. "Princess, there are still many goods in the sea that have not sunk. Perhaps we can find something valuable." "General, you, please summon your subordinates to lean over." After the old man finished speaking, he handed the telescope to a woman beside him. This woman was called a princess. From the looks of it, she should be the most respected person on this ship. The captain of this ship, it was a young woman with fair skin and smooth hair. Her clothes were not high grade that ordinary commoners could come into contact with. However, there were fewer accessories on her body, and only a ring was worn on her finger. There was also a maidservant beside her. Her clean appearance formed a sharp contrast with the soldiers and crew on the ship. "Elder Zhao, get the people below to pay attention. The corpses on the sunken ship might attract sea beasts." The young female captain took the dirty telescope and did not forget to explain. It could be seen that she was not here for fun. Below, the sailors glided the ship with long oars. They were neat and well trained. They also wore uniform armor and standard weapons. These were clearly not sailors. She was the princess of a country who led a group of soldiers out of the sea for some reason. After approaching the wreckage, they scattered the net and used their flying claws to grab the wooden boxes and wooden barrels floating on the sea. A flag was salvaged first. "This looks like a ship from the freezing Earth archipelago. They can actually sail for so long. There should be a few powerful fellows escorting them. Unfortunately, humans are unable to resist a natural disaster. Not everyone can face a storm on the sea." The experienced old man quickly recognized the flag. The natural disasters in this world were far from what Jiang Li's previous life could compare to. The storm was enough to make most of the flying ships and cultivators unable to rise into the sky. The huge waves could crush the sturdy spiritual wooden ship and sweep everything into the deep sea. Ordinary cultivators were really unable to resist this force. At this moment, the soldiers and crew below shouted again, "First mate, there's a person here. He was eaten by the great jellyfish. Drag him up. Be careful of the jellyfish. If you get pricked by its tentacles, you'll die." As the crew members were busy, soon, a jellyfish about 4 to 5 meters in diameter was pulled out of the water. Through the translucent body of the jellyfish, one could see that there was indeed a man lying inside. A long blade cut through the jellyfish's body. and the man flowed out with a puddle of seawater. General, you see if he's still alive. If he can survive, let him do some chores on the ship. The commotion attracted the princess' attention. Hearing the order, the young general stepped forward and checked the pulse of the man on the deck. The powerful heartbeat made his palm go numb. He's still alive. But this person's body is very strong. He should be a cultivator. Princess, should we throw him back into the sea? The young general clearly did not want to get into trouble. However, the princess became energetic. Elder Zhao, can you tell if he's a demonic cultivator? The old man with one leg was actually a great cultivator who had reached the Foundation establishment realm. Under everyone's respectful gazes, he walked to the man's side. There's no demonic aura on him. His injuries are not serious. He should have been paralyzed by the poison of the jellyfish. He'll be fine after lying down for a few days. The old man quickly came to a conclusion. That's good. Give him a room. No one is allowed to touch the goods that he has salvaged. When this gentleman wakes up, I want to return them all to him. After the princess, who had just asked the survivors to do odd jobs on the ship, learned the identity of the cultivator, she immediately changed her attitude. Barrels of sea fish wine was pulled onto the ship. The disgusting wine that Jiang Li looked down on was actually a type of spiritual wine. It was the kind that could not be exchanged for gold in the mortal world. After all, it was the possession of a soul formation cultivator. How bad could it be? This man was also moved into a clean room by two soldiers. What an interesting group of people. When he was alone, the man immediately opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of seawater. Wasn't this the alliance leader Jiang Li who had come from afar? A few days ago, after he subdued Captain Sasha of the Dragon Transformation Island, the two of them discussed many things. In the beginning, he had wanted to join Sasha's fleet as a crew member or a ship deputy and find an opportunity to infiltrate the Dragon Transformation Island. However, after thinking about it, he realized that this method was not good. Although the Dragon Transformation Island was made of pirates and retained many of its features and habits from back then, the deputy of the Third Fleet could be considered a high-level member. If they rashly changed people, it would definitely attract the attention of the Dragon Transformation Island. His identity could not be investigated. He was an ordinary crew member. He could basically only move around on the ship and in the port. He could not go anywhere at all. Coupled with the fact that he possessed dragon blood, once the secret technique of the Dragon Transformation Island discovered him, he might have to face the pursuit of a medium-sized Divine Judgment faction. Fortunately, Sasha had many lovers and was well informed. After she served Jiang Li with all her heart, she thought of a method to enter the secret place openly. It was the young female captain on this ship, the princess of a small country on the coast. Her name was Jian Mo. However, at the same time, she had another identity. She was the illegitimate daughter of the current dragon head of the Dragon Transformation Island, Gaitanchu. The Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head seemed to have inherited the tradition of pirates. His private life was extremely chaotic. He did not have a beautiful wife in his family, nor did he like gentle young girls. He liked to secretly kidnap other people's wives. Pirates naturally did all kinds of bad things. It was already very common to kidnap innocent women. However, this Gaitanchu was much worse. Every time he kidnapped a woman and made her pregnant, he would never treat her as his wife. Instead, he would send the pregnant woman back to her original place. Moreover, he would force the original husband to not divorce his wife, let alone abort the fetus in her stomach. They would have to give birth to and raise the child of their enemy in humiliation. His heart was vicious and his methods were vile. It was truly detestable. The original husband was angry and killed his pregnant wife or aborted his child. The cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Island would come to him and slaughter his entire family and friends. Therefore, many people could only grit their teeth and admit their loss under the pressure of the Dragon Transformation Island. After raising the child of their enemy into an adult, they would provide him with a ship to help him go to sea and acknowledge his ancestors. However, how could they forget the hatred of snatching their wife? How could they treat the son of his enemy as his own? Most of the kidnapped women would end their lives in shame. Most children would be forced out of the sea by cold gazes and hostility. If these children could rely on their own strength to return to the Dragon Transformation Island and pass a trial, they would be able to obtain recognition and become the young master of the Dragon Transformation Island. From then on, they would enjoy wealth and glory. If they died on the sea, it meant that these children were not worthy of being Gaitancha's children. He had many to choose from anyway. It was said that the contents of the trial were to enter the Dragon Tomb and awaken their bloodline. The key was that they could bring helpers into the Dragon Tomb trial. Jiang Li aimed for this opportunity. According to the information that Sasha knew, there were currently more than 300 illegitimate children who were known to be wandering outside. This was what she knew. There were probably more illegitimate children scattered around. Most of them did not have cultivation when they went out to sea. If they were lucky, their father could prepare a large ship and a few crew members for them. If they were unlucky, they might only be on a wooden plank. The princess captain on this ship was the most suitable candidate after he and Sasha carefully deliberated. Jianmo was a princess in name, but she had been treated coldly since she was young. Fortunately, that king was also afraid of exposing his family's dirty deeds. Others did not know Jianmo's true identity, so he was not bullied. There was also a Foundation establishment cultivator, General Yu, who had loved her since she was young. When she was young, she happened to save Elder Zhao, a Foundation establishment cultivator, and obtained his loyalty. Her mother could not take it anymore. She lived in the cold palace all year round and was sick from worry. She was about to die soon. Jianmo was also filial and wanted to save her mother. She had heard that there was a black pear in this sea that could cure all illnesses. She took the ship that her father in name had prepared for her long ago, brought her personal maids, the general who adored her, and Elder Zhao, who was her trump card, here. However, the supplies on the ship were privately provided by that general. They sailed cautiously and strictly according to the sea map. Only then did they encounter Jiang Li, who had been waiting here since the beginning. The beautiful and downtrodden princess, the heroic young general, finally getting married after experiencing hardships. What a cheesy story. Jiang Li lay on the hard wooden board with an inexplicable expression in his eyes. As his cultivation level increased, he had really not seen such a team formed by low-level cultivators and mortal martial artists for a long time. However, other than that elder, the general and maidservant also seemed to have some obscure spiritual chi fluctuations on their bodies. Among them were probably cultivators sent by Gaitanchu to protect his bloodline. Indeed, he should be more cautious. 2 days later, the ship arrived at the designated location. The clam containing the pearl did not like to live in the deep sea. The depth of the water here was still acceptable to mortals. The ship lowered its anchor. They had lived by the sea since young and were all good at maneuvering in the water. They took off their armor and jumped into the water nimbly. Jiang Li, who had already woken up, stood on the deck and was watching them work in the water. "Sir, are you feeling better?" The young female captain, Jianmo, walked to Jiang Li's side and asked with concern. She handed him a cup of hot tea. In the tea were a few dried fruits. On a long-term sea journey, it was naturally impossible to preserve fresh fruits and vegetables. Only she had the qualifications to enjoy this tea on the ship. Now that she took the initiative to bring it to Jiang Li, the intention to curry favor was obvious. Elder Zhao, who was at the Foundation establishment realm, had stayed by her side to repay her for saving her life. After tasting the benefits, Jianmo naturally placed her attention on Jiang Li. However, Jiang Li felt that that old man simply lost the drive to continue exploring the cultivation world and found a random place to live. "It's still a little troublesome. Thank you for saving me, Mississippi. These spirit pills can extend one's lifespan. Consider it my thank you gift." Jiang Li did not take the cup. Instead, he took out a small porcelain bottle. "No, sir, you're too polite. Everyone has their own difficulties when earning a living on the sea. Giving assistance when possible is the rule of the ship. Moreover, sir, we've already taken your goods on the ship, so how can I accept your spirit pills? Your ship has been destroyed? I wonder if you have any plans after you recover." The young female captain started to beat around the bush. Clearly, she wanted Jiang Li to join them. This was also in line with Jiang Li's request. However, he was not in a hurry. He maintained the image of mourning for his companions on the ship and returned to the cabin after rejecting the invitation. When the bloodline descendant returned to the Dragon Transformation Island, he believed that they would undergo a check no matter what. There was a chance that the 9 Netherwood spiritual root seed would be discovered. Jiang Li did not intend to take this risk. If he wanted to obtain the trust of a mortal who had no one to rely on, then it would not be too difficult as long as he put on an act. He was waiting for an opportunity to help him. This opportunity was not far away. In this dangerous sea, he did not even need to take the initiative to create danger. He had long discovered that not far from this shallow sea, there was a group of ghost-faced crabs. As long as they smelled blood, they would swarm over. Today, he sensed that Princess Jianmo was having her menses. In the afternoon, the maid-servant, Xiaolian, washed the princess' menstrual belt and wiped her sweat. A bucket of dirty blood poured down the edge of the ship. Chapter 411 Heart of Gold. The maid-servant poured the blood into the sea, and a faint smell of blood spread out. Under the distant sea, a palm-sized oval white stone moved. A few patterns appeared on the surface of the rock. Following the patterns, the rock gradually unfolded 2 pincers and 8 legs, turning into a white crab. Then, all the rocks in the sea began to tremble. More and more crabs recovered their original forms. Under the guidance of the bloody smell, they began to swim towards the direction of the blood like waves. From the front, they looked like a group of crabs, but if one turned them over, they would discover that there was a ghost-like face in their stomachs. When they approached their prey, the ghost face would open its mouth and bite the flesh with the fangs inside. It was naturally nothing if there were few of them, but once such creatures reached a scale, they would become extremely terrifying. Not long after, beside the wooden ship that was salvaging the shell, the water surface was still slightly murky, but the people on the ship gradually sensed that something was wrong. "Hey, don't you think they've been holding their breath for too long? They might be competing. These old fellows are the most dishonest." "Xiaoan, go down and see what's going on. Tell them to stop playing." These soldiers were all elites among elites. All of them were martial artists and more than half of them had internal force. Although it could not be compared to cultivation, it could still make them much stronger than ordinary people. It was not difficult for internal experts who were good at water to stay underwater for 15 minutes. However, this dive was a little too long. The general called a resting martial artist to go down and see the situation. The young man called Xian was also very obedient. He took off his shirt and plunged into the sea. Time passed bit by bit. Another few minutes passed, but there was still no movement on the water surface. Everyone's uneasiness began to spread. The soldiers who were cracking clams to find the black pearl on the deck also ran to the window and looked down. After another few minutes, a hand suddenly stretched out of the water. However, Xian splashed the water a few times and sank weakly. A rope flew out in time and wrapped around Xiaoan's wrist. Everyone pulled the rope together and quickly pulled him back to the shore. When this young man was dragged out of the water, all the surrounding soldiers could not help but gasp at the scene before their eyes. The flesh on the lower half of Xiaoan's body was blurry. Pale bones were even visible in many places. Most of the flesh had been eaten by unknown creatures. Before they could mourn for their companions, they discovered that the surrounding sea began to tremble violently, and a stream of blood surged up from below. Then, a jarring sound came from the bottom of the ship. A large number of sharp objects were destroying their ship. Before anyone could react, the ship shook and slowly sank. Their experience told them a terrible truth. The bottom of the ship had leaked, a huge leak. A few more screams came from the cabin below the deck. The few soldiers and crew members who were arranging supplies below had clearly been killed. "Everyone, protect the princess. Bring people down to the bottom to repair the ship. If the ship sinks, all of us will die." "What's that? First mate, something is coming our way." "Ghost-faced crabs." "Those are ghost-faced crabs. It was not only the bottom of the ship that was affected. White crabs began to crawl all over the sides of the ship. The carapace of these crabs was extremely hard. Ordinary swords were unable to injure them at all. They attacked everyone they saw and could eat a living person alive in less than 20 breaths. Only General Yu had a bit of chi refinement cultivation. Although the weapon in his hand was not an artifact, it was still forged from low-end materials of the cultivation world. With the incomplete sword technique of a cultivator, he could kill ghost-faced crabs one after another. However, compared to the number of crabs, the effect was insignificant. The commotion outside finally alerted Jiang Mo, Elder Zhao, and the others in the cabin. Damn it. How did we provoke such monsters? Retreat. Everyone, retreat. Elder Zhao's intact right leg kicked off the deck and jumped into the air. He took out a bottle of powder and used his spiritual chi to activate it before slapping his palm at the large number of ghost-faced crabs at the bow. The powder scattered and immediately turned into a piece of coral, imprisoning the crabs on the spot. However, before he could heave a sigh of relief, more crabs crawled towards them on the coral. The cabin door behind him was also easily chewed into pieces like tofu. Another large number of white crabs surged out of the cabin. The few crew members closest to him were directly covered in crabs and died amidst screams. Princess, I've already returned the favor of saving my life after all these years. See you again. With that said, he used a light movement technique to jump more than 100 feet and landed on the paper boat. This scene stunned Jiang Li, who was in the cabin. That Elder Zhao had actually fled because of these few crabs. Only the dozen soldiers and the princess who were desperately resisting the ghost-faced crabs were left. Moreover, he was a Foundation establishment cultivator after all. Why did he not even have a decent flying artifact? Wasn't it a little too much to only have a paper ship? This was also Jiang Li's mistake. When he had just stepped into the cultivation world, he joined the scripture storage valley. After becoming an inner sect disciple, he had never experienced such hardships again. However, in fact, it was quite difficult for ordinary rogue cultivators to obtain an artifact. Even when he had just entered the sect, he had also used unranked chains for a period of time. Most of the low-level cultivators in the cultivation world could very likely only use these things in their lives. However, after he took over, the Great Mountain Alliance had obtained a large number of spirit stones and supplies several times. Now, as long as they chose to join the Great Mountain Alliance, even the lowest-level cultivators would live comfortably. Everyone had medicinal pills to eat and artifacts to use. Compared to other places, it was already too fortunate. Putting aside these sighs, it was time for him to save the situation. On the deck, General Li's right arm had been bitten by the ghost-faced crab. A piece of flesh was missing, and he could only use his left hand to hold the sword. The seawater that surged up had already passed their knees, preventing them from seeing the exact location of the crabs. The situation became even more precarious. A group of ghost-faced crabs gathered together, turning into a white wave that surged towards them. It was as if they were going to eat the remaining people into bones in the next moment. At this moment, a green light arrived first, bypassing them and destroying the crab tide. Who was holding a green vine, walked out from behind. His brows were furrowed and his face was pale, as if using his spiritual chi had aggravated his injuries again. Sir Li Jiang. When the remaining few people saw Jiang Li attack, they immediately reignited their hope and shouted out the name that Jiang Li had casually fabricated for them. Jiang Li did not disappoint. He muttered something as spiritual light erupted from his hand. A talisman slapped the ship, and the wooden ship that was about to completely sink into the water actually started to float again. A large amount of seawater was poured out, revealing white crabs crawling all over the ship. Did not stop. He lashed out the vine whip again and again, sweeping away all the ghost-faced crabs on the ship. To Jiang Li, their so-called sturdy carapace was not any tougher than an eggshell. They completely turned into crab paste in the air. Then, the power of a talisman allowed the entire wooden ship to float away from the sea filled with countless ghost-faced crabs. After losing their target, the remaining ghost-faced crabs were immediately attracted by a paper ship on the other side. They turned into a white wave and chased after Elder Zhao, the Foundation establishment cultivator who had left the cultivation world for more than 10 years, died under the waves of the ghost-faced crabs. On the deck, the talisman stuck to the ship seemed to be unable to withstand the weight of the ship and had already begun to burn. Looked like he was controlling the wooden ship with extreme difficulty. He flew all the way to a small island not far away and finally landed on the white beach. Finally out of danger. There were only 7 survivors left: Jian Mo, the maidservant Xiao Lian, General Yu, and 4 soldiers. They stood up from the deck in a daze. Before they could rejoice at having survived the calamity, they discovered that Sir Li Jiang, who had just displayed his might, was meditating on the spot with a pale face. Oh no! Before Sir's injuries recovered, he forcefully used his spiritual qi, causing his injuries to relapse. Sir, we can't repay your kindness. Don't approach. Don't disturb, sir. We have medicine and clean cloths in the cabin. Xiao Lian, go find them and treat the general and soldiers first. After dealing with the injuries, we will work hard to deal with the corpses on the ship first in case the ghost-faced crabs come again. The few people who had survived the calamity did not dare to relax. After hurriedly treating their wounds, they began to clean the corpses on the ship. They should have known that the crabs would come ashore. If those crabs discovered them, 10 lives would not be enough. At this moment, a soldier discovered that Xiaoan, who had jumped into the water earlier, was holding a clamshell the size of an adult's head. He took out the dagger on his body and stabbed it into the gap of the shell. After skillfully cutting the muscles, he opened the huge shell. Immediately, a dark light entered his eyes. Princess, first mate, Black Pearl. We found the Black Pearl. The soldier excitedly dug out a round and pure black pearl from the shell. The others immediately came over when they heard this, their faces filled with excitement. Wasn't this the purpose of their voyage? Such a huge black pearl needs at least 300 years to reach such a quality. How unfortunate. If only we could find it earlier. After obtaining the treasure they yearned for, their expressions dimmed when they recalled their current situation. So what if they found the Black Pearl? Now that their ship was destroyed and only 7 people were left, how could they send this pearl back? Looking at the Black Pearl in her hand and then at Sir Li Jiang who was meditating in the middle of the deck, Jian Mo made a difficult decision. At night, the heavily injured Li Jiang finally woke up from his meditation. However, as soon as he moved, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He collapsed to the ground and could not stand up. His condition still looked extremely terrible. Sir Li Jiang, how are you? Jiang Li displayed a weak appearance with great difficulty, shaking his head with a bitter smile. If I'm not injured, those things can be killed with a flip of my hand. Unfortunately, I was heavily injured in the storm. Now that I forcefully mobilized my spiritual qi and injured my inner foundation, I'm afraid I can't make it anymore. Everyone revealed sorrowful expressions when they heard this because if Jiang Li fell here, all of them would be finished. Not to mention sending the pearl back, it was a huge problem if they could see the sun tomorrow. At this moment, the illegitimate princess, Jian Mo, held the black pearl in her hand and handed it to Jiang Li respectfully. Sir Li Jiang, can this black pearl help you heal your injuries? Jiang Li looked at the pearl that he had stuffed into the shell himself and showed a look of surprise. This is a 300-year-old black pearl. The black pearl is a sacred healing item. It can indeed be very helpful to me now. But, isn't this something to save your mother? If you give it to me, what will happen to your mother? Moreover, each area can only produce 1 black pearl at the same time. If you give it to me, you might not be able to find a second one. When she heard Jiang Li, Jian Mo's expression dimmed, but in the end, she made her decision. Sir Li Jiang saved our lives. You could have left on your own. In order to save us, it caused the injuries to relapse. How can I still save this pearl and ignore your injuries? Moreover, if you can't recover from your injuries, we won't have the ability to return alive. Please don't decline. After saying that, she stubbornly handed the pearl to Jiang Li. The reason why Jian Mo had decided to give the black pearl to Jiang Li to heal was definitely because of the second reason. However, Jiang Li still hid a touched expression on his face. Miss Jian Mo, you have a heart of gold. Don't worry, I possess medicinal skills. When my injuries are stable, I'll accompany you to visit your mother and treat her personally. Hearing Jiang Li's guarantee, hope flickered in Jian Mo's eyes. With such an immortal master taking action, why would she worry about her mother's illness being incurable? She immediately knelt down and kowtowed deeply to Jiang Li. Chapter 412 Life Recovery Medicine. Chapter 412 Life Recovery Medicine. The 300-year-old black pearl naturally could not have been salvaged from the water by luck. It was one of the items in Captain Sasha's collection. As for this shallow sea, even if there was a black pearl, it would only be 30 to 50 years old. The reason why he deliberately did this was partly to find a reason for him to join Jian Mo in the future. On the other hand, he wanted Jian Mo to offer him something. Trust was not something that came out of nowhere. Just like falling in love, unilateral sacrifices were useless. Only when both sides offered benefits would their relationship gradually deepen. As for this 300-year-old black pearl, it actually only brought him a negligible buff. He could not sense it at all. After praising the other party, Jiang Li began to pretend to heal his injuries. He recuperated for the entire night. He did not waste any time and was cultivating a new power that he had grasped. A faint layer of light began to emit from Jiang Li's body. It did not look conspicuous, but in the area enveloped by the light, there were some miraculous changes. On the island on the summer night, a group of insects were attracted by the smell of blood on everyone's wounds and continuously danced around them. The 7 survivors were disturbed. Only Jiang Li seemed to be unaware. He had many statuses on him, so the mosquitoes naturally could not smell him. However, in order to cultivate, he deliberately placed a simple bottle of medicine beside him that could attract mosquitoes. The insects were attracted by the medicine and surrounded him. But every time they approached the halo around Jiang Li, they would strangely turn back from the opposite direction and repeatedly be unable to approach. This layer of light came from the inverted domain of the 9 netherwood in the graveyard. It was a powerful divine art that was born from imitating the mystical rules of the Bakian mountain and based on the 9 nether Tao scripture. Relying on this divine art, the 9 netherwood in the graveyard could even escape with his life against an earth immortal. It was even more successful when fighting against people of the same level. Logically speaking, divine arts were based on the rules of heaven and earth. Typically, only after reaching the soul formation realm and breaking out of the cage that was the human body with the essence soul could one see the tip of the iceberg of the mysteries of the world. Barely reaching the lowest standard of learning and comprehending divine arts. However, Jiang Li was different. He cultivated the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, and his soul was far stronger than a nascent soul cultivator in all aspects. Apart from not producing a qualitative change in his essence soul, he was already infinitely close to the soul formation realm. Most importantly, he had medium-grade merit blessing. The barrier of the mysteries of heaven and earth was far more fragile to him. This gave him the basic conditions to comprehend the technique. Coupled with the fact that the core of the 9 netherwood in the graveyard was attached to him, he was taught step by step. He could also directly read all the memories of the clone and imitate it bit by bit. Under such generous conditions, it had not been long since Jiang Li's cultivation of this inverted domain had begun to take effect. This divine art was the main reason why Jiang Li was unwilling to kill the 9 netherwood in the graveyard and wanted to use a precious parallel mind to transform it into a clone. However, if he did not rely on the power of the 9 netherwood in the graveyard, the reversal power that Jiang Li displayed on his own was only a thin layer, and it was far from being a domain. After a night of cultivation, Jiang Li opened his eyes under the expectant gazes of the other 7 people. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air that was like a tornado or a violent wind, blowing the waves in front of him back by 300 feet. Revealing a large amount of muddy seabed that could not recover for a long time. Such might shock these few ignorant mortals to the extreme. To have such an effect in one breath. What level had this Sir Li Jiang reached before he was injured? Sir Li Jiang, have your injuries recovered? Jian Mo could not wait to ask. Jiang Li smiled and gave them a reassuring look. I've already recovered a little and can use 50% of my strength. This is all thanks to Miss Jianmo's black pearl. There's no time to lose. Tell me the location of your country. Well, go back and treat Miss Jianmo's mother now. Sir Li Jiang, won't this be too forceful? The 7 of them were still slightly worried. Jiang Li was still in that heavily injured state last night. If he was injured again, there would be no second black pearl to treat his injuries. It's fine. I'll just be flying on my artifact. It's fine. As he spoke, Jiang Li took out a small boat the size of a peach core from the coffin. After infusing spiritual qi into it, the small ship quickly enlarged and turned into an exquisite airship. On it were exquisitely carved figures. On a closer look, they were hundreds of humanoid wood demons with wooden patterns on their surfaces working on the ship. There was clearly no living person, but it looked very lively. This was a flying ship made of the peach core of the Mu family's ancestor, the immortal peach. It could be large or small and could fly or cross seas. The quality was not bad, but the speed of an ordinary flying ship was a little useless to Jiang Li, so he had never had the chance to use it. This time, he wanted to bring a few mortals with him. After the few of them were shocked by Jiang Li's divine methods again, they boarded the ship. The peach core flying ship left the ground and headed towards Jianmo's foster father's kingdom. As long as the flying ships of the cultivation world maintained a certain height, they could largely prevent the attacks of the sea beasts. However, once they encountered a storm on the sea, they were still blind. Without an outstanding navigator on the ship, it was very easy to encounter a dangerous situation. However, water could not flood the Dragon King's temple. Jiang Li was a pure-blooded dragon after all. The storm on the sea could not affect him at all. Even if the flying ship he rode was not immune to storms like his main body, he could not rely on his own strength to forcefully stop and stir up a destructive storm that was comparable to the might of nature. However, it was very simple to predict when a storm would appear. They flew along a nearly straight path, avoiding a few sea storms along the way. In less than a day, they crossed the distance that these mortals had sailed for more than half a year and returned to the coastal kingdom. Mother, I'm back. The flying ship landed in the not-so-luxurious palace. Jianmo could not wait to rush into a room in the cold palace. However, what she saw inside was not her mother, but a pair of guards and palace maids who were secretly having fun. Bastard, who let you in? The guard panicked at first, but after he noticed that it was only Princess Jianmo whose status was inferior to the servants, he started to curse. So it's Princess Jianmo. Since here, why don't you join us? Not only was he disrespectful, he even stepped forward boldly. Clearly, he wanted to taste this princess. It was not until a stream of light flashed past that the dishonest arm immediately fell to the ground. Where's Consort Jian? Ignoring the guards rolling on the ground and wailing, Jianmo asked the disheveled palace maid coldly. After you left, there was a plague in the city. Consort Jian was infected and was dragged to the living dead room 7 days ago. The palace maid's stammering words made Princess Jianmo's expression change drastically. What? How dare you? Jianmo's tears instantly flowed. As the name suggested, the living dead room was the place where a person waited to die. The medical resources in this kingdom were very scarce. Even in the palace, those servants were not qualified to receive treatment. Moreover, it was a dangerous plague. If the medical officials wanted to guarantee the safety of the royal family, it was natural. Once these servants and people from the cold palace fell ill, they would be swept up by the straw mat and dragged to the room, leaving only 3 steamed buns and a jar of water. Surviving was good fortune, while death was common. In such a harsh environment, fewer than an enton people could come out. In any case, Jianmo had already gone to the sea, and the Dragon Transformation Island would no longer care about their lives. Consort Jian had also died from the plague, so they were not deliberately making things difficult for her. They immediately rushed towards the living room and kicked open the loose door. A putrid smell that was even stronger than that of a village's latrine surged out. In this living room, there were no less than 200 straw mats piled up. Some of the patients were still struggling at death's door, and most of them were already silent. The corpses continuously emitted a disgusting smell. After all, this was a house filled with epidemic patients. No one dared to work here. It seemed that no one had come to this living dead room to move the corpses for a few days. The mortal world was filled with disasters. In such a short period of time, the ghost-faced crabs and the plague had caused Jiang Li to suspect that he had done something behind the scenes. However, to be honest, he had not done anything bad since he met Jian Mo. Moreover, with the merit blessing, he should be a lucky star. How could he be unlucky wherever he went? Mother, wake up. Mother, why didn't you wait for me to come back? In the grass mats on the ground, Jian Mo finally found her mother. Unfortunately, her aura was gone, and her soul had left her body. She was already dead. Jiang Li also went forward to take a look. The corpse had yet to completely cool down, and it should not have been long since she died. Fate truly toyed with humans. They were really only a few hours late. Jiang Li thought for a moment before he circulated a strand of 9 nether spiritual chi and surged it into his eyes. Immediately, he saw over 100 wandering souls in this room. These souls were wrapped in wisps of black chi, indicating that they were souls that had died of illness. If they did not dissipate after 7 days and were nourished by the yin chi, they would become plague ghosts that could spread the disease. With a glance, he quickly found Jian Mo's mother. She was indeed dead, but she had just died and was not truly gone yet. Miss Jian Mo, your mother can still be saved, Jiang Li said hesitantly. Really? Sir Li Jiang, can you really save my mother? If you can save my mother, you'll do anything. When Jian Mo, who was sobbing in pain, heard this, she placed all her hopes on Sir Li Jiang. Jiang Li waved his hand to calm her down. He took out a black talisman from his bosom and absorbed the soul of the other party's mother into the talisman paper before returning it to her corpse. Coupled with the forced activation of the heart meridians by the 9 nether spiritual chi, the chest of the corpse that had been dead for more than 4 hours rose and fell again. It was very easy for him to do this. Is my mother alive? I am willing to do anything for Sir Li Jiang. Jian Mo immediately kowtowed again, but Jiang Li reached out and stopped her. I don't deserve this. I only sent Consort Jian's soul back into her body. However, Consort Jian is already dead after all. Her lifespan has run out. I can't really revive her. In fact, I can only maintain this state for 7 days. A treasure that can resurrect people is far beyond even the Black Pearl from before. Typically, only those large cultivation sects will have it. It's too difficult to find such a treasure in 7 days. Jiang Li expressed that he was helpless. However, his words reminded Jian Mo. Now, there was only one thing on her mind. If she found a large faction to help in 7 days, she could save her mother. Jian Mo originally did not want to accept her background. That background had made her and her mother suffer for their entire lives. However, for her mother's sake, she had to fight for it no matter what. Sir Li Jiang, if we obtain such a treasure in 7 days, can my mother still be saved? Jian Mo wanted to confirm this fact again. That's right. I can use the talisman paper to stabilize Consort Jian's soul. As long as I find the medicine to extend her lifespan, I can revive her. However, lifespan extension medicines are extremely precious and hard to find in the world. In 7 days, even if the body doesn't decay, the soul will transform into a ghost. Ghosts are formed from humans, but they are no longer humans. At that time, we will really be helpless. Jiang Li did not lie to her. In a sense, people who died within 7 days were not really dead. There was still a chance of saving them after paying a certain price. For example, an immortal peach spiritual fruit or a 9 nether earth fruit. Sir Li Jiang, can I ask you for a favor? Jian Mo knelt down again. This time, no matter how Jiang Li helped her up, she was unwilling to get up. Sir, please bring Jian Mo to the Dragon Transformation Island to seek help. My full name is actually Gai Jian Mo. I'm the illegitimate daughter of the Dragon Transformation Island's master, Gai Tanchu. If I can return to the Dragon Transformation Island and save my mother, I am willing to serve you as a servant for the rest of my life. Jian Mo told them about her background. The few people beside her revealed shocked expressions. However, they immediately understood why this princess and that concubine would suffer such treatment. Thus, everything made sense. Gaitanch's daughter, forget it. It seems that everything was predestined when you saved me from the sea, Miss Jianmo. I'll agree to help you. Gai Jianmo finally saw her last hope. The flying ship set off again, targeting the Dragon Transformation Island. On the other side, Sasha, who had already returned to Dragon Transformation Island, dragged a middle-aged pirate who looked like a dead dog out of a dilapidated and sinking island. From today onwards, I, Sasha, am the captain of the Second Fleet. Sasha glanced coldly at the large number of surrounding pirates. Those spineless fellows immediately lowered their heads. Some people went forward in a flattering manner and eagerly expressed their loyalty. After eating a 9 nether earth fruit and losing her freedom, what she gained was equivalent to the cultivation of an entire soul formation cultivator. After her strength increased, she immediately challenged the captain of the original Second Fleet and replaced him. The Second Fleet controlled the guards and patrolling groups of many key locations in the Dragon Transformation Island. In a few days, it would come in handy. Chapter 413 Skull Palace. Chapter 413 Skull Palace. In order to reach the Dragon Transformation Island in 7 days, this time, they did not bring anyone else with them. Only Jiang Li and Jian Mo, together with the coffin containing her mother, set off by riding a flying sword. After they left, the maidservant, Xiao Lian, who had been following Jian Mo, suddenly seemed to have become a different person. The originally helpless expression instantly disappeared, becoming arrogant and cold. With a wave of her hand, a wave of water slashed across. General Yu and the other surviving soldiers were all cut to death at the waist. Behind them, the king and the others who had rushed over after hearing that a flying ship had descended were also casually killed by Xiao Lian. She had been acting as a maidservant here and had suffered quite a bit of anger from these mortals. Now, it was time to end their karmic relationship. Where did this Li Jiang come from? She looked in the direction where the sword light disappeared and was a little uncertain about what this powerful cultivator who had suddenly appeared was doing. The mighty figure who met with calamity was saved by the kind princess and was subdued by the precious heart of the young girl. He helped her embark on a journey to find her parents and ask about medicine before finally living happily ever after. These things had all happened in front of her, so it seemed reasonable. However, shouldn't this only happen in stories? However, if one were to say that Sir Li Jiang had ulterior motives, how could he have any motives towards Jian Mo who had basically nothing? Even a personal maidservant like her was not given special protection. How could such an expert be so easily moved? Could it be that an illegitimate daughter really had such good fortune? The maidservant, Xiao Lian, jumped into the water and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, in the land of storms, Jiang Li stepped on the wooden flying sword and brought Gai Jianmo over. He looked at the violent wind that could be seen with the naked eye and stopped moving forward. This was the place where the Dragon Transformation Island was located. The land of storms. The violent wind that connected the sky to the sea could easily blow humans to death. There were also a large number of tornadoes that could be born at any time. It was even more dangerous than the flowing sand river. It was a dangerous place that even soul formation cultivators did not dare to say they could pass through. This was also the reason why the Dragon Transformation Island had always been arrogant. With such a natural barrier, they could resist most enemies for them. Jiang Li had transformed into a black dragon, so it was probably not a problem to go over. However, Jian Mo's body was mortal, so he had to think of a way to bring her over. It was not convenient to expose the Yin burial coffin. The peach core flying ship could not shrink while absorbing ordinary living beings. Just as he was thinking of a solution, a stream of water suddenly shot up from below. The flying sword carried a mortal. If he dodged too quickly, the acceleration might kill her. Jiang Li could only point out with a finger. The green-black spiritual chi transformed into a wooden flying sword and collided with the water pillar. The two were in a stalemate for a moment before exploding in the air. "Who are you?" How dare you trespass into the land of storms? A ghost-like flying ship broke through the waves and surfaced from the sea. A flag unfolded and fluttered in the sea breeze. As it was this flying ship that attacked them just now. Shooting the cannon first before asking questions was really the usual style of the Dragon Transformation Island. In the violent winds of the land of storms, even the Dragon Transformation Island's ship could not sail above the sea casually. However, under the sea, there was a specific safe and fast route. However, the route was strange and varied. Moreover, it was firmly grasped by the cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Island, so it was extremely difficult for outsiders to pass through. Sir Li Jiang, this is what my mother handed me before we went out to sea. It should be left behind by my father. Gai Jianmo were also shocked when she saw the large ship that suddenly appeared below. She hurriedly pulled at her collar and took out a pendant. It was a white shell tied with a red string. It looked no different from the ordinary shells on the beach. Jiang Li took the shell and injected spiritual qi into it. A ray of light immediately emitted from the shell and projected into the air, forming a pattern. It was the symbol of the Dragon Transformation Island. Sure enough, this was a token left behind by Gai Tanqiu. This is the daughter of Dragon Head Gai. Your young Miss has returned. Quickly welcome her. When the Dragon Transformation Island's ship below saw the pattern in the sky, they stopped attacking. They did not doubt the authenticity of the person's words. This was not the first time, and they were already used to it. Sometimes, one would come every few years, and sometimes, a few would come every year. If there were too many illegitimate children, they would become worthless. Compared to the other cultivation systems, the greatest advantage of the Dragon Transformation Island was that it had inherited the characteristics of the dragon race and was extremely capable. The dragons could even casually breed across species and basically reproduce with anyone. Unlike other cultivators, the stronger one was, the harder it was to reproduce. The Dragon Transformation Island had never lacked descendants. Before passing the trial, these children of Lord Dragonhead might not even be able to become actual young lords. Let's inform the captain first. The new captain Sashu is not an easy person to deal with. The pirates on the ship sent the news and quickly received the order to bring the people in. Jiang Li and Gai Jianmo landed on the deck. The pirates were also sloppy and did not show any respect. The ship began to sink, and a thin membrane of light blocked the seawater. After sinking 100 meters into the water, even Jianmo, a mortal, did not feel uncomfortable. Jiang Li looked at the sea ahead. Sure enough, it was not as safe underwater as he had imagined. All kinds of chaotic currents interweaved and flowed extremely complicatedly among the hard rocks. Once one was swept in, they would be captured by the chaotic current and smashed into the underwater reef, causing the ship to be destroyed and people to die. It would not be easy to find a safe route. At this moment, a spiritual light shot out from the ship. Then, in the water ahead of the ship, a few rocks emitted light. The faint power controlled the undercurrent to change, forming a long and narrow water dragon. This water dragon was very stable. Instead, it blocked the invasion of other undercurrents and formed a stable and safer passage. Jiang Li's eyes lit up. So it turned out that he could rely on ray formations to do this. The earth vein power in the sea was weak, but he could still see faint spiritual light flowing on some of the other hidden rocks. The Dragon Transformation Island even used brilliant methods to set up a backdoor on these reefs. Even if our top seafaring master figured out the exact direction of these undercurrents, as long as the Dragon Transformation Island slightly exerted an influence, the current would completely go berserk. At that time, it would be equivalent to him entering a large meat grinder. He could try to learn this method. The ship followed the tornado passageway and passed through the outer area of the storm. When it surfaced again, they had already crossed the violent hurricane region. He looked at the wind wall that was only a few thousand feet behind him and then at the sea beside the ship. Inside the wind wall, even the waves had disappeared. Who would have thought that the interior of the storm would be so calm and sunny? In front of them, a huge island appeared. Is that the Dragon Transformation Island? Gai Jianmo was shocked. to the point of almost losing her voice. Even Jiang Li clicked his tongue in wonder at the scene before him. Under the sunlight, the entire island emitted a resplendent golden light. It was not an illusion reflecting light, but a true golden treasure. Before the Dragon Transformation Island became a cultivation faction, it was a gathering place for a large number of pirates. The wealth accumulated was simply countless. After the spiritual chi recovery, the Dragon Transformation Island unified all the pirates, and these mortal treasures were gathered together. However, at this moment, no one cared about these things anymore. The first Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head ordered the ground to be decorated with gold and jade. However, this was not the reason for Jiang Li's surprise. What surprised him was that there was actually a huge skull that was like a mountain placed on the highest mountain in the center of the island. The skull was twice the size of the wind protection giant's head. Just looking at it was shocking. Looking at the two of them, the Dragon Transformation Island's cultivators revealed a look of disdain. HMPH, that's the head of the Eastern Seas Sea Giant King. It's Lord Dragonhead's palace now. The Sea Giant was a relatively powerful branch of the current sea race. He did not expect that the head of their king would be cut off and hung here as loot. The strength of the giants should be related to their size. Jiang Li had once faced a two-headed sea giant. The talent of the sea giant race was inferior to the wind protection clan. However, to be able to reach such a size, its strength was probably above that giant from the Great Mountain region. As they got closer and closer, they could already clearly feel the intense pressure coming from the sea giant's skull. This dead king had most likely crossed that level. To be able to kill such a sea giant, it seemed that Gaitanchus' strength was definitely not weak even among Earth immortals. Jiang Li really had to deal with him carefully. If they were really on the other party's home ground, they would definitely not be able to defeat that person. It would be a huge problem to escape. The ship approached the shore. There was no enthusiastic welcoming ceremony. There was only a hunched old woman waiting for them. It was exactly what Jiang Li wanted to see. This must be Miss Jian Mo. Please follow me. After receiving such simple treatment, Jiang Li could clearly see a wisp of disappointment on Jian Mo's face. This identity had brought her 20 years of suffering. And that pirate was also the culprit who had caused his mother's life of suffering. However, when this person had overwhelming power and could use gold to cover the mountains and order countless powerful cultivators, Gai Jianmo, who was still mortal, could not help but look forward to it. In fact, she had already imagined the scene of father and daughter reuniting countless times in her mind. Now that her hopes had been dashed, she would naturally be a little disappointed. Miss Jianmo, stay in the west room in this small courtyard first. This follower can stay in the guest room at the back. All food and drinks will be delivered by servants. Please don't wander around. Many adults on the island have bad tempers. It won't be good if you're injured. After the old woman brought him over, she instructed him before turning around to leave. The last sentence reminded them not to be arrogant because of the status of the Dragonhead's child. They were already here. It would be a pity to die in the hands of a drunken pirate. Granny, please wait a moment. I want to see Dragonhead Guy. My mother doesn't have much time left. I only seek life-saving medicine. As long as we can save mother and wake her up, well, leave immediately. Jianmo was anxious and hurriedly went forward to pull the old woman back while calling out for Dragonhead Guy. Her mother had been dead for 3 days now. The longer they dragged it on, the harder it would be to save her. However, the situation on the Dragon Transformation Island was not what she had imagined. Miss, there's no need to be anxious. Young masters, you will meet you tomorrow. That lord will arrange a trial for you. As long as you pass the trial and become the young miss, the medicinal pills on the island will naturally be given to you. The old woman patted the back of Jianmo's hand and kindly comforted her. Then, she did not say anything else and staggered away. From the old woman's words, Jianmo also understood that she was still not recognized as the young miss. She would only obtain the rights of the young miss after passing a certain trial. Jiang Li had known about this since the beginning. But Jianmo was clearly not mentally prepared. Trial? She, a mortal, could barely kill a chicken. What trial could she pass? Hey, it's really fate. I didn't expect another sister to come today. As soon as the old woman left, the door of the main room and the east room was pushed open from inside. Clearly, someone had heard their conversation. Two young men and women walked out of the east room, and in the main room, a burly man who looked to be more than 50 years old walked out. It was the burly man who spoke. From what he said, they were arranged to be in the same small courtyard. In that case, it was very likely that they were both the illegitimate children of Gaitanchu. The young man and woman looked similar. They seemed to be twins. As for that burly man, he looked a little old. From his appearance, he might be even older than his father. However, with Gaitanchu's age, it was possible for his children to be thousands of years younger. What was relatively special was that Jiang Li felt a considerable spiritual chi fluctuation on the burly man's body, and it was roughly at the level of the void core. No wonder he looked so arrogant. Among the few heirs, this burly man's strength was already not bad. The children of Earth immortal experts had no inferior spiritual root talent. This person was only at the void core realm in his 50s. It was probably because he lacked cultivation resources. My dear sister, you came at the right time. Tomorrow, we will enter the inheritance trial. If the four of us work together, we will definitely win. Don't worry, I have a void core cultivation base. I can definitely ensure your safety. He approached Jianmo and sized her up. Clearly, he had ill intentions. 1,000 miles away, in the mechanism city at the front line of the Great Mountain Alliance, Jiang Li's sword cultivator clone came out of seclusion and passed through a secret passage that only the hidden rock cultivators knew about. Arriving at a newly opened underground salty water lake, there was a small merman tribe here. Seeing this person, a merman with a crown on his head surfaced and swam to the clone. Namur, do you know the current situation of the sea giant? Chapter 414 Thin Spiritual Chi. Chapter 414 Thin Spiritual Chi. Sea Giant. There are currently 9 main tribes in the eastern region's coastal sea. The merman race that Jiang Li had saved from the armored trolls had been living quite comfortably recently, living below the mechanism city. As long as they were responsible for driving away the sea beasts that surged over, they could enjoy the best treatment of resources. There was no need to fight directly. More than 20 translucent merman eggs had been made recently. With their help, the state of the mechanism city was quite good recently. Without the sea beasts that were controlled, the pressure they endured now was less than a tenth of what it was before. Every time they encountered an attack, they only needed a third of their people to maintain vigilance. Relying on the mechanisms set up in the sea and the great sea floating wood forest that Jiang Li created was enough to deal with it. From time to time, they could kill some trolls to accumulate merit. The crisis of the myriad slaughter sect had been temporarily resolved. The Great Mountain Alliance had already ushered in a good period of stable development. The merman Prince Namur, who had eaten the 9 nether earth fruit, had long become one of Jiang Li's most trusted good friends. When he heard Jiang Li's question, he immediately told him the general situation of the sea races in the eastern region. Ever since the Azure Cloud Continent's eastern seas sea giant race lost their king, they had been led by the 9 children of the original king to split into 9 large tribes. No matter which branch the giant race was from, they were all hot-tempered guys. There was not much difference in strength between the 9 tribes. All along, no one was convinced by the other and could not truly unite. Fortunately, they still had a huge grudge to avenge. They did not lack brains and fought first. A few tribes were nearby, so Namur could find them himself. With a similar strength, it meant that no giant had truly broken through to the Earth Immortal realm. There was no meaning in stopping Gaitanchu. Jiang Li was slightly hesitant, but he still let Namur go out to sea and visit the 9 sea giant tribes. The merman race that was called the Royal Family of the Sea and was once the favorite of the dragon race had a good relationship with anyone in the sea. Although the tribe of Namur was not large, it could still speak among the 9 sea giant tribes. If he could have strong reinforcements outside, Jiang Li would be able to make many more choices. On the Dragon Transformation Islands side, The burly man called himself Gai Daniu and tried to rope Jiang Li and Gai Jianmo into form something like an illegitimate child alliance. The twins had been convinced by him long ago. The younger sister did not dare to resist even if Gai Daniu touched her in front of others. If not for Jiang Li's existence, Jianmo might have given in, but now, with a slap, Gai Daniu flew back to his room. Half of his face was swollen like a pig's head. He would not wake up for a short period of time. The pirates on the island had a bad temper, and Jiang Li was not someone to be trifled with. After letting Jianmo return to his room to rest, Jiang Li walked around the golden island of the Dragon Transformation Island. Over the years, there had not been 1,000 or 800 dragon head heirs who had come to the Dragon Transformation Island, but only 2 had become legitimate. It could be seen how low the success rate of passing the trial was. He wanted to obtain some useful information in advance. He walked into a noisy tavern and had just pushed open the door when more than 20 pairs of malicious eyes landed on him. Because he was new, the owners of these gazes were evaluating his value and danger. If he was a weak sheep, a group of sharks would rush up and tear him into pieces. Jiang Li's calm eyes swept past those eyes that were spying on him, and muffled groans sounded in the tavern. There were also a few people who suddenly lay on the ground without any warning, bleeding from their 7 orifices. When they looked at each other, the chaotic will of the Azure world hidden in the depths of his eyes heavily injured their minds. After displaying his strength, the malice that was everywhere indeed weakened. "Hey, unfamiliar kid, what are you doing?" Jiang Li directly walked to the third window on the right side of the tavern. On the table, there were 4 pirates drinking the smelly fish wine in large mouthfuls. When they saw Jiang Li stand before them, they immediately drew their curved sabers and asked with displeasure, "You guys took my seat." The 4 pirates were immediately furious, and then they were grabbed by the neck by Jiang Li and thrown out of the tavern one after another. The noisy tavern was silent for a moment. It was not until a bearded man walked out from behind the counter and placed a plate of sea beast meat and a bottle of crimson wine in front of Jiang Li. Only then did the tavern become noisy again. After tearing open the sea beast meat, there was a small jade slip inside. Inside was what Sasha had given him. In the past few days, Sasha had asked the 2 young masters indirectly, but she did not obtain any useful information. However, she had already reached a cooperative relationship with one of them, and the progress was not bad. After reading the information inside, Jiang Li crushed the jade slip into powder, and then he enjoyed the dragon blood liquor of the Dragon Transformation Island. Outside the tavern, the 4 pirates that Jiang Li had thrown out did not leave. They guarded the dark corner not far away from the tavern and waited for Jiang Li to come out before swarmed over to take revenge. However, in the darkness, a few sharp blades reached out and directly wiped their necks. Next, someone quickly searched the corpse and quickly took out a small storage artifact. The figure vanished, and a moment later, the storage artifact appeared before the captain of the Second Fleet, Sasha. In the territory of such a large faction, using communication spirit stones to plot was basically equivalent to courting death. Therefore, this was the way he had agreed to communicate with Sasha. As long as Jiang Li sat at a specific location in that tavern, news would reach him. When he threw the 4 pirates out earlier, he had hidden a small thing on them. After seeing what was inside, Sasha immediately understood Jiang Li's meaning. She personally stepped forward and inserted a small flag into the keynote of the Dragon Transformation Island's array formation. After a terrible night, the 4 illegitimate children and their followers were brought to a remote dock. Then, the group of people enjoyed the sea breeze and stared at each other until late in the morning. Clearly, that shameless young master did not take them seriously at all. Damn it. What kind of lousy place is this? How dare you slight Big Brother Daniu? In my opinion, we should have run to the palace and found your father. I think that guy called Xiu is doing this on purpose. He's afraid that Big Brother will become the young master and snatch his limelight. Jiang Li did not kill him yesterday. After lying down for an entire night, Gai Daniu slowly woke up. Now, half of his face was wrapped in bandages, and he was still a little unconscious. However, A slap was not enough to make him behave. After he found out from the pair of siblings that Jiang Li had knocked him unconscious, his face was filled with determination to take revenge. Moreover, his followers actually dared to speak nonsense here. This burly man called Gai Daniu had not been a good person since he was young. After knowing his background, he did not feel any inferiority. Instead, he felt proud of it and used this surname to tyrannize others. It just so happened that his adopted father was a cowardly fellow. Due to the threat of the Dragon Transformation Island, others did not dare to really attack him. If he was killed, no one could withstand the wrath of the Dragon Transformation Island. It was this forbearance and fear that fueled his arrogance. This caused this guy to anger his adopted father to death at the age of 12. He started to bully people since he was 13. At the age of 19, he entangled a group of local ruffians and went out to sea to be a group of vile pirates. Later on, he obtained an inheritance in some ruins and started the path of cultivation and chi refinement. This fellow was quite smart. After asking around, he learned that the survival rate of illegitimate children who went to the Dragon Transformation Island was extremely low. He, who was afraid of death, had not visited for decades. He only used the name of the Dragon Transformation Island's young master to cause trouble. Many small sects wanted to kill him. However, it was a pity that this guy was really the son of the Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head. Even if they had several guts, they would not dare to attack. He was just a third-rate rogue cultivator, but he managed to do quite well in life with this status. It was not until a while ago that, because the knowledge of Gai Daniu was relatively low, he made a mistake when breaking through to the Void Core realm. He had no choice but to come to the Dragon Transformation Island to seek help. However, the pirates under him had always been arrogant. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong place this time. As the pirate spoke, he felt his neck itch. He reached out and scratched his neck. A line of blood appeared. Then, the more he scratched, the larger the bloodline became. Even when the entire head fell off his neck, he did not know how he died. Blood spurted out from his headless neck. Only Jiang Li saw a trace of it. Jiang Li suddenly stretched out his hand, and his thumb and index finger seemed to have pinched something. Buzz, a tremor sounded in the air. Something was pulled taut by the immense force. Under the refraction of the light, one could barely see an extremely thin thread. When he fought Jiang Li, the other party's figure was naturally unable to continue hiding. After a moment of stalemate, Jiang Li released his fingers. What a sharp dragon whiskers thread! The young master of the Dragon Transformation Island is indeed skilled. Jiang Li looked at a large rock in the distance. A young cultivator with mottled scales on both sides of his face was standing there. He, who had already studied information, knew that it was Gai Xiu. Earlier, when this guy heard someone speak ill of him, he made a move to kill that clown. Then, he discovered that there was a powerful aura present. Without a care, he flicked the dragon whiskers thread and slashed it towards Jiang Li. He wanted to test if Jiang Li would be killed by this move. However, he did not expect that this fellow would actually be able to so easily withstand his probing. This sister is quite fortunate to have such a powerful follower. However, the higher your cultivation is, the faster you will die. Gai Xiu stared at Jiang Li, wanting to see something from him. However, in the end, he did not discover anything and only left behind a sentence with unknown meaning. Follow me. If you survive, all your requests won't be a problem. Gai Xiu summoned a precious water beast and gestured for everyone to go up. The few of them rode on the spiritual beast and avoided the water beast as they walked in the air towards a sea area that Jiang Li had marked on the map. As the bloodline descendant of an ancient spiritual beast, the water beast's speed was very fast. Soon, it arrived at a special water area. Looking down, the water surface was colorful. It was a coral forest that had grown for tens of thousands of years under the water. Sunlight shone on the coral through the water and reflected on the water surface, creating this strange scene. In this coral forest, there were also the most commonly known dragon blood creatures. They were also the most important foundation of the Dragon Transformation Island. The height of the water beast kept decreasing as it approached the water surface. The seawater below automatically separated to two sides, forming a wide underwater tunnel. They could clearly see the huge sea beast hibernating not far away. Those who were still talking looked at them with bloodshot eyes, but they seemed to be afraid of something and did not dare to attack directly. They passed through the colorful and blue coral forest. A huge bubble appeared ahead. Gaizu took out a token and landed on the bubble. Immediately, circles of ripples appeared. Then, for some reason, he took out two high-grade spirit stones. One was thrown into the water beast's mouth, and the other was squeezed in his palm. Only then did the water beast accelerate and collide with the ripple. With a bang, it was as if they were in a different world. Jiang Li felt as if he was a fish that was suddenly pulled out of the cold water and directly thrown into the scorching hot desert at noon. The surrounding air seemed to be lacking something. He quickly reacted. It was spiritual chi. If he threw the fish into the desert, it would quickly dry up and lose all its moisture. After throwing cultivators here, they quickly lost the spiritual chi that they relied on to survive. When the spiritual chi was exhausted, they would die. This underwater island was completely different from the environment of an ordinary mystic realm. Not only did the legendary Dragon Transformation Island not have a rich spiritual chi environment, it was abnormally barren. It was so barren that even with Jiang Li's methods, he was unable to stop his spiritual chi from leaking out. His expression changed slightly. Only then did he understand why Gaizu was holding a high-grade spirit stone in his hand. It was also the reason why he said that the stronger his cultivation was, the faster he would die. Among them, Jiang Li and Gaizu were the most affected, whereas the few children who were still mortals seemed to be unaffected. Fortunately, Jiang Li was only at the Golden Core realm in essence. Although the spiritual chi and quality far exceeded cultivators of the same level, causing the speed at which spiritual chi leaked was much faster. In general, it was only about the speed at which Gaizu lost his own spiritual chi. The speed at which it leaked out was far inferior to the speed at which spiritual chi poured into his body. Apart from causing the power of his spell technique to fail greatly, it would not affect him much. As he looked at the spiritual chi that emerged from Jiang Li's body, Gaizu felt that he had determined Jiang Li's strength. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Your trial will take you from here to the center of this island. The Dragon Transformation Island's young master was just about to explain the contents of the trial to them when the bubble behind them fluctuated again. Then, before they could turn around, an arc of water blade struck them from behind. Chapter 415 Origin Blood Ancient Leech Chapter 415 Origin Blood Ancient Leech Boom. The flying water blade collided with the thick protective light. As one of the only two young masters of the Dragon Transformation Island, the protective artifact on him was naturally not bad. The water blade was weakened again in this barren spiritual chi environment. Although the spiritual light trembled violently, it still endured. This also allowed the group of mortals behind him to live. How dare you? Who dares to sneak attack me? Gaizu roared loudly. His left hand was behind his back. He grabbed a communication spirit stone and began to crazily ask for help. He could not think of anyone else who could attack him here. My stupid brother, it's useless. I've already bribed your subordinates. It's useless no matter how you ask for help. Two figures appeared above. A young man who looked very similar to Gaizu was playing with a communication spirit stone with interest. Come Mushing, it's really you. That young man was the other young master of the Dragon Transformation Island, Mushing. The communication spirit stone in his hand was constantly transmitting Gaizu's distress signal. Realizing that all the information he asked for help had been sent to his elder brother, Gaizu's thick expression turned abnormally ugly. I'm currently on a mission. May I know why here? Big brother, bringing others into the secret place is probably against the rules. Big brother, aren't you afraid of father's punishment? Gaizu did not dare to fall out with them. He tried to use their father to force the other party to stop. However, the water blade from before clearly did not have good intentions. Once brothers fought, there was no room for reconciliation. You don't have to worry about me. Father is not on the island today. He can't save you. In addition, Captain Sasha is not an outsider. After choosing a good day, I will marry her. Unfortunately, you won't be able to attend my wedding. Moreover, as long as you die, I'll be the only young master of the Dragon Transformation Island. Will father still kill me? Attack. The figure that flew beside Guy Mushing was the captain of the second fleet of the Dragon Transformation Island, Sasha. Only with this person's help could he be so confident. The two of them had unknowingly colluded and reached a plan to kill Gaizu together. They took advantage of today's entry into the forbidden area to suddenly attack. As soon as Guy Mushing finished speaking, Sasha's figure rushed over. In this space, the spatial teleportation that soul formation cultivators were good at also lost its effect. However, her speed was still so fast that no one could react. Swoosh! A flesh cult whip swept over, turning into the left hand of the seven-faced dragon eel, sweeping Gaizu into the air. More than 10 suction cups opened their mouths and sucked at the second young master. In just a few breaths, the protective spiritual light flickered a few times and completely disappeared. Sasha's current strength was considered top-notch among soul formation cultivators. She was an existence that could resist the 9 netherwood in the graveyard. How could a nascent soul cultivator deal with them with just a few artifacts? After breaking the spiritual light, Sasha did not directly kill him. However, after tearing off the storage bag on Gaizu's body and taking away the dragon whiskers line and forbidden area token on his body, she casually threw him to the side. Young Masters, you want to leave this place alive? Then, walk the path of the trial again. After all, he was the young master of the Dragon Transformation Island. If he was killed, there would definitely be a terrifying revenge mark left on her. She would definitely be punished by Dragon Head Ku after this. However, if Gaizu coveted the secret treasure of the forbidden area and entered without knowing his own limits and died inside, who could he blame? After that, she even took away the water beast that was quietly standing at the side and left the forbidden area with the token of Guy Mushing above. Only the people participating in the trial and the incompetent and furious Gaizu lying on the ground waited for death. Standing at the side and watching a huge show, Jiang Li was very satisfied with Sasha's ability to do things. In just a few days, she could actually make Guy Mushing spin around and easily agree to her plan. However, Sasha was currently the second captain of the Dragon Transformation Island. She was a true high-level figure on the island, and she was an existence that these two young masters wanted to rope in to begin with. This cooperation gave them mutual benefits, which was why they could reach a consensus so quickly. Jiang Li had spent a lot of effort to stir up these two young masters' internal conflict, so he naturally had his own plans. On the one hand, it was for the sake of secretly controlling a portion of the power of the Dragon Transformation Island and making preparations for retreat. On the other hand, these two young masters were unwilling to reveal the news of the forbidden area. He would throw one of them in and force him to undergo another trial with Jiang Li. With a former challenger leading the way, it would undoubtedly make things much more convenient for Jiang Li. Damn it, damn it, damn it. All of you deserve to die. Gaizu, who was secretly harmed by his brother, punched the bubble at the edge of the underwater island a few times. However, without the token of the forbidden area, with his strength, he could not forcefully break through this seemingly weak bubble. Looking at the high-grade spirit stone in his hand that had already dimmed greatly and had less than half of its spiritual chi, this young master only felt a sense of despair. This place had been preserved by an unknown force, creating the environment before the spiritual chi resurgence. Be it cultivators or artifacts, in this environment, spiritual chi would inevitably flow quickly. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation was, the greater the effect. Although he had successfully completed a trial back then and could pass it when he was immortal, he was no longer the same as before, and it was very likely that he would die here. Previously, he had even looked at Jiang Li as if he was looking at a dead person. He did not expect that in the blink of an eye, he would fall into the same situation. Guy Mushing, when I get out, I'll definitely kill you. After finding a target to calm himself down, this young master turned to look at the group of people he had brought in. Hey, both of you, hand over all the spirit stones on you. He was talking about Jiang Li and the burly man beside him. Only the two of them were cultivators. Gai Yue's storage treasure had been snatched away. The only remaining wealth on him was his precious clothes that had already exhausted its spiritual Gi and a high-grade spirit stone that had been used up by half. If he wanted to survive in this damned place for a while, he could only think of a way to collect as many things as possible. The burly Danius' expression darkened. He held the bulging bag at his waist and immediately wanted to escape. However, he was still caught up in an instant. He was pressed down on the ground and the bag at his waist was torn off. He did not even have a storage artifact. After tearing open the cloth bag, there were only about 100 low-grade spirit stones and a few medium-grade spirit stones inside. The poverty of this illegitimate son made young Master Yue's expression turn even uglier. There were many impurities in medium and low-grade spirit stones. In theory, they could not be absorbed directly. Otherwise, it would cause irreparable damage to the body. However, when it came to life and death, he could not care less. "Where's your bag? Hand it over quickly." He looked at Jiang Li again and directly stretched out his hand to grab him. In his eyes, Jiang Li should be a nascent soul cultivator, so he could not be so stingy. However, his hand was ruthlessly slapped back by a vine whip. As soon as the two of them made a move, they mobilized the spiritual chi in their bodies, causing the speed at which their spiritual chi flowed out to suddenly increase by several times. The spiritual chi flames on their bodies were like the aura of a Super Saiyan, visible to the naked eye. Young Masters Yu were all on the same boat now. If we attack each other, we'll die faster, right? Gai Yu had lost his signature artifact, the Dragon Whiskers thread. After colliding with Jiang Li earlier, he knew that he would definitely be unable to capture Jiang Li for a short period of time, so he could only grit his teeth and give up. Both sides closed their eyes and adjusted their breathing for a moment before suppressing the spiritual chi back into their chi sea. The flames around their bodies slowly disappeared. "Give me half of the spirit stones. Otherwise, you won't know how to get out." Since the battle was unable to obtain an outcome, Gai Yu could only choose to negotiate with Jiang Li. Jiang Li was very straightforward. In any case, he did not need these things. He took out 10 high-grade spirit stones and threw them on the ground in a bag made of black cloth. "I want the half you left behind." However, Gai Yu did not believe in Jiang Li's character. He thought that he was smart and did not want the half Jiang Li took out, but the half he left behind. Jiang Li pursed his lips, took off the temporary storage bag at his waist, and threw it over. When Gai Yu opened it, he discovered that there were only 8 high-grade spirit stones inside. Immediately, it was as uncomfortable as eating a fly. However, at this moment, it was no longer good to regret and he could only accept it. In the center of this island is a dragon transformation pool. Walk there alive and jump into the pool. If you're not dead, you can leave. I know the nearest route. You can follow me or walk by yourself. After saying that, he did not say anything else. He turned around and quickly entered the stone forest in front of him, rushing towards the center of the island. "Come, let's follow." Jiang Li also put on an act and grabbed a high-grade spirit stone in his hand before firmly following behind Gai Yu with Jian Mo. The others were not fools. Everyone followed behind. The shape of this island was very strange, like crystals growing. Sharp stalagmites thousands of feet tall were everywhere. Flying here would exhaust their spiritual chi for a short period of time. They could only move forward with difficulty in the gaps between the stalagmites. Jiang Li could sense that the more he walked into the island, the faster the spiritual chi in his body flowed. In the beginning, he lost a high-grade spirit stone's spiritual chi in an hour. After walking a quarter of the way, it would cost 1 spirit stone every 15 minutes. Moreover, in such an environment, spirit stones would continuously lose spiritual chi. No matter how thrifty they were, it was useless. A few hours later, bang! Another spirit stone shattered in Jiang Li's hand, and it transformed into useless powder on the ground. He still had 2 high-grade spirit stones in his hand, but there was not a single high-grade spirit stone left beside him. Jiang Li casually threw the remaining spirit stone to the other party. He did not want this guide to fall so quickly. After catching the spirit stones, Gai Xiu was also surprised. In this place, spirit stones were equivalent to life. Jiang Li was actually willing to share a piece with him. "I'll pay you back 100 times when we get out." At this moment, Gai Daniu could not stand it anymore. He knelt on the ground and crawled to Jiang Li, crying bitterly. "Senior, please, give me the remaining spirit stone. I was blind to offend Senior yesterday, but if this continues, my void core will dissipate. Please give me that spirit stone. After we get out, I'll pay you back 10 or 100 times over." Sister Jian Mo, please persuade Senior." This guy Daniu had previously flaunted his strength because of this bit of cultivation. Now, he had to pay the price. Daniu was only at the void core realm. The speed at which its spiritual chi flowed was much slower than theirs. However, Gai Xiu had spirit stones to replenish it, while Jiang Li's spiritual chi infusion was 100 times faster than the speed at which it flowed out. They were fine for the time being. It was this guy who could not withstand it first. Jiang Li stepped forward with concern, as if he was really moved. After approaching this Danius pig face, he said softly, "Don't worry, no one will die if the void core dissipates." Then, he pointed at the Qixi and scattered the void core inside. "No!" With a roar, he lashed out and lay motionless on the ground. "Wait, don't kill people here." Jiang Li was just about to casually end this group of pirates who committed all kinds of crimes. At this moment, the ruthless young Master Zhu stopped Jiang Li from attacking. Jiang Li was a little surprised by this and looked over in confusion. Gai Zhu seemed to not want to waste any time traveling. After stopping Jiang Li, he continued forward. He explained as he walked. "There's almost no spiritual chi in this place. But that doesn't mean there's no danger. If someone dies here, it will attract a strange black insect. It's very troublesome. If we expend any more spiritual chi now, we'll be closer to death. Let them fend for themselves." Jiang Li gave up on killing these fellows. However, they had just walked more than 1,000 feet when the sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh sounded from behind. Turning around, he saw the younger sister among the twins. She was stabbing a dagger into Daniel's heart with a vicious expression. Ever since they were tricked by this so-called half-brother, they had been bullied like hell. Especially her. It was hard to imagine what a 15-year-old girl had experienced during this period of time. Previously, she had not dared to resist and had been obedient like a rag doll. Only then did she seize the opportunity to avenge herself. In this space, almost all perception that relied on spiritual chi as the foundation was crippled. So Gai Xiu actually did not notice this girl's movements. Jiang Li was not afraid of spiritual chi expenditure at all. His ears had long discovered the girl's movements. But he did not stop her. He purely wanted to see what the worm that would be attracted by death was. The Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head had insisted on having descendants for more than 1,000 years, but he did not teach them how to cultivate. He made almost all these children die here because of some strange trial. Jiang Li would not believe that it was purely to test their temperament. There must be another reason. As expected, after the evil Gai Daniu breathed his last, many jelly-like black maggots immediately surged out from the ground around him. The black maggots were extremely fast. They were attracted by the aura of death and surged towards the corpse and all the living people as soon as they appeared. After touching the human body, they crazily entered. The living person fell to the ground and struggled in pain after being touched. After hundreds of insects entered the dead person's body, he actually swayed and stood up. Then, he rushed towards them with the strange movements of a soft animal. Appraisal. Name, origin blood ancient leech, type, ancient insect, age, 3 days after birth, gender, asexual, source of nutrition, high energy blood, habit, binary fission hunting, ability, refine the origin blood, Chapter 416 Underground Worm Path. Chapter 416 Underground Worm Path. Refine the origin blood. Jiang Li saw an interesting term in appraisal. There was definitely something wrong with this origin blood ancient leech. Leave quickly. Behind him, Gai Xiu shouted and grabbed Jian Mo, who had yet to react. He did not hesitate to mobilize his spiritual chi and jump on the black stalagmite to escape, rushing towards the center of the island. This fellow would actually bring this younger sister along when fleeing and would even take the initiative to remind others, causing Jiang Li to be slightly surprised. However, Jiang Li had no intention of fleeing with him. Spiritual light spewed out from his right hand, turning into a wooden sword that landed in his hand. He casually slashed horizontally, instantly beheading the corpse of Gai Daniu, who was rushing over in a strange posture. 20 times the expenditure of spiritual chi. How terrifying! With just a simple wooden sword, the energy consumed was enough to transform into a 20-meter tall wooden puppet in the outside world. If it was an ordinary golden core cultivator, they would probably be squeezed dry after 3 tries. However, Daniu, with his head sent flying, did not fall to the ground. A black tentacle formed from hundreds of origin blood ancient leeches spewed out of his neck and grabbed the flying head. He actually pulled his head back and put it back on his neck. He stretched it a little and it was no different from before. At this moment, more and more black maggots crawled out from under the rock ground, including the pair of siblings and all the other pirates. They had all lost their vitality and stopped struggling. Then, more and more of the origin blood ancient leeches burrowed into their bodies, causing them to stand up again. Bang, bang, bang. After their bodies were controlled by the black maggots, it seemed to have stimulated the potential of their bodies to the limit, causing the muscles of these mortals to swell explosively, and their arms swelled to the size of thighs. After that, they pounced towards Jiang Li together. What an interesting thing. It can unleash such power without using spiritual chi. A green-black sword light flashed, and all the controlled corpses were cut into more than 20 pieces. However, just like before, such an attack still could not kill them. Under the pull of the black maggots, the shattered body stuck together again and continued to pounce towards Jiang Li. Under such circumstances where spiritual chi was lost at any time, it was indeed quite troublesome to face such an opponent that was not easy to kill. It was no wonder that Gai Xiu had avoided them and fled without fighting. However, insects are insects. Jiang Li slapped the ground and used the spiritual chi of the 9 nether tree realm that could be used once to summon vines that were roughly the size of chopsticks to tie up all these fellows. No matter what you are, you shouldn't like this. Jiang Li's aura changed. The power of the 9 nether azura had already transformed into a blood-colored chaotic energy. A blood-colored ball of light slapped into one of the controlled corpses. The corpse that was originally struggling instantly stopped. In the next moment, as if they were fleeing for their lives, a large number of origin blood ancient leeches spewed out of his body, wanting to burrow into the ground and escape. However, how could Jiang Li let them off? He took out a crystal bottle. His right hand was stuck to the bottom of the bottle. Immediately, a suction force emerged from the mouth of the bottle and absorbed the black maggots that fled. Without a parasitic body, these maggots were quite weak and could not break through the binding of the crystal bottle. They could only crawl uselessly inside. After that, Jiang Li used the same method again, and he forced out all the remaining corpses. Soon, there were only broken limbs and remains on the ground, as expected. The meaning of the existence of these maggots is to absorb the blood of the children of the Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head. Jiang Li looked at the more than 20 crystal bottles on the ground. 3 of the worms in the crystal bottles were emitting a faint red light. The worms in the 3 crystal bottles were forced out of Gai Daniu and the twins. Moreover, these red origin blood ancient leeches were even more active than the other black maggots. From the looks of it, they wanted to return somewhere. It just so happened that Jiang Li was free now, so he could completely send them on their way. He rummaged through the coffin and found a compass. This was the equipment given to him by the sect when he was learning rune array formations. Unfortunately, Jiang Li did not need to calculate the earth vein at all. He could just use his eyes to look. He had never used this compass before. He reached out and removed the needle on it. He picked out a red origin blood ancient leech from the bottle and placed it on the compass. The worm twisted a few times and immediately crawled in a certain direction. However, after being blocked by the edge of the compass and realizing that it could not advance, it began to crawl around the compass irregularly. Was it lost? No. After observing for a while, he discovered that the worm should be trying to burrow into the ground. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Li stomped his foot on the ground, and a large hole immediately appeared in the hard rock ground. Air flowed out of the hole, and there was a tunnel hidden in the rock layer beneath his feet. There were also a large number of such maggots lying dormant in the tunnel. Jiang Li directly took out 3 large wine vats that were the height of a person and aimed the mouth of the vats at the hole. After absorbing all the maggots inside 3 times in a row, he jumped in. After entering the underground worm path, the red origin blood ancient leech that was originally crawling everywhere immediately became much quieter. On the compass, it only climbed in one direction. Is it in this direction? Jiang Li was skilled and bold. Under the guidance of the worm, he walked quickly along the underground tunnel. In appraisal, this kind of worm had the habit of binary fission hunting. In other words, the main body would split into subbodies and go out to hunt before returning to feed the main body. Therefore, this kind of worm had a very strong anti-nesting trait, but it should be similar to insects like ants. They relied on identifying a special pheromone. The location could not be specified in an accurate direction. It could only return to the underground tunnel to find the way. Jiang Li really wanted to see what would happen after these origin blood ancient leeches absorbed the blood. That might be the goal of the Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head, Gaitanchu. He captured the origin blood ancient leeches as he advanced. Jiang Li quickly discovered that these underground tunnels were not completely chewed up by maggots. The main body should be an artificial ruin. In some of the wider roads, there were obvious signs of artificial excavation. However, due to the constant bites of these maggots, this ruin had already been destroyed beyond recognition. The more complicated worm paths also turned the underground into a complicated underground maze. It would definitely take a lot of time to completely explore such a complicated underground maze. However, cultivators could not stay in this space for long. He believed that even the Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head could not walk through every corner of this ruin. Following the guidance of the red origin blood ancient leech, after walking for a long time, Jiang Li saw a stone wall that had been tempered by time but was still intact. On it were ancient words. Jiang Li could not conceal the joy on his face. He had seen these words in King Zhao's mystic realm. This place was related to the human emperor, so it was very likely the Xuanian tomb. Touching the ancient words on the wall, a force in Jiang Li's body was automatically mobilized. This feeling was very strange. He knew what he should do. He cut his palm and pressed the blood-stained palm against the stone wall. The blood that contained the human emperor's blood chi and pure dragon blood was absorbed. Immediately, the words carved on the stone wall seemed to come alive. The words were clearly carved on the stone, but they could move one by one and automatically climb onto Jiang Li's skin. The words on the entire wall covered Jiang Li's entire body. If not for the fact that these words disappeared soon after, Jiang Li would really be too ashamed to face anyone. After the large number of ancient words disappeared from his skin, they directly surged into Jiang Li's consciousness. He immediately sat down cross-legged and tidied up the information. Even the current him would feel a surge of heavy information. Qi condensation technique. These words recorded such a method. Its function was very simple. It could make the energy in the body become condensed and not dissipate. Strengthening the power was secondary. The most important thing was to resist the loss of spiritual qi caused by the sudden decline of spiritual qi in the world. From those words, Jiang Li could sense the hard work and struggles of those ancient mighty figures before the cultivationless age descended. This chi condensation technique should be the technique that the human emperor had urgently created back then and imparted to the human cultivators to let them live a few more days. He slowly exhaled. At this moment, the large number of words on the wall in front of him had already disappeared. Instead, a door and another sentence appeared in front of him. The chi condensation technique has been learned. You can enter. Jiang Li smiled as he tested it. The human emperor's inheritance ground was as considerate as ever compared to other troublesome ruins that were often filled with traps. This was the responsibility and kindness of the human emperor to his descendants. Jiang Li appreciated his ancestors' concern. He closed his eyes again and silently tried to cultivate this chi condensation technique. Wasn't the current environment where spiritual chi was lost the best environment to cultivate the chi condensation technique? On the ground, Gaizu, who had quickly crossed more than half a distance by consuming spiritual chi, finally could not endure it. His feet softened, and he fell to the ground with Jian Mo. The closer he got to the center of the island, the faster the spiritual chi dissipated. The last spirit stone in his hand had already turned to dust. He had run so far just now. He could sense that his nascent soul had already wrinkled and begun to wither. The outcome of a nascent soul shattering was much worse than a void core cultivator. It was basically death. You have a good subordinate who's actually willing to block those insects for us. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked behind and noticed that Jiang Li did not follow him, so he came up with a reason in his mind. He could not help but look at his foreign sister in surprise. It was hard to imagine how a nascent soul cultivator could do this for a mortal. Sir Li Jiang is not my subordinate. He's my benefactor. Hearing Gaizuo's words, Jianmo could not help but tear up. Ever since she was young, besides her mother, only Jiang Li approved of her and treated her the best. In the beginning, she saved Sir Li Jiang from the sea and used the black pearl to treat his injuries, moving this powerful cultivator. As for Sir Li Jiang, he first risked his life to save her on the ship despite his serious injuries. In order to help her and her mother, not only had they come to the Dragon Transformation Island where their injuries had yet to recover, but they had even used themselves to resist the danger. They had only known each other for a few days, but she felt that the two sides had already risked their lives several times. Sir Li Jiang's kindness completely captured her wandering heart. In the next half of her life, not to mention offering herself, even if she was a servant, Jianmo would not hesitate at all. Don't be stunned. He might not be dead yet. If you can pass the trial in time and become the young miss of the Dragon Transformation Island, you can bring people to save him. Now, use these spikes to seal my acupuncture points as I said. While Jianmo's eyes were blurry, Gaizu found a thorn at the side. After removing the long thorn, he handed it to his sister. Sir Li Jiang, you must wait for me. I'll definitely come back to save you. Wiping away her tears, Jianmo, who had been strong since she was young, grabbed those thorns and aimed at the location that Zhu had told her. She ruthlessly stabbed them into the body of the young master. Gasp, you missed it. After an unprofessional acupuncture session, Gaizu continued to walk towards the center of the island with Jianmo's help. The closer he got to the center, the faster the spiritual chi would flow. As time passed, Zhu would quickly lose all his strength and be on the verge of death. He clearly knew that it was impossible for him to rely on his own strength to reach the Dragon Transformation Pool. Gaizu chose to bring Jianmo along for this reason. Only mortals who were not affected here could bring him to the end. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. In an underground tunnel, there was a whistling wind. Somewhere in the tunnel, a figure was sitting cross-legged on the ground. He was like an endless spiritual chi spring, spewing out a large amount of spiritual chi. The spiritual chi surged out too quickly. One could even see a ball of spiritual chi that was 10 feet tall on his body. As Jiang Li formed seals with his hand, the flames on his body sometimes spiraled, sometimes contracted, and sometimes spewed out even more exaggeratedly. Ordinary cultivators would have died countless times if they spat out spiritual chi like this, But Jiang Li's expression did not change at all from the beginning to the end. After a total of 108 seals, Jiang Li's dragon pearl golden core suddenly shook, emitting a force that caused the surrounding spiritual qi to begin to gather and condense. The spiritual qi around Jiang Li also began to contract and slowly withdrew into his body. Successfully used the qi condensation technique. Added status: qi condensation. Qi condensation condenses spiritual qi. Resists 80% of the spirit dispersion effect. The power of spiritual qi will be increased by 30%. Duration: 3 seconds, plus. Jiang Li's face lit up. Success. He had tried for 6 hours before successfully using the qi condensation technique for the first time. This qi condensation could only last for 3 seconds and was extremely unstable. If he was distracted or moved, he would immediately return to his original form. It was far from being completed. However, to him, it was enough. He pressed the plus button for another 5 seconds. This qi condensation status was fixed on his body. He got up and felt it. Sure enough, although the spiritual qi in his body was still flowing out, the speed had slowed down greatly. It was only about 20% of its original speed. It was impossible to completely prevent the spiritual qi from dissipating. If he could really do that, the ancient immortal and Buddha mighty figures would not have disappeared without a trace. Jiang Li pushed forward, and the stone door emitted a heavy friction sound, revealing the passageway behind it. Chapter 417 Merit Runes. Chapter 417 Merit Runes. When this stone door opened, it was as if some ferocious beast had been released. An invisible force surged out from behind the stone door. The spiritual qi flames that Jiang Li had just suppressed with the qi condensation technique spewed out even more fiercely. Even after resisting 80% of the spirit dispersion effect, the speed at which it was lost was still much faster than before. This change was not limited to the underground tunnel. The entire space in the bubble became even more terrifying, as if it was no longer suitable for cultivators to survive. Gaizu, who was above the ground, suddenly sensed something. A pair of eyeballs bulged out, and the spikes that stabbed into the apertures in his body were squeezed out by the spiritual qi that shot out. His entire body exploded into a ball of blood mist, and he fainted on the spot. His fate unknown. As a mortal, Jianmo did not feel much. This young master had become the most unlucky person in this space. In front of the stone door, Jiang Li, who was the first to bear the brunt, also took a few steps back. It turned out that the previously barren spiritual qi environment was far from the limit. The cultivationless age was not as simple as the exhaustion of spiritual qi, but the rules of the world rejecting the existence of spiritual qi. Under such rules, cultivators were targeted by the entire world. How could they live well? Cough, cough, cough. He covered his mouth and coughed a few times. He opened his palm and saw a wisp of golden blood. Earlier, when he suddenly suffered the impact of that invisible force, even Jiang Li unavoidably suffered some injuries. However, there was excitement on his face. This is the power of a certain domain. The injuries on his body quickly recovered. In Jiang Li's eyes, he saw something different from before. Before the stone door opened, what affected them was only the environment. However, now, a force had temporarily tampered with the rules of this space. This feeling was very similar to the inverted domain he was comprehending previously. It was also a special domain. The inverted domain was a domain divine art that simulated the environment of the Bakian mountain. The domain that enveloped this space was very likely to simulate the rules of heaven and earth of the cultivationless age. What terrifying strength! The effect this domain had on cultivators was definitely not inferior to the inverted domain, or even greater. After all, the Bakian mountain was only called a forbidden region. But the cultivationless age had buried the incomparably flourishing ancient immortal and Buddha world. If he could grasp the power of this rule, Jiang Li's eyes lit up. Not to mention anything else, this anti-cultivation domain had already become his first target. He had a merit blessing on him, so he could vaguely see every detail of these rules. As long as the opportunity arrived, it was not completely impossible. Moreover, If he could directly face the source of the domain, it would definitely be much easier. Withstanding the uncomfortable force, Jiang Li stepped into the passageway ahead. At this moment, the yin burial coffin in his arms finally could not endure it anymore. It creaked and began to leak spiritual chi. The yin burial coffin contained too many experts and spiritual chi. Even under Jiang Li's protection, it endured extremely great pressure. Now that the stone door was opened, facing the power of the anti-cultivation domain, enduring until now was already its limit. If he brought it closer, it was very likely to cause damage. Master, there's an abnormal reaction in the nine-tailed finger bone. White Jade's voice sounded from the coffin again. Her words did not surprise Jiang Li too much. The nine-tailed fox had once cultivated in the Xuanyuan tomb. Jiang Li was able to find this place because of the stone slab that had been passed down for generations. Their close relationship might have some unexpected effects. He took out Daja's finger bone and threw the coffin back. The coffin automatically passed through the complicated worm path and flew towards the bubble that enveloped the entire island. Sasha, who had been guarding outside the bubble, received Jiang Li's order. She took out the token and opened a small hole in the bubble. The coffin flew out and landed in her hand. Jiang Li could not bear to let his artifact be damaged. The black scale armor and immortal slaying flying sword that had been damaged by the broken wing black mosquito had yet to be repaired. If something happened to the medium-grade earth-rank yin burial coffin again, the games would not make up for the losses today. He patted the black chain around his waist. Only the fearless dragon imprisoning lock could accompany him. He continued along the passageway. On the ground behind the stone door, Jiang Li discovered some footprints. It seemed that Gaitancha had entered before. For someone of his level, understanding the ancient text and learning the chi condensation technique was not difficult. However, the higher the cultivation level, the greater the influence of the anti-cultivation domain. At the Earth Immortal realm, one would probably suffer considerable injuries without doing anything. Looking at the footprints on the ground that shattered the stone slab, it could be seen that the other party had walked quite arduously at that time. 100 steps, 200 steps, 300 steps. As he approached the source, Jiang Li's face gradually turned pale, and he started to feel suffocated. At the 300th step, a door appeared on the side of the straight passageway. On it were the words Dragon Ruler, in the compass in his hand. The Origin Blood Ancient Leech pointed here. Jiang Li pushed open the stone door, and a moist and strange aura spread out from inside. In the center of the room, there was a worm nest that was similar to a beehive but was enlarged by more than 1,000 times. Jiang Li released the red worm on the compass. The worm immediately crawled into the nest at a very fast speed. After circling around this huge nest, he discovered that a huge hole had been opened in the back. The interior of the nest was empty. One could vaguely see that there was a huge thing that had slept here for a long time. The original thing in this nest was probably Xuanyuan's Dragon Ruler inheritance, a living Origin Blood Ancient Leech Mother that had been passed down from ancient times. This worm should have followed the previous pheromone and found the wrong place. If the stone door had not been pushed open by Jiang Li, the worm should have continued to follow the other pheromones to find the mother. What he found now was only the place where the mother had stayed. Now, the mother in the nest had been transferred to another place. It seemed that the Dragon Ruler inheritance of the Xuanyuan clan was already taken away. That person was very likely the Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head, Gaitanchu. After leaving this stone room, Jiang Li continued forward. After a total of 323 steps, the footprints on the ground reached the end. This allowed Jiang Li to heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head did not reach the end. The last time he entered, he had only walked here. With the personality of a pirate, it was impossible for him to give such a precious ruin to others to explore. Although mortals could not be affected by the cultivationless environment, they were unable to explore such top-notch ruins. Even tens of thousands of mortals could not destroy any stone here. In that case, he could find something deeper. He continued to walk 1,000 steps in this straight passageway. At this moment, Jiang Li's figure had already begun to hunch. The spiritual chi flowing crazily behind him had already formed a torrent. This terrifying speed of spiritual chi loss had already surpassed more than half of his spiritual chi infusion status. His body was also pulled back and forth between injuries and recovery at all times. Fortunately, he had already reached the end. A wide, circular space appeared in front of him. Taking a deep breath and preparing himself, Jiang Li took a step forward. Swoosh! It was as if a hammer had struck his brain. Jiang Li's entire body was stunned for a few breaths. 2 streaks of blood flowed down his nostrils. He was dizzy for a long time and could not stand steadily. What an exaggerated domain! After a long time, Jiang Li barely recovered from his shock. He tried to cast the simplest wood art, but the spiritual chi instantly disappeared after being spat out from his fingertips. In this room, he could no longer use spell techniques. Not only that, but even his powerful body and soul that were based on spiritual chi were greatly suppressed. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Li was in such a sorry state earlier. If he stayed in this room, he would be lucky to even retain 10% of his strength. Jiang Li had not felt this weak in a long time. Fortunately, he was still an ordinary mortal more than a year ago, and his body had not forgotten the feeling of weakness. After stretching his muscles, he could barely adapt. Only then did Jiang Li have the time to observe his surroundings. There was no light source in this room. It should be pitch black. However, in Jiang Li's eyes, this room seemed to be abnormally bright. In the large stone room that was large enough to hold 10 football competitions at the same time, the ground, walls, and even the dome were engraved with dense ancient text. It was these words that emitted gentle lights that illuminated everything in the room. These lights did not seem to be pure light. Standing in this room, Jiang Li suddenly felt a warmth in his golden core. Looking into his chi, Jiang Li noticed with a single glance that the human fire that had been steadily burning while wrapped around his dragon pearl golden core had suddenly increased to more than 3 times its original size. It was this flame that brought him warmth. The human fire was a legendary flame of the human race. Up until now, Jiang Li only knew that it would react to the power of virtuous merit. Wait, no wonder these lights looked so familiar. From the light emitted from these words, if it was anyone else, they would probably not be able to see anything. Only people like Jiang Li who possessed the merit blessing could see it. Its essence was actually a dense power of virtuous merit. What were these words recording? They were actually brimming with merit that was even richer than his own. Jiang Li leaned close to the wall and read these words that were passed down from ancient times. He discovered that what was recorded was not some earth-shattering divine power, secret technique, or cultivation method inheritance. It was because although the principles looked profound and complicated, most of them had been passed down to this day, knowledge used by cultivators and even mortals. Calendar, astronomy, yin-yang, 5 elements, 12 zodiacs, 6-year cycle, text, paintings, books, music, instruments, medicine, sacrifices, funerals, coffins, graves, cauldrons, altars, temples, divination, etc. This seemed to be the legendary knowledge that was recorded by Yellow Emperor Xuanyun and taught to the humans of the primordial world. It had a major effect on the development of humanity. Such knowledge had an indelible effect on the development of the human race. So these words carved by the Xuanyun clan also carried the merit of the human race. As long as the human race continued to reproduce in the continent of the 9 provinces, this merit would not be completely severed. This power was not dependent on spiritual chi. Even in the cultivationless age, it could still play a role. Jiang Li recalled the Star Tower mystic realm left behind by the last human emperor. King Zhu of Shang used the Star Tower, human emperor's blood, and human fire to condense the merit of the human race and preserve some things. In the Xuanyun tomb, the Yellow Emperor used words and knowledge to accumulate merit. What did he keep? He looked at the center of the room, where a tall figure wearing armor and holding a shield stood quietly. Jiang Li could clearly sense that the anti-cultivation domain that enveloped the entire underground island was released from his body. I, junior of the human race, Jiang Li, was guided by the nine-tailed heavenly fox lineage to find the Xuanyun tomb. If I've disturbed you, please forgive me. Jiang Li thought for a moment and was not in a hurry to approach. He bowed respectfully to the figure in front of him, cupped his hands, and bowed. Be it in his previous life or this life, he was a descendant of the Flame Emperor and Yellow Emperor. It was only right for him to bow to Yellow Emperor Xuanyun. Moreover, if the figure in front of him still had a little consciousness, he could at least get something. It was not strange to be polite. He cupped his hands and waited for a response. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Jiang Li raised his head to look. The figure in front of him did not move at all, and he could not sense any aura from it. He heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had been thinking too much. This place was called the Xuanyun tomb. However, the reason why they built this tomb was because they were about to face the decisive battle with Qiyu. It was equivalent to buying a coffin for himself before going to war. It had the effect of fighting to the death to increase morale. After winning the war, this Xuanyun tomb was naturally useless. Could it be that the armor and shield in front of him were left behind by Yellow Emperor Xuanyun? Jiang Li carefully approached. After discovering that there was no threat, he heaved a sigh of relief. This armor was strange. It seemed to be empty inside. Jiang Li knocked on the armor, causing cracking sounds. The material did not look like metal. He did not know what it was made of. Through a gap in the armor, Jiang Li saw a bit of light inside. A light that contained the mysteries of heaven and earth surged into his eyes, instantly causing his consciousness to feel dizzy. Was that the core to unleash the anti-cultivation domain? Jiang Li was overjoyed. He reached out and wanted to remove the helmet to retrieve the core. However, his hand had just touched the armor. A sharp pain came from his head, followed by a strong weightlessness. A moment later, there was another collision on his back. Jiang Li was slapped onto the wall of the stone room like a lump of mud. He waited for a few breaths before slowly sliding down. He got up from the ground with a dumbfounded expression and immediately checked the stone wall that he had collided with. He could not damage the words engraved on it. The inheritance item that condensed the merit of the human race was extremely precious. If he destroyed these words, even if Gaitancha died 10,000 times, he would not be able to make up for it. Fortunately, the stone wall protected by the power of virtuous merit of the human race was much tougher than he had imagined. A few of his bones had been broken, and there were no scratches on the stone wall. Ouch! It hurts. My head. My back. At this moment, Jiang Li recalled his injuries. In that instant, he had suffered a serious injury that required at least 5 breaths to recover. What happened just now? Chapter 418 Unlocking Apertures in a Battle. Chapter 418 Unlocking Apertures in a Battle. Jiang Li looked at the tall armor that held a large shield again. This was the only armor that could attack him. Jiang Li slowly circled behind the armor and approached bit by bit, wary of an attack that might come at any moment. But even if he was already quite careful, when his footsteps crossed a certain boundary, the shield-wielding armor standing on the spot still disappeared at a speed that was completely unable to react. The hair on Jiang Li's entire body stood on end. And then the next scene he saw was the shield that was carved with ancient totem tattoos. The shield that was even more antique than an antique landed intimately on his face. An exaggerated force came, and before he could react, Jiang Li was slapped out again. After crashing into the hard ground, he bounced up again. After colliding several times, he stopped with difficulty. Lying on the ground, the muscles on Jiang Li's face twitched. So powerful. It was clearly just a suit of armor without any owner controlling it. How could it be so powerful? Under the anti-cultivation domain, he could not use spell techniques or artifacts. Even his physical strength had greatly decreased, and Jiang Li's combat strength had been greatly weakened. However, he could clearly sense that the armor did not have any killing intent towards him. He had not used his full strength in both attacks. If they collided at full force, even without this layer of weakening, it was very likely that he would not be a match for this armor. After sending Jiang Li flying, the shield and armor returned to their original positions and did not move at all. It was as if they were waiting for Jiang Li to challenge them again. There's no continuous pursuit. There's no fatal weapon, only a shield. It seemed that this armor was only a guard and not a trap. Of course, if anyone other than humans came in, they might not be so polite. After a few breaths, his injuries recovered completely, and Jiang Li stood up again. The 2 slaps earlier already clearly indicated the difference between the 2 sides. Under the suppression of the current environment, he was no match for the blunt armor. It was not easy to capture him. However, Jiang Li clenched his fists. The 2 collisions earlier seemed to have drawn out a force in his body. Perhaps he had something to rely on in the anti-cultivation domain. He undid the dragon imprisoning lock on his waist. Due to the influence of the anti-cultivation domain, the spiritual chi would be dispersed as soon as it reached the chains. Therefore, the dragon imprisoning lock was only a slightly stronger chain. It could not extend or shorten, nor could it suppress the enemy. However, under such circumstances, Jiang Li's eyes did not shrink at all. "Don't look down on me. It's just an armor." He locked one end of the dragon imprisoning lock on his right ankle. Jiang Li stretched his body and walked step by step towards the shield armor. In this room, most of the strength he usually used was limited. However, 2 of the forces that he could not completely control became especially active under the illumination of the human merit light. Jiang Li's right hand gently brushed past the pitch-black chain of the dragon imprisoning lock. Strands of bright yellow flames immediately burned on it. Jiang Li relied on the status bar to fix a wisp of the legendary fire on his golden core. However, after such a long time, he had been unable to control this flame. Previously, when facing the broken wing black mosquito, he had to spit out the golden core in his body to activate the human fire attack. However, at this moment, in the Xuanian tomb, surrounded by the Meritroons, he could temporarily use this flame. The armor that stood quietly in front of him seemed to have noticed the existence of the human fire. Raising the empty armor, 2 red lights seemed to flash at the corresponding location of its eyes. "Come." Jiang Li stepped on the ground and pressed forward. Sure enough, after he was almost 30 meters away, the armor instantly vanished again. A gust of wind assaulted his face. As expected, this guy kept slamming at his face. The moment he saw the armor disappear, Jiang Li immediately lowered his body. The thick shield brushed past his scalp. The figure in armor appeared again, right in front of Jiang Li. A warm current shot out from his feet. After Jiang Li dodged the shield, he pounced forward and was about to attack the other party's lower body. Bang! Before he could pounce over, a sweeping heavy foot slapped Jiang Li's waist, causing him to be sent flying again. However, this time, Jiang Li had a smile on his face. With a clang, the pitch-black metal chain collapsed. The armored warrior was pulled by his strength and flew out together. The pitch-black dragon imprisoning lock connected one end to Jiang Li's right foot, and the other to the armored warrior's left foot, causing them to become grasshoppers on a rope. He had not suffered that kick for nothing. He took the opportunity to put on the dragon imprisoning lock. Shaking the chain on his foot, Jiang Li really missed this feeling. This is the combat style I'm familiar with. He stood up from the ground. For some reason, his skin had turned fiery red. The body temperature had already far exceeded the standards of ordinary humans. It would even burn an egg. At this moment, it was as if 4,000 balls of fire were burning in his body. This heat brought him new strength. Bang! Bang! 2 light sounds sounded at the same time. The 2 acupuncture points in front of Jiang Li's ears on both sides of his forehead suddenly bulged, causing his mind that was suppressed by the anti-cultivation domain to instantly become much clearer. Breakthrough at the last minute. I didn't expect such a thing to happen to me. However, this feeling is really not bad. Tai-Yin aperture. Tai-Yang aperture open. Back then, in the human emperor's ruins, Jiang Li had obtained the status after collecting 4,000 human emperor's blood chi, called the emperor's blood aperture refinement. The 4000 blood chi could only last for 30 seconds. The original intention of the last human emperor should be to leave behind a technique that human warriors from the ancient times used to cultivate their apertures to strengthen themselves. The human emperor's blood chi was only a foundation for him. In the future, he still had to slowly cultivate it himself. However, when Jiang Li used the status panel to cheat and modify it, he actually left all 4000 human emperors' blood chi in his body. He let them continue to play a role and also forcefully became the successor of the human emperor. Unfortunately, this cultivation method was too difficult. Compared to the ancient humans, the physique of the current humans had already undergone a huge change. Even with the continuous refinement of the human emperor's blood chi, he was unable to break through even a single aperture for more than half a year. Up until today, under the enhancement of the human race's merit, the human emperor's vitality was surging. With the extreme suppression of the last day's domain and the pressure of this shield armor, he successfully broke through two key points. The shielder had smashed over again, but this time, he could already see the trajectory. He used his hands to block in front of him and his body was sent flying again. However, because of the binding of the dragon imprisoning lock, he did not fly far and quickly stopped. Bang, bang. There were two more light sounds. After standing up, he turned his neck twice, making crisp cracking sounds. Type AI aperture. Suixing aperture. Open. The suppressed strength in his body returned by 2 points through other methods. That unique feeling had already made Jiang Li completely forget the pain of the shield landing on his body. He rushed forward excitedly. Let the storm be stronger. He could become stronger after being beaten up. This guy was so experienced. While Jiang Li was fighting a suit of armor using a traditional chain, in another place thousands of miles away, two figures were fighting on the sea. The two huge energy blocks instantly changed hundreds of positions and collided 100 times at the same time. Their battle was extremely fast. It was not until the two streaks of light separated that the aftershock of the 100 collisions spread out as if it had just reacted. Affected by the aftershock of the collision, more than 100 sunken pits immediately appeared on the vast sea and could not recover for a long time. You actually dared to break the agreement. You attacked my base. Do you want to die here today? The person who spoke was wearing a black pirate ship coat with golden edges. His hands and feet transformed into ferocious dragon claws, and a dragon tail that was dozens of meters long dragged behind him. It was the Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head, the pirate commander of the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent, Gaitanchu. An agreement? Who would believe such a laughable thing? Gaitanchu, hand over my clansman. Otherwise, the Dragon Transformation Island's dragon banner will be burned. You will suffer the wrath of my race. Opposite dragon head guy was an armored troll noble who was dressed gorgeously and had an elegant aura, but he had a thick armor on his face. I've never seen your clansman. You destroyed my base today. You must give me an explanation. Otherwise, don't even think of getting another living person from me. Looking at the front-line stronghold of the Dragon Transformation Island that had been attacked and devastated, Gaitanchu was extremely furious. Because there were no one else around, they had actually revealed some shocking news. The higher-ups of the two hostile races had actually secretly colluded long ago and had been carrying out some vile transactions of living humans. HMPH. Cunning humans. The aura of my clansman appeared in that stronghold. You still want to lie to me? Both sides were furious and could not stop arguing at this moment. Gaitanchu's expression suddenly changed, and he looked in the direction of the Dragon Transformation Island. He sensed that someone had opened the stone door of the secret place. That was one of his most important secrets. He could not let outsiders encroach on it. However, there was clearly no news from the Dragon Transformation Island. How could something happen to the Dragon Transformation Island that was surrounded by natural dangers? Galenran. I won't argue with you today. Prepare your compensation, or else you know the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to abandon his opponent and rush back to the Dragon Transformation Island to prevent anyone from invading his secret area. However, the armored monster dressed as a noble gentleman blocked his path again. "If you don't hand over Fran, don't even think about leaving today." With his important mystic realm invaded by outsiders, how could Gaitanchu have the mood to slowly fight with this guy? However, this armored troll seemed to be determined to pester him today. After a few futile attempts to leave, Gaitanchu's eyes lit up fiercely. "Galenran, courting death." He took out a red talisman lightning. This kind of thing could not be of any use in a battle of their level. However, the thing contained in the talisman lightning was not simple. He had secretly captured a few armored trolls and tested them. There was no problem with the information given by the Divine Judgment Hall. Unfortunately, the repulsive force of the materials and spiritual chi of the other world was too great. It was impossible to make them into artifacts. Otherwise, these armored trolls would really be doomed. The two sides collided again, and this time, a bloody mist exploded from between them. Although it was already scattered by the spiritual chi in an instant, its rumbling hands were still inevitably tainted a little. In the next moment, Galenran's expression changed drastically, and he immediately cut off his right hand. Looking at the free-falling right hand swelling into a ball in the air, this armored troll noble did not know what had happened. "Old fellow, you've long planned this." This time, the two sides who did not trust each other returned to being mortal enemies. Since the situation was irreversible, Gaitanchu naturally could not let this enemy leave easily. He took out more than 10 mad blood talisman lightning and attacked his opponent. With the flesh and blood of the Azura world creatures, Galenran was abnormally aggrieved by the continuous collision. If not for his decisive escape, he would have been killed on the spot. Looking at the distant armored troll, Gaitanchu finally did not pursue it. At their level, it was already extremely difficult to stop the other party. Moreover, the secret place had been intruded upon by others. He did not have the mood to care about these things at all. The dragon tail behind him swayed, and it streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. The clansman that Galenran mentioned was naturally Galenfran. The reason for their battle today still lay with Jiang Li, who was 500 kilometers away. In the eastern region, among the experts Jiang Li knew, there were not many people who could draw away Gaitanchu, and even fewer people were willing to help him. If the 9 tribes of the sea giant race joined forces, they might be able to lure Gaitanchu away, but their strength was far inferior. They would probably suffer heavy losses in a single exchange. The sea giants had no grudges with him, so Jiang Li did not want to harm them for no reason. The armored troll noble, Galenran, became the best choice. He was in existence on the same level as Gaitanchu. Moreover, if he died, it was a good thing for the human race. The strange doctor under Jiang Li, Galenfran, was also an armored troll noble and a member of the Galen clan. As long as he knew that she was still alive, Galenran would not ignore it. He secretly brought a piece of cut and modified flesh to this base through Sasha's subordinates. As expected, it successfully attracted a commotion, resulting in today's scene. Gaitanchu was rushing to the battlefield. At this moment, Jiang Li was still fighting in the underground room. 24 hours had passed. His entire body was emitting hot steam, but the battle was no longer as miserable as before. He could already safely block the heavy shield. Moreover, the scales of victory were constantly tilted towards him. As the two sides fought, 4 more of his apertures were opened under the pressure. Tanfu, Umen, Chisha, Po Jun, open all 4 apertures. An even more violent force emerged from his limbs and bones. His fists landed on the thick shield in front of him like raindrops. The shield armor that had been suppressing him finally began to be forced back. Chapter 419 Earth Immortal Blocking the Exit 1. Chapter 419 Earth Immortal Blocking the Exit 1. Jiang Li's fists were dense like rain as they smashed into the thick shield in front of him 3,000 times in a row. There were no traces on the shield, but the huge force would not disappear into thin air. There was only one armor, and its weight was quite limited. It was pushed all the way to the edge of the round room by Jiang Li's fist, and it was pressed against the wall with no way out. Seizing the opportunity, he smashed open the shield with a side swing. Jiang Li did not stop at all. His fist, that already had visible raw flesh and bones, continued to smash into the armor. Blood cult fist imprints were left on it. Due to the suppression of the anti-cultivation domain, the effect of the immovable overlord body that was executed based on spiritual chi was also suppressed to the lowest level. As a result, Jiang Li's strength broke through his defense. His fists endured all the explosion force. After a few thousand punches, if not for the pile of recovery statuses on his body, his hands would have been gone. The material of this armor was very special. It was not made of metal but seemed to be made of some biological material. It was light, convenient, and abnormally hard. The defensive effect was even stronger than when Jiang Li obtained the black scale armor earlier. Although Jiang Li's attack was only pure strength, with so many punches, it was not a problem to hit more than 10 mountains. However, such an exaggerated force did not cause any damage to the armor. Jiang Li could only suppress but not dismantle it. Crack. After another 1,000 punches, Jiang Li's right hand emitted a light sound. Under the continuous impact, the hard fist bone inevitably broke. Jiang Li could only stop and retreat a distance. White fog emerged from his fists, and his injuries were quickly healing. As long as his injuries recovered, he would launch the next round of attack. Even if he could not directly break through the defense, he could not give the armor a chance to counterattack. However, at this moment, he discovered that the armor on the other side seemed to have changed slightly. After he retreated, the shield-wielding armor did not immediately attack him. Instead, it quietly stood on the spot. The blood that Jiang Li dyed the surface of the armor actually began to be slowly absorbed by it, and then a strand of weak vitality emitted from it. This armor was actually alive. This was. After his blood seeped into the armor, Jiang Li suddenly felt a strange feeling. He seemed to have a faint connection with the armor in front of him. However, the connection was still too weak to do anything else. Bang! After stopping for a few breaths and enjoying Jiang Li's blood, the armored warrior moved again. The shield smashed towards his face ruthlessly, but Jiang Li reached out and firmly grabbed it. Then, he brought the wrist of his other hand to his mouth and bit down fiercely. His blood vessels were bitten, and even more blood flowed out. Jiang Li directly pressed a hand on the helmet of the armor in front of him. As the blood poured down, the armored warrior fell silent again. The bulging blood was absorbed by it, and a trace of an ancient fiendish aura also entered Jiang Li's body from the wound. Even Jiang Li, who cultivated the blood fiend divine art, was shocked by the terrifying aura. If the original owner of this aura was still alive, a breath would probably kill him. Even now, no matter where this aura swam, that piece of flesh would uncontrollably become stiff and numb. However, Jiang Li did not let go. The connection between him and this armor was gradually deepening. If he let go now, all his efforts would be for naught. Suddenly, one of the armors in front of him fell off and automatically flew into Jiang Li's hand. Then, the other hand, 2 arm guards, shoulder guards, left foot, and right foot also moved. The armor that had been fighting with him for a long time broke apart piece by piece and covered his body. Where the armor was originally, a fist-sized, eyeball-shaped pearl and a metal fragment that belonged to an unknown location were exposed. These 2 items were what this armored warrior had protected for 1,000 years. Seeing how well they were preserved, these items would definitely allow Jiang Li to obtain extraordinary benefits. However, Jiang Li did not have the time to check his spoils of war. This was because the armor on his body was crazily absorbing the blood in his body and the vast amount of spiritual chi that was flowing out from his body at all times. This armor could actually absorb spiritual chi under the suppression of the anti-cultivation domain. It could be seen how hungry it had been for tens of thousands of years. The current situation could barely be considered a refinement ritual. However, the problem was that the ferocity of this armor made him feel a little difficult to control. As soon as it had the chance, it began to crazily devour blood and spiritual chi to recover. Although there was no true consciousness, with that violent aura and instinct, Jiang Li could imagine that once this armor appeared, it would immediately transform into a killing machine and cause a storm of blood. Now, he finally knew why this armor was not equipped with weapons. To give such a ferocious thing a divine weapon was simply courting trouble. In fact, the eyeball that was the core of the anti-cultivation domain might have been designed to restrict this armor. If this armor was nourished by spiritual chi before someone tamed it, the consequences would be unthinkable. At that time, human Emperor Xuan Yuan was probably worried that the thing he left for his descendants would become a monster that would forever slaughter and plunder. Fortunately, this armor only had instincts and did not have its own will. Chapter 420 Earth Immortal Blocking the Exit, 2. Chapter 420 Earth Immortal Blocking the Exit, 2. As long as Jiang Li took advantage of the situation and inserted his mark into it, he could refine it. However, it would still take some time. However, at this moment, the Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head, who had just fought with the armored troll noble, rushed back. With the methods and speed of an Earth Immortal, he crossed a long distance in a short period of time and returned to the land of storms before the thief left. Withstanding the violent wind, he crossed the insurmountable natural barrier, the wall of storms, in a few steps. As the Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head, he had also obtained the inheritance of the Xuan Yuan clan's dragon ruler inheritance. The purity of his dragon blood was practically not inferior to Jiang Li's. Coupled with his unimaginable robust cultivation, the effect of the sea storm was very limited against him. Gaitanchu seemed to have sensed that something was amiss with the Dragon Transformation Island, but he did not have time to think too much about it. He immediately headed towards the underwater island in the coral forest sea. Mushing. What are you doing here? He saw Gai Mushing guarding outside the bubble at a glance. This eldest young master was currently holding his head high, enjoying the bragging of his subordinates. He was dreaming about the wonderful future of the only young master of the Dragon Transformation Island. However, plans could not keep up with changes. His father, who should have left the Dragon Transformation Island to the front line and would not be able to return for at least a month, suddenly appeared before him today for some reason. The pair of eyes that flickered with the dignity of a true dragon made him so afraid that his liver and guts almost shattered. His father was famous for killing without blinking. Unexpectedly, he suddenly returned. The intense guilt and fear made it impossible for Gai Mushing to hide anything. His eyes averted, lips trembled, and face paled. One look and one could tell that this useless son had done something terrible while he was away. Father, He lowered his head, naturally not daring to say that he had harmed his brother. He did not make up an excuse and stammered for a long time. However, how could Gaitanchu care if one or two of his sons died? If he told the truth, he might even think higher of this son. After all, he was a pirate. If he did not even know how to compete for power, wouldn't he be eaten until not even bones were left? This young master might be fine. However, his stammering appearance was equivalent to letting Gaitanchu imagine it himself. This Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head had abandoned the merit of killing an armored troll noble to rush back. How could he have the time to waste time on this foolish son? He directly connected the abnormality in the forbidden area to Gai Mushing. He casually slapped the head of this eldest young master. Gai Mushing shattered on the spot, and shattered bones and brains splattered on the surrounding higher-ups of the Dragon Transformation Island. The group of higher-ups, including Sasha, immediately fell silent. They obediently lowered their heads and did not dare to look or make any sound. Even Sasha, who was originally his partner, cursed the useless Gai Mushing in her mind. Although she had always been using the other party, this guy's stupidity really made her speechless. Gaitanchu chose his young master with so much effort. With such conduct, what use was there in keeping him? Grabbing the remaining headless corpse, Gaitanchu took a step forward and entered the secret place through the bubble. The terrifying anti-cultivation domain made him grunt. Even though he was not injured in the previous battle with Galenran, he was immediately injured in the envelopment of this domain. As expected, someone opened that stone door. No one could learn the chi condensation technique in a short period of time. It had to be this damned kid who had discovered the secret of the stone door. After copying it, he secretly found someone to learn it and sneak in while he was not around to steal his treasure. What a damned ingrate. he casually threw the headless corpse to the ground. A large number of the origin blood ancient leeches immediately surged out from the ground and sucked his blood dry. In any case, he was already dead, so it could not be wasted. Then, Gaitantius swept his gaze across the entire island. He easily took in everything on the island. On the way to the dragon transformation pool lay his other son, Gaiziu. In the end, he still could not withstand the impact of the anti-cultivation domain. His nascent soul withered and died halfway. It was his honor to experience the treatment of an ancient cultivator. On a cliff very close to the dragon transformation pool, a determined young girl was working hard to climb. Her fingers had already been completely worn out. Every move left a bright red fingerprint. Feeling the dragon blood aura inside, it was obvious that this was also a descendant of his bloodline. Seeing that his other son had also died, there was no reaction on Gaitantius' face. He was currently in his prime and had thousands of years left to live. Ordinary descendants could not outlive him at all. Establishing the young master position was actually only to motivate them. Even he had forgotten how many children were scattered around the coast of the eastern region. They came upon hearing this to come to pursue authority and wealth. So what if these two died? It was just two nascent soul cultivators. They were dispensable to him. He could just choose others. Ignoring the young woman who was working hard to climb up, Gaitantius' figure moved in an unknown manner and instantly arrived before the stone door that Jiang Li had pushed open. His eyes passed through the straight passageway in the middle and saw the figure standing in the center of the round room. He had seen that armor from afar before, but this armor was clearly worn by someone else. Scoundrel! How dare you! What he had worked hard for 100 years to obtain was actually obtained by someone else, a weakling, right under his nose. This caused the veins on Gaitantius' forehead to bulge, and his eyes were bloodshot from anger. He rushed into the passageway and wanted to tear Jiang Li into pieces. Unfortunately, this dignified Earth Immortal expert had only crossed 100 steps when his charging figure had already stopped. Furthermore, because he had rushed too quickly, an even more serious injury appeared in his body again. Step by step, he advanced. Driven by anger, he ignored his injuries and successfully broke through his previous limit. 350 steps, 360 steps, 400 steps, 450 steps. Two warm bloodlines flowed down his nose. It landed on the ground with a hissing sound, corroding the abnormally sturdy stone slab into small pits. Cracks appeared on his internal organs as if they were about to shatter at any moment. The injuries that could be left on an Earth Immortal were not ordinary injuries. In this short period of time, the anti-cultivation domain had left behind injuries on Gaitantia that would take several years to recover from. If he forced himself to move forward, the consequences would be even worse. The Dragon Transformation Island's Dragon Head, a dignified Earth Immortal Realm expert, could actually only watch helplessly as a fellow covered in armor was seizing his opportunity. Poison Dragon Arrow. A black poisonous arrow shot out from his fingers and stabbed towards Jiang Li, who was standing in the center of the room. Jiang Li was shocked when he saw Gaitantia return in advance. He knew in his mind that he must have touched the methods left behind by the other party. This was the second time he had faced an Earth Immortal level expert head. The last time was when he faced the person from the Myriad Slaughter sect. However, this time, there was no expert from the Cloud Manor protecting him. Moreover, his entire body could not move at all. He could only watch as the poisonous arrow enlarged in front of his eyes. Fortunately, the anti-cultivation domain was sufficiently powerful. After the arrow entered the round room, it was already dispersed by the anti-cultivation domain and did not touch him at all. The only good news was that the other party could not approach under the envelopment of the anti-cultivation domain, and the spiritual chi attacks could not touch him. However, the problem was, there's no other way out here. No matter who you are, when you come out, it'll kill you. Just as he had said, the entire Xuanian tomb was inside the Land of Storms. Jiang Li had been delayed in the ruin for too long this time and was blocked by the mastermind. This time, he would most likely have to face such an angry Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head. The difference between the level of an Earth Immortal and the Soul Formation realm was so great that even he, who had become stronger now, could not be confident of surpassing it. Chapter 421 3 Sovereign Scripture 1. Chapter 421 3 Sovereign Scripture 1. Time passed slowly. Gradually, Jiang Li no longer had the mood to pay attention to the future. This was because the armor on his body gradually changed after absorbing his spiritual chi and blood. First of all, as if something was about to break out of its cocoon and be reborn, a large number of cracks appeared on the surface of the armor. After the cracks spread to the entire armor, the material on the surface quickly fell off, revealing dark red muscles that were 100 times tougher than steel. This was the true physical body of this armor. The outer layer of skin was not to increase defense, but to restrict the muscles inside. The muscles that had regained their vitality tightly wrapped around Jiang Li inside. The enormous strength contracted and squeezed, trying to squeeze more of Jiang Li's flesh and blood energy. This armor actually wanted to take the initiative and use Jiang Li as the source of energy until it sucked him dry. Jiang Li, who was bound by the muscle armor, suddenly thought of something and released the appraisal technique on this armor again. Previously, perhaps because of the material barrier on the surface, no matter how Jiang Li appraised it, the results were unknown black ancient armor and unknown black ancient shield. They were of no help to him. Now that the material on the surface had fallen, Jiang Li used appraisal again and indeed obtained some different information. Then, his pupils constricted. Name, Sealed Chi-Yu Armor, Type, Armored Artifact, Status, Sealed, Energy Exhausted, Damaged, Grade, High-Grade Earth Rank Unknown, Material, Chi-Yaos Muscles, Quintet Chi Essence Copper, Other Unknown Materials. Note, this is the armor of the experts of the ancient human race. Chi-Yu, armor, weight. The appraisal meant that this was not the armor that Chi-Yu wore. It was an armor made of Chi-Yaos muscles. It turned out that Xuaniyuan was not buried in the Xuaniyuan tomb. It was the enemy defeated by Emperor Xuaniyuan. Legend had it that during the battle between Emperor Xuaniyuan and Chi-Yu, although he defeated Chi-Yao's army, he could not kill him completely. They could only separate his body and bury him in the mountains and rivers, making him unable to revive. A portion of the muscles was used to make this armor with the highest masterpiece of metal smelting in the Chi-Yu tribe, the Quintet Chi Essence Copper. In the end, it was taken as a spoil of war and stored in the Xuaniyuan tomb until today. No wonder after tens of thousands of years of cultivationless age, there was still a trace of vitality left. It turned out to be the body tissues left behind by the top human expert who could not even kill the human emperor. Even though the power of this small portion of muscles was less than a trace after the cultivationless age, this was still Chi-Yao's flesh and blood. What fierce armor! Damn it, it's too late. The dark red muscles received nutrients for the first time in tens of thousands of years and swelled up even more. The muscles intertwined with each other. The armor that originally had a total of 18 parts from top to bottom completely grew and fused together, forming a complete body. Jiang Li, who was inside the armor, was completely swallowed by the darkness. On the completely healed armor, a pair of instinctively blood-red eyes lit up. Boom! The violent shockwave caused the entire island to tremble. In the underwater island called the Dragon Tomb, the ground that was filled with hard rocks suddenly bulged up. Then, as if an earth dragon had flipped over under the island, this bulging rock layer spread straight back. Violent energy was released below the ground, and a large number of rocks flew up. At the end of the bulging rock mound, a man wearing a black, gold-trimmed cloak was pressed under thousands of tons of rocks with a dark and terrifying expression. Earlier, the dignified Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head had been sent flying by a punch. With just a punch, he was sent flying from the tunnel like an orbital cannon. He crashed through the 1,000 feet of rock below the ground. Boom! After leaving the core of the anti-cultivation domain, Gaitanchu could finally unleash some of his strength. He released his spiritual chi and blew away all the rocks on his body. He looked down at his abdomen, where a piece of flesh had been beaten away. Gaitanchu raised his head and met a pair of crimson eyes that were without intelligence. Irrational monster. The monster in front of him seemed to have its skin peeled off. Dark red muscles were directly exposed to the air, and two sharp horns gradually grew out on its head. The ferocious aura was still rising steadily. Looking at the change in this armor, he knew that the thief who wanted to steal the inheritance had already been swallowed by this monster. However, the Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head was not happy at all. He did not know what the thief had done, but he had released such a terrifying monster, and this thing could actually unleash such power in such an environment. Swoosh! Chi-Yu armor had already abandoned the shield. Sharp long claws grew out from his hands and pounced forward again. Gaitanchu was not to be outdone. A pair of dragon claws appeared, and the two sides collided. However, compared to the Chi-Yu armor with Jiang Li as the energy source, Gaitanchu was really unable to adapt to fighting in the anti-cultivation domain. The stalemate did not last long before his chest caved in as if it had been struck by a hammer, and he was sent flying. Chapter 422 3 Sovereign Scripture 2. Chapter 422 3 Sovereign Scripture 2. He was not injured by the Chi-Yu armor. Instead, he had used too much strength and was injured by the anti-cultivation domain. Although this underwater island was his territory, it was not his home ground. Forget about fighting here. He would be injured if he stayed here for a long time. Moreover, he had to face the raging Chi-Yu armor. He fell into a disadvantageous position in a single exchange, and then he suffered defeat repeatedly. In the aftershock of their battle, the underwater island continuously trembled. The stalagmites that were thousands of feet tall collapsed and broke like wheat sticks. The strange and rugged mountain terrain was flattened like rubber. The only thing that could be considered intact on this island was the peak in the center. In such an intense battle, Gaitanchu would rather suffer a loss than stay there. That was because there was a dragon transformation pool that he valued greatly. He finally climbed up the peak of the island and looked at the smiling Gaijianmo in the middle of the pool. He suddenly discovered that the entire world seemed to be about to be destroyed, and everything was collapsing. Not long after, even the entire island began to tilt to the side. She could only try to grab the edge of the dragon transformation pool to prevent herself from falling down the 1,000-feet cliff. In a corner of the island, the Chi-Yu armor grabbed Gaitanchu's head and smashed him into the ground. The ground collapsed and the island tilted, as if this ruin was about to be destroyed. Golden lightning erupted, and Gaitanchu was forced to transform into a dragon. Only then did he barely break free from the Chi-Yu armor. However, he was not in the mood to fight. At the very least, he was definitely not this monster's match on this island. His long dragon tail swayed as he was about to escape from this island. The higher-ups of the Dragon Transformation Island waiting in the coral forest water saw a huge dragon head emerging from the bubble. In the Dragon Transformation Island, only their Lord Dragon Head could transform into a dragon. However, at this moment, the dignified dragon head was covered in blood and flesh. Half of the dragon head was swollen to twice the size of the other side, and one of the long dragon whiskers was broken. They did not understand what was going on in the bubble. They only saw that the long dragon body had only crawled out halfway when it suddenly stopped. It was as if something had grabbed his tail on the other side of the bubble and was trying to pull the dragon back into the bubble. The purple-black poison dragon pulled at the bubble with its front claws and competed with the monster inside. However, the terrifying power after transforming into a dragon was actually inferior to that unknown existence. They were shocked to see that their Lord Dragonhead was being pulled back bit by bit. To be able to beat Lord Dragonhead to such a state, what kind of monster was hidden in this forbidden area? Roar! After a high and painful dragon roar, the purple-black poison dragon successfully escaped the bubble. However, his dragon tail was broken. The poisonous dragon blood spread in the sea and poisoned a large number of dragon blood creatures nearby on the spot. Many of the higher-ups of the Dragon Transformation Island who did not have the time to dodge died under the poisonous blood. The poison dragon had just escaped the bubble when a large ripple suddenly appeared on the bubble, causing a bump to fiercely appear. Something attacked crazily inside, wanting to break through this bubble and continue chasing. It could be seen that even Gaitanchu, who had already turned into a poisonous dragon, was facing a great enemy. Fortunately, this bubble barrier was sufficiently strong. After more than 10 breaths, the monster inside finally gave up on attacking. Only then did the bubble wrapped around the underwater island slowly recover to its original state. Watch this place. Seal the barrier and don't let anyone approach. The poisonous dragon gave the remaining higher-ups of the Dragon Transformation Island an order. As he spoke, poisonous blood surged out of the dragon's mouth. Earlier, under the envelopment of the anti-cultivation domain, he had erupted with strength several times and was beaten up by that monster. The injuries that Gaitanchu had suffered today could not be said to be light. He had to use the few precious herbs that he had accumulated in the past to recover. After staring at the bubble behind him again, he hurriedly flew away to recuperate. Only the higher-ups of the Dragon Transformation Island looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. This was the first time they had seen their dragon head suffer such an injury. If the enemy in the bubble came out, would they still be alive? However, if they disobeyed the order and fled, they were afraid of the power of Gaitanchu. A group of experts stayed in the coral forest and could only stare at the huge bubble in the water. Inside this bubble, the Chiyu armor that had lost its opponent had already quieted down again. Due to the fact that he did not have a soul or intelligence, some of the weak creatures on the island could not stimulate his instincts. The muscle armor that contained ancient life grabbed the dragon tail and stood motionless on the spot. Jiang Li was naturally not completely swallowed by it. His current state was quite leisurely. The spiritual chi and vitality in Jiang Li's body were endless. Although his current gain was a little insufficient, it was not so easy to drain him dry. If he continued at this speed, it would take at least half a year to really injure him. The only troublesome thing was the ferocious wills inside. It was the wills left behind on the ancient battlefield that blinded Jiang Li's body and senses, preventing him from moving. However, if Jiang Li really wanted to eliminate them, he only needed to spend 5 seconds. The reason why he did not do this was only because he could not bear to. The level of these wills was so high. If he could use the Blood Fiend Divine Art and the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra to convert them into his own, Jiang Li's soul would obtain a qualitative transformation. Chapter 423 3 Sovereign Scripture 3. Chapter 423 3 Sovereign Scripture 3. Therefore, before his life was in danger, he did not want to waste these ferocious wills. However, the most important thing now was to think of a way to deal with this Chiyu armor. From earlier until now, this armor had already absorbed several times the life and spiritual chi of Jiang Li's main body. However, it still did not have the slightest intention of being satisfied. The mark that belonged to Jiang Li had long been buried deeply into the muscle armor. The initial refinement could already be considered successful. However, perhaps because the foundation of this armor was too high, this ordinary refinement method was actually unable to control it. This was a little awkward. Jiang Li did not want to be a biological battery in armor forever. However, what else could be effective? Ghost Lantern Cold Flame. There was no soul in this armor at all. The flames that burned souls were useless. Human Fire. Chiyu was a descendant of the Flame Emperor and was the most orthodox human. That legendary flame could not harm him even if it burned Jiang Li to death. Human Emperor's Blood Chi. The Human Emperor's Blood Chi in Jiang Li's body originated from the Flame Emperor's lineage. This Chiyu armor probably took a fancy to this and took the initiative to absorb his blood and energy. Was he going to walk into a trap? Dragon Pearl. The power of chaos. It did not seem to be enough. Just as Jiang Li was vexed, a white gentle light suddenly illuminated the interior of the sealed armor. The white light even penetrated Jiang Li's body and shone into his consciousness that was ravaged by ferocious auras. What a gentle light. Oh, why do I feel like I'm in love? Jiang Li followed the light and quickly found the source. This was the nine-tailed finger bone. What emitted the light was the finger bone of the nine-tailed heavenly fox, Daji, that was hanging on Jiang Li's chest. A white light affected Jiang Li's mind. The nine-tailed finger bone was actually so terrifying. King Zhu, I kind of understand you now. After wiping away his saliva, Jiang Li began to take the initiative to guide this white light. As the three demons of the Xuanian tomb, Daji had a deep relationship with this ruin. Jiang Li did not expect a change to happen at this moment. Under her guidance, the white light gradually filled his consciousness. Then, before Jiang Li could study it carefully, a gentle and charming female voice sounded in his consciousness. Was this Daji's voice? Jiang Li shuddered and almost lost his mind. Fortunately, he had been tempered by illusions in front of Daji's stone statue and had resistance skills. On a certain night that no one knew about, after subduing 7 demonesses in a row, he had even retained the precious status, wise man's time, that lasted for 3 minutes. Coupled with some of his previous mental resistance status, Jiang Li could barely maintain his consciousness under this voice. As the gentle female voice slowly chanted, golden words emerged from the white light and formed a scripture in his consciousness. Under the illumination of the golden scriptures, the originally raging demonic will became docile. The ground that gradually entered the consciousness space no longer acted rashly. Golden imperial divine seal, words of the three sovereigns, in the heavens and earth, there is the Tao, and in the 5 elements, there are 10,000 gods and the master of all things. On the earth and under the earth, there is virtue, slaughter all things, capture spirits, and slay evil gods. Supreme Chi control technique, divine Tao of immortality, yin-yang 6 transformations, cultivation nourishment. The purple constellation human Tao, the 3 sovereigns are like spirits swimming in the clear jade, exterminating the vicious and slaying the evil, staying in the mountain hall forever. The green clouds will follow. The 6 heavenly tribulations will exist in the true form, supported by the divine jade. The myriad tribulations will transcend immortals. Regular pill heaven, 5 mountains, and 4 desolations, river cave and pill aperture, earth deities clear spring, myriad spirit construction, wind count, and rain master, star suppression technique. This was the 3 sovereign scripture. Chapter 424 Unexpected Breakthrough, 1. Chapter 424 Unexpected Breakthrough, 1. Listening to the 3 sovereign scripture, 80% of the content was praising the 3 great leaders, and only less than 20% was the actual content. Now, Jiang Li could roughly know. Back then, the 9-tailed fox Daji had stayed in the Xuanian tomb to cultivate. Apart from being a reward from the human emperor, it was also her responsibility to guard this Chi Yu armor. This 3 sovereign scripture was also left behind to suppress Chi Yao's muscles. As Daji chanted the scripture, Chi Yao's will quickly calmed down, and Jiang Li's body recovered his control bit by bit. I just woke up and there's a ghost pressing on my body? How unlucky. Being trapped in the muscle armor, Jiang Li's current feeling was very similar to when he had fallen into the deep sea and was suppressed by the deep sea water pressure. Every part of his body was squeezed by a huge force. The blood, vitality, and spiritual chi in his body were quickly flowing away like a dam breaking. However, other than that, this armor did not seem to be able to hurt him directly. After all, this was an armor, not a torture device or a cursed tool. It did not have the ability to self-harm in the first place. Jiang Li tried to move his fingers. Although it was a little difficult, he could still move them. However, the Chi Yu armor seemed to be a little puzzled. It did not know who touched it and instinctively assumed a threatening posture. However, it did not find any threat and returned to its original state. It's indeed something without intelligence but only muscles. After probing a few times, Jiang Li became braver. He started to walk with the Chi Yu armor. Although he was wrapped in muscle armor and could not see what was outside, he could hear it. He could still rely on his voice to clearly construct the terrain of the outside world in his mind. Every step he took, the Chi Yu armor would assume a battle stance. Its actions were so exaggerated that he felt a headache coming on. However, Jiang Li still walked back to the underground ruin step by step. This room and the pearl eyeball could restrain the Chi-Yu armor. As long as he suppressed this armor to its original state, Jiang Li could withdraw first. When he returned to the round room, the power on the armor immediately weakened greatly, making his movements much more convenient. Jiang Li looked around. Sure enough, the core of the anti-cultivation domain was still floating quietly on the spot. He controlled the armor and walked closer. The dark red muscles on the armor trembled as if it was resisting. If it was a fist or a sword, with its muscle instincts, it might know how to dodge. However, it did not know how to deal with the power of the coverage domain. He controlled the armor and sat cross-legged below the core. Jiang Li began to chant the three sovereign scripture along with Daji's voice. The core that looked like an eyeball above his head was triggered by the scripture. The anti-cultivation domain that originally spread to the entire underwater island began to contract continuously, gathering as much power as possible on the Chi-Yu armor below. Under the influence of this power, even Chi-Yu's muscles could not absorb Jiang Li's spiritual Chi anymore. Without this supply, the muscles that had swelled up like monsters began to slowly wither and return to their original appearance. The two soaring horns on his head softened. When it landed not far away, the shield that had been held in the Chi-Yu armor flew over automatically and attached to the left chest of the armor. Then, black runes spread out from under the shield and quickly wrapped around every part of the armor. It turned out that this shield was the core of the seal. The runes covered his entire body and began to slowly contract. While retracting, it also pulled at the dark red Chi-Yu's muscles. Although the muscles were unwilling, they could not resist the pull of the runes. They were torn apart piece by piece and slowly absorbed into the shield. Jiang Li, who was originally tightly wrapped, finally breathed in fresh air. After all the muscles were sucked in, the shield also began to shrink. In the end, it became only the size of a palm, and like a heart protection mirror, it sucked tightly into Jiang Li's heart. Slam. Finally, the floating eyeball-shaped core automatically landed on the shield. The eyeball rolled a few times, as if it had found a comfortable position. Only then did everything fall silent. This thing is really too fierce. Jiang Li poked the shrunken shield in his chest, still in disbelief. Just now, the raging Chi-Yu armor had beaten up the Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head, an Earth immortal mighty figure who could suppress an area. Although it was in the anti-cultivation domain, that scene was still something Jiang Li could not imagine. If he could control this armor, he could match an Earth immortal and truly become one of the few experts in the cultivation world of the Eastern region. At that time, the myriad slaughter sect would be waiting for him, Jiang Li, to kill them all. Unfortunately, with his current ability, he clearly could not control the muscles of the ancient human, Chi-Yu. There was also this anti-cultivation core and the metal fragment that was originally placed together with it. They were definitely not ordinary. He closed his eyes and felt it. The shield attached to his chest was obviously much more obedient. Faintly, he received some information. This pearl embedded in it was called the anti-cultivation spiritual bead. It was the last work of Yellow Emperor Xuan Yuan. Chapter 425 Unexpected Breakthrough, 2. Chapter 425 Unexpected Breakthrough, 2. The main material was actually an eyeball. Moreover, the original owner of this eyeball was the legendary daughter of the Yellow Emperor, Nuba, who would cause bloodshed for thousands of miles in the world once she appeared. She was known as the legendary drought demon. Jiang Li was speechless. Yellow Emperor Xuan Yuan was quite ruthless. His own daughter's eyeball could actually be refined into an artifact. Although this artifact was really very powerful, the goddess, Nuba, originally had the power of her natural domain. She could control water and avoid the wind, stopping waves and floods. Even the combined efforts of the Wind Count and Rain Master were defeated by her drought demon domain. After the upgrade and refinement of Yellow Emperor Xuan Yuan, it had even fused with the great Tao of anti-cultivation and was changed to a spiritual bead that could expel spiritual chi. If it was used by Yellow Emperor Xuan Yuan in ancient times, the effect would definitely be that of killing anyone in his path. Of course, it was far from it now. Through this shield, He also discovered that he could already indirectly control this spiritual bead. With a thought, 2 eyelids appeared on the shield heart protection mirror. As the eyelids slowly closed, the power of the anti-cultivation spiritual bead quickly converged. The power of the domain quickly retracted from the outside. It was not until his eyelids completely closed that the anti-cultivation spiritual bead disappeared. The anti-cultivation domain that enveloped the underwater island and countless cultivators did not dare to step foot in finally disappeared completely. Jiang Li felt as if the mountain on his back had been removed. He felt relaxed. The suppressed power bounced back even more violently. This feeling of having full strength again made him involuntarily infatuated. He casually put away the metal fragments floating beside him, not wanting to be disturbed by anything else. Crack. However, following a slight cracking sound, Jiang Li's expression changed drastically. A crack appeared in his golden core. He was about to break through. Not long ago, after he successfully fused the 5 cores, Jiang Li's cultivation had already reached the limit that a golden core could endure, and he could shatter his core and form his nascent soul at any time. However, he was worried that the expenditure when breaking through this kind of major realm would be even more exaggerated than when he fused the 5 cores. He wanted to be fully prepared. He had a feeling that he needed a suitable opportunity to advance to the nascent soul realm, so he temporarily pushed it back. In fact, it did not take long. However, during this period of time when he was suppressed by the anti-cultivation domain, his strength increased greatly again. Now that the anti-cultivation domain was withdrawn, his golden core could no longer restrain itself and began to break through. At this time, this place was even more dangerous than a tiger's den. However, the golden core had already begun to shatter. If he forcefully stopped it, it would cause great damage to the golden core. It would endanger his future cultivation path. At this point, he could only quickly break through. Outside, Captain Sasha did not care that there were other higher-ups beside him. She hurriedly flew to a corner that no one saw. After using the token to open the bubble barrier, she threw the coffin in. The anti-cultivation domain inside had already been withdrawn, and the coffin automatically navigated it. In the blink of an eye, it returned to Jiang Li's side. The coffin contained the top-grade spiritual liquid that flowed like a river. The dividend given to him by the Cloud Manor was 240 ships of spirit stones. There was also almost all his accumulation since he started cultivating. These should be able to satisfy his need to break through. The coffin flew into the ruin, and the stone door at the entrance of the ruin automatically closed, separating the interior from the outside world. With the strength of this Xuanyuan tomb, it should be enough to restrict the movements when Jiang Li broke through. Then, the coffin lid opened. A vast amount of spiritual qi surged out from the coffin, instantly filling the space inside the Xuanyuan tomb. The surrounding spiritual qi became abundant, and the process of Jiang Li's golden core shattering was also a little faster. As expected, right at the beginning, there was a huge demand for spiritual qi in the golden core. It did not take long for the top-grade spiritual qi infusion and top-grade blood energy infusion to be unable to satisfy his needs. Jiang Li opened his mouth and spat out a huge golden core that floated above his head. The golden core erupted with a shocking suction force, instantly absorbing the spiritual qi that had just filled the ruin. The speed at which it absorbed spiritual qi was actually almost comparable to the anti-cultivation spiritual bead. Fortunately, the yin burial coffin had been infused with Jiang Li's spiritual qi for such a long time. The energy reserves inside were sufficiently exaggerated and the quality was sufficiently ridiculous. Soon, the first crack followed one of the patterns on the dragon pearl golden core and split from the top to the bottom. However, this was only the first crack. One had to know that Jiang Li's purple extreme golden core had a total of 99 patterns. If he wanted to shatter the core and reach the nascent soul realm without any accidents, he had to crack the corresponding 99 fine patterns. Relying on the fact that his spiritual qi could enter his body and the support of the yin burial coffin's spiritual qi, Jiang Li successfully cracked the first 9 fine patterns. Then, the demand for spiritual qi increased again. At this moment, two inverted 9 netherwood clones crawled out of the coffin. There were more than 100 tons of spirit stones wrapped around their roots. As they extracted the energy within and transformed it into the 9 nether spiritual chi, they were sent to Jiang Li. He even stretched out his hand to pluck the 9 nether earth fruits from the tree and stuffed them into his mouth without even looking before swallowing them whole. Among them was an advanced version of the black patterned 9 nether fruit. One of the sacrifices to condense this black patterned 9 nether fruit was the original captain of the second fleet of the Dragon Transformation Island. After being defeated by Sasha, she and the eldest young master joined forces to secretly take him down. The other was a soul formation cultivator from the Mu family who had been imprisoned in the Shu Mountain Demon Subduing Pagoda by the Great Mountain Alliance a long time ago. The last time Jiang Li returned to the base of the Great Mountain Alliance, his original goal was actually to take away that soul formation cultivator from the Mu family. It was just that he happened to bump into 12 high-grade divine judgment forces and sent spirit stones to them. With these two sacrifices, this black patterned 9 nether fruit was born. With the help of 2 9 netherwood that was equivalent to the soul formation realm of humans and a large number of 9 nether earth fruits, Jiang Li did not have much obstruction as 24 fine patterns split open in succession. However, when it reached the 34th crack, the progress slowed again. On the purple extreme golden core, there were 33 cracks, representing Jiang Li's spiritual chi cultivation. The second 33 fine patterns were red blood tattoos, representing the power of the Azura world. At this moment, he needed to change the method. The divine statue clone and the Yakshaw clone were in charge. The precious treasure of the Azura world, the demon god's egg, was in Jiang Li's mouth. The blood cult karma cleansing lotus cushioned his body. The highest grade blood of madness transformed into pure strength and surged into his body with the help of the 2 clones. The few boxes had sucked dry the spiritual crystals of the 1,000 evil eye priest in the blood fighting arena. After they were refined and purified by the ghost lantern cold flame, they stuffed them into Jiang Li's mouth one by one. After opening the coffin, a small spatial crack continuously emitted the power of another world. The accumulation that he had almost emptied the blood fighting arena allowed Jiang Li to successfully crack open 33 blood cult lines. The remaining 33 fine runes were golden in color and were also the most difficult to deal with. These fine runes represented the power of merit in life. The power of virtuous merit was extremely rare. He had the merit blessing status and his golden core was wrapped in the fire of the Swiran clan. Even the space around him was still covered in merit runes. This was almost an unimaginable condition for ordinary people. However, the progress still made Jiang Li dissatisfied. At this speed, it would take at least 3 months to break the last 33 cracks. Although he could definitely successfully break through, Jiang Li could not afford to delay it. This was because he was in someone else's territory. Enemies might enter from outside at any time. The anti-cultivation spiritual bead was put away already. Once Gaitancha sent people in to check, he would immediately discover some clues. At that time, that old fellow would definitely attack regardless of his injuries. The only ones who could block that earth immortal were the anti-cultivation spiritual bead and the Chi-Yu armor. However, the problem was that Jiang Li was at the critical moment in his breakthrough. It was impossible to open the anti-cultivation domain or release the Chi-Yu armor again. Once he did that, the energy in his body would be suppressed or plundered. At that time, if he failed to break through to the nascent soul realm and suffered a huge backlash, all his previous efforts would be for naught. He might even die from serious injuries. Therefore, he definitely could not wait for so long. He had to complete the breakthrough in 3 days. Fortunately, he still had a treasure that he had never used before. Chapter 426 My Nascent Soul's 3 Heads 1. Chapter 426 My Nascent Soul's 3 Heads 1. He stretched out his hand and beckoned to the coffin, and a series of clanging sounds immediately sounded from inside. That thing was stored in the deepest part of the coffin by Jiang Li. He wanted to quickly take it out. but he knocked over many things in the process. A moment later, a string of golden rice grains slowly floated out of the pitch-black coffin. Name: golden rice. Type: seed. Grade: medium grade. Earth rank. Note: grows by a season every day. Every harvest gives 1 bushel. Strengthens the body when eaten as food. This was the treasure Jiang Li had obtained when he climbed the first 1,000 steps in the start hour test all those years ago. The golden grain looked like a spiritual plant that grew very quickly and produced a lot. It was only related to the livelihood of ordinary mortals. At most, they could eat rice grown from the golden grain often and strengthen their bodies. However, the effect might not be better than professional medicinal pills. To Jiang Li, it was really not very useful. After the spiritual qi recovery, all plants could grow surprisingly. There were very few places in the continent of the 9 provinces that would experience famine, and there was no need for the golden rice to save them. Therefore, this thing had been thrown into the corner and used as a backup material for the demon awakening technique. It was not valued much. However, by chance, he obtained a magical jade pendant from the cloud manor that could probe the merit and sins of things. Once, he happened to put the jade pendant together with this string of rice grain. In the end, the jade pendant suddenly emitted a golden light that was 10 times more dazzling than when it was in his hand. It almost blinded his eyes. Only at that time did Jiang Li realize that he had been ignoring a precious treasure all along. In the primordial world, Earth Emperor Shennon invented agriculture, farming equipment, and seed preservation. This golden grain was a major milestone for the ancient people to enter the agricultural era. Each season produced crops to feed the people. Countless humans had been saved in ancient times. After eating it, they could also strengthen their bodies and improve their physiques, allowing the innately weak humans to compete with many powerful races in the primordial world and occupy a place to exist. It was an important aspect of the Shennon clan's prosperity. This golden grain had been passed down through the generations of the Shennon lineage until it reached the hands of the last human emperor and was finally obtained by Jiang Li. Its function was secondary. The merit condensed on it was the most important thing. King Zi had placed this item on the first 1,000 steps. That was the easiest to obtain, not because it was not important, but because it was too important. He was afraid that the future generations would be unable to obtain it, so he deliberately lowered the difficulty. Moreover, this medium-grade earth rank meant that every rice grain was medium-grade earth rank. Jiang Li caught the golden rice, plucked one of the rice grains, and swallowed it. A dense rice fragrance spread out. The 67th crack on Jiang Li's golden core immediately split from head to toe. Then, there was the second and third golden grain. With each grain consumed, an additional crack would appear on Jiang Li's golden core. The power of virtuous merit trapped around Jiang Li's body also became richer and more vigorous. After eating the 33rd grain of golden rice, the purple extreme golden core floating above Jiang Li's head was already covered in 99 uniform cracks. In the end, it exploded with a bang and dispersed into spiritual light that filled the sky. In the spiritual light, one could vaguely see a translucent nascent soul sitting cross-legged. When the dispersed spiritual light gathered again, Jiang Li could see the appearance of his nascent soul clearly. The nascent soul had 3 heads on its neck. One had a benevolent expression, one was a ferocious deity, and one was completely emotionless. All 3 faces had Jiang Li's appearance. Below were 8 arms. The 4 left arms held the pale white ghost lantern cold flame, and the 4 right arms held the Swiren clan's human fire. Under the nascent soul sat the black-white dual-colored Karma lotus platform. On its body was a coiling black scale 5-clawed true dragon. On its back was a 9 netherwood that unfolded the shade of the tree to block the wind and rain. This nascent soul was greatly different from the ones Jiang Li had seen before. The nascent souls of ordinary cultivators were mostly like jade dolls. If one's cultivation was deeper, their nascent soul would be more transparent and pure. If he used some unorthodox method or cultivated some demonic cultivation method, his nascent soul would show some black spots, purple spots, or abnormal cracks. In some records, Jiang Li had even heard of powerful nascent souls like the nine-colored nascent soul. However, a nascent soul cultivator like Jiang Li, who had 3 heads and 8 arms and carried all kinds of accompanying equipment, was really unheard of. Forget it. In any case, these 3 heads and 8 arms were not deformed. Instead, they looked very harmonious. There was no harm in having them. He looked at his interface. The buff status of high-grade merit blessing had already replaced their medium-grade merit blessing. In order to break through to the nascent soul realm, Jiang Li ate 33 golden rice grains. The power of virtuous merit was not something that could be obtained simply by eating it. However, because of his special golden core and the opportunity to break through, he obtained the merit on this golden rice, causing his merit blessing status to rise again. This was another pleasant surprise. Not only could the power of virtuous merit control the human fire, but it also affected Jiang Li in every aspect at all times. With such a level of merit, he would probably pick up spirit stones casually when he went out in the future. With a wave of his hand, the nascent soul floating above his head immediately floated in front of Jiang Li. Looking at his nascent soul, the 3 heads and 6 eyes of the nascent soul also looked at his body. Looking into his own eyes, this feeling was even more wonderful than looking into the eyes of a parallel mind. Chapter 427 My Nascent Soul's 3 Heads. 2. Chapter 427 My Nascent Soul's 3 Heads. 2. It's just that I feel a little ashamed seeing it naked. Looking at the nascent soul that looked completely like him, Jiang Li suddenly cursed. The 3 heads of the nascent soul also nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to study the changes brought about by breaking through to the nascent soul realm, the round room he was in suddenly began to tremble. On the ground, walls, and even the dome of the room, densely engraved words began to automatically climb and move like the words on the stone door. They all climbed onto Jiang Li's body, but this time, the target of these words was not Jiang Li's body. As these merit runes surged in, countless small words that were even smaller than mites began to appear on his nascent soul. They dyed his nascent soul black from head to toe. What he meant was that a nascent soul being naked was embarrassing, not that he wanted it to have tattoos. Jiang Li cultivated the beast blood diagram and was originally covered in tattoos. Now, it seemed that the newly born and clean nascent soul was about to become even more mafia-like than him. The protective item in the ruin had already been taken away by Jiang Li. These merit runes should have been absorbed by the anti-cultivation spiritual bead and continued to become its energy source. However, the power of virtuous merit attracted each other. These ancient runes that were about to move were attracted by Jiang Li's nascent soul and were intercepted midway. Perhaps the high-grade merit blessing that Jiang Li had just obtained had also played an important role. However, this round room was a huge space that could hold 10 football games at the same time. Although each word was larger than a palm, the total word count easily exceeded 10 million. Dense black dots quickly climbed up Jiang Li's 3-headed nascent soul. The originally crystal clear appearance was covered by tens of millions of words. At a glance, it was almost pitch black. Unless one's vision was extremely good, they could see that there were extremely fine words on it. It took several hours before these patterns all climbed into Jiang Li's nascent soul. It gave his nascent soul a special ability to become invisible at night. Forget it. Although it was a little dark, the benefits were also huge. To others, the nascent soul was definitely a fatal weakness. However, with the protection of these merit runes, Jiang Li's nascent soul might be the place with the highest defense in his entire body in the future. After the last merit rune disappeared, the entire underwater island changed. The surrounding ground began to tremble. Looking up, a huge crack appeared on the circular dome and was still spreading out. It seemed that this place was about to collapse. The battle between the Chiyu armor and Gaitanchu had already broken the ground of this underwater island. At that time, with these merit runes, it did not look like anything serious. Now that these carvings were all taken away by Jiang Li, This round room naturally became an ordinary underground stone room. The underwater island was about to collapse because it could no longer support the broken ground. Jiang Li put away his nascent soul. A dark green light flashed on his body, and his entire body had already transformed into a tree root that nimbly burrowed into the stone surface beneath his feet. Previously, he still needed the support of the 9 Nether escape technique from the 9 Nether clone. Now, he could already use it himself. In the face of the 9 Nether escape technique, the hard rocks were as fragile as tofu. He easily pushed through the rock layer and soon appeared on the ground. Sure enough, the entire island was trembling, cracks were everywhere, and this mystic realm was about to be destroyed. The changes in the bubble also affected the outside world. Actually, long before Jiang Li started to break through, because he had put away the anti-cultivation domain, according to the first law of energy, without being affected by external forces, energy would always transfer from high to low. The underwater island that was so barren that it did not have much spiritual chi was naturally that low place. Without the influence of the anti-cultivation domain, the spiritual chi of the outside world naturally began to move into the bubble. This bubble barrier was sturdy, and even an Earth Immortal level attack could not easily break it. However, it could not block the vast natural spiritual chi. Those outside were all experts, so they naturally could observe the flow of these abnormal spiritual chi. At that time, they wanted to report it to Gaitanchu immediately. It was still Sasha who used the excuse that Lord Dragonhead was currently angry and that whoever appeared in front of him would be unlucky. She temporarily suppressed the information and did not report it. At this moment, Jiang Li put away the merit rune that was the core of the entire mystic realm, causing the underwater island to be on the verge of collapse. From the outside world, the entire bubble began to tremble. Even the surrounding sea area and the dragon transformation island not far away experienced an intense earthquake. This commotion could no longer be hidden. Jiang Li contacted Sasha outside. Sure enough, Gaitanchu, who was healing his injuries, already knew about the abnormality here. Under his orders, the Dragon Transformation Island was organizing the Suicide Squad to enter the bubble to investigate the situation. Once they discovered anything abnormal, the experts of the Dragon Transformation Island would come out in full strength. As the captain of the Second Fleet, she could not disobey the Dragonhead's orders. She could only stall for time when executing it. Jiang Li frowned and did not leave immediately. Instead, he flew into the air and glanced at the collapsed island. Soon, he discovered a crooked mountain in the center of the island. On it, he saw a shallow pool of water and a familiar woman. The girl, Gai Jianmo, was actually not dead. One had to know that a battle between Earth Immortals had happened in this damned place before. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators did not dare to say if they were qualified to watch the battle, but a mortal like her could actually live until now. There was luck involved. But this lady's determination was indeed admirable. After knowing each other for a few days, Gai Jianmo had helped him greatly. Jiang Li could not leave him here to die. His figure flickered, and when he appeared again, he was already beside Gai Jianmo. This girl was unconscious. She was hanging on a stone spike on the inclined mountain peak. Her entire body was floating in the air, and her face was pale as paper. Looking at the surrounding environment, Jiang Li quickly analyzed the situation. Gai Jianmo should have already climbed to the peak at that time. But in the aftermath of the battle between the two experts, she almost fell down 1,000 feet cliff from the impact. At the last moment, she grabbed a stone spike that grew out of the mountain peak and did not fall to death. However, under such circumstances, she could not crawl back to a safe place. In fact, she could not even last long if she grabbed the stone spike. Therefore, this lady directly placed her palm on the stone spike. His palm was completely pierced by a sharp stone spike, and she hung on it. This wound took all her weight. When the entire mountain peak was tilted, it actually saved her life. However, it also caused her to faint from the pain. He did not expect a seemingly weak woman to be so bold. Jiang Li rescued the person from the stone spike and temporarily straightened this mountain before placing it beside the dragon transformation pool. As pure wood attribute spiritual chi swept across, the egg-sized hole in Jianmo's palm was quickly filled with new flesh and blood. On this island, many things were not a problem for Jiang Li at all. In the eyes of mortals, it might be a life and death tribulation. After a few days of taking the risk alone and climbing up 1,000 feet high alone, and then being hung on the stone spike like dried meat for a day and night, this caused Gai Jianmo's body to reach its limit, and only then was she unable to wake up. Now that she was nourished by the spiritual chi, the exhaustion and pain in her body was swept away. Jianmo's eyelashes trembled and she finally woke up slowly. Sir Li Jiang, is that you? When she woke up from her coma, Jianmo saw the man in her dream at first glance. However, for some reason, her eyes moistened when she saw Jiang Li. Am indeed dead? I'm sorry, Sir Li Jiang. Jianmo was useless and caused you to lose your life. Sir, I can't repay your kindness. Jianmo has become a ghost and is willing to serve you as a servant. So she thought he was dead. Previously, Gai Xiu had told her that as long as she became the young lady who transformed into a dragon, she could send her subordinates to save Jiang Li. It was precisely this goal that supported her until now. Unfortunately, it did not succeed in the end. She was sad because of this. Chapter 428 Ancient Leech Dragon Transformation 1. Chapter 428 Ancient Leech Dragon Transformation 1. In the sea area near the Dragon Transformation Island, in the center of the coral forest, the originally calm huge bubble was constantly fluctuating violently. From time to time, a few holes would appear, splitting into a few small bubbles that floated to the surface. A group of talisman formation masters from the Dragon Transformation Island were surrounding the bubble in fear and checking the situation of this natural barrier. They quickly set up a temporary array formation in an attempt to maintain the stability of the barrier. However, looking at how these masters were sweating, they knew that the situation was not ideal. Lord Dragonhead, according to our calculations, this barrier is very likely to last for another half an hour. It was an old man who had two glowing lanterns on his head who swam shakily to Gaitanchu's side. He reported the situation of the barrier in fear. Gaitanchu, who was wrapped in rune bandages and had temporarily suppressed his injuries, glanced coldly at the old man, scaring him until his face was pale. The two lanterns flickered as if he was about to die at any moment. Fortunately, the moody Dragonhead did not slap the subordinate in front of it to death this time. He casually waved his hand to dismiss him. The old lantern man felt as if he had been granted amnesty and ran back to continue working hard. After letting go of the array formation elder, Gaitanchu turned to look at Sasha. Sasha, who already had a guilty conscience, felt a chill in her heart. But she did not show it. After bowing respectfully to the Dragonhead, she turned around and approached the bubble. She used the token to send out a spiritual light and opened an entrance in the barrier. Then, she plunged in with a dark expression. Then, 454 Dragon Transformation Island cultivators followed behind her and swam in with despair on their faces. Although Gaitanchu had not returned for long, how could they hide what had happened on the island from him? Not to mention that everyone on the Dragon Transformation Island knew that Sasha and the dead eldest young master Gaimushing had formed a party for personal gains, now that the eldest young master had been casually slapped to death by Lord Dragonhead. How could she, the captain of the Second Fleet, be any better? However, Gaitanchu did not kill her immediately. In any case, his son and the thief inside were already dead. The plot had already been defeated by his absolute strength. Gaitanchu was also confident that no one could do anything under his watch. It just so happened that he needed people now, so he planned to extract this woman's final value. He temporarily did not want to enter the bubble to face the monster formed from armor. However, in the mystic realm, there were important things that he had to bring out safely. Therefore, because Sasha, the captain of the Second Fleet, was implicated by Gaimushing, She was very honored to be given a heavy responsibility. She would personally lead the team to investigate the situation in the secret ground and bring out the things under the dragon transformation pool before this mystic realm collapsed. Or rather, these people were all from the Suicide Squad. Apart from Sasha, the strongest among the 400+ members of the Suicide Squad was only at the Golden Core realm. Under the orders of the Dragon Head, Gaitanchu, the group of marginal pirates who were least welcomed on the Dragon Transformation Island had a chance to display their value. Their mission was very simple. They would go into die and send everything they saw back to the outside of the bubble. After Sasha and the others entered, Gaitanchu took out a disc and formed a few seals. Some sounds immediately sounded from the disc, and some blurry images appeared. These 455 people all had a monitoring spirit stone on them. This special stone did not need the carrier to actively stimulate it. It could receive the surrounding sounds and scenes at all times and then transmit them back to the disc artifact. Through the scene in the disc, one could vaguely see that the mountains in the bubble had collapsed and the ground had cracked. It was already the scene of doomsday. Seeing this scene, Gaitanchu frowned deeply. The things in this mystic realm were extraordinary to him. He did not want to lose them so easily. Lord Sasha, inside, the island inside is collapsing. This ruin is about to collapse. Captain Sasha, save us. Panicked voices sounded. The strength of these members of the Suicide Squad was weak. If the mystic realm was destroyed, they, who were staying inside, would not have much chance of surviving. There was only half an hour left until the mystic realm was destroyed. The countdown for life had already begun. No one could remain calm. However, Captain Sasha could not even protect herself now, so how could she care about them? If they retreated now, they would probably be slapped to death by Lord Dragonhead as soon as they appeared. Spread out and search separately. If you find any traces of the enemy, immediately report back. If you can kill the enemy, Lord Dragonhead promises to let you rise 3 ranks in a row. We will also provide medicinal pills to assist you in advancing to the nascent soul realm. Advancing 3 ranks and advancing to the nascent soul realm was something that these cultivators dreamed of. However, they could not be happy at all. This so-called reward was like a joke. They were not blind and had all seen Gaitanchu's injuries. Even the extremely powerful Dragonhead was heavily injured when it fought that enemy. Now, he wanted them to kill that enemy? This reward was simply insincere. Sasha ignored these guys. After saying this with a cold expression, she flew towards the center of the island. Chapter 429 Ancient Leech Dragon Transformation 2. Chapter 429 Ancient Leech Dragon Transformation 2. She was a loyal pirate, so she naturally had to obey the orders of the Lord. Gaitanchu stared intently at Sasha's movements through the disc. After discovering that she could fly inside and was not too affected, he knew that the anti-cultivation domain inside had already disappeared. The confidence that he had lost after being beaten up by the monster was mostly recovered. Gaitanchu felt that the main reason why he had been beaten to such a sorry state earlier was because of the influence of the anti-cultivation domain. Now that the domain inside had collapsed, if he fought again, he was confident that he could definitely defeat that monster. Of course, if he could heal his injuries first, that would be even better. However, he could not be sure if that monster would become stronger after leaving the anti-cultivation domain. Therefore, he, who was already heavily injured, did not want to take the risk personally. He had to send out some touchstones to test it out. Moreover, the Origin Blood Ancient Leech Queen that he had placed under the Dragon Transformation Pool could not be lost due to the inheritance of the Dragon Transformation Island. He had to bring it out before the Mystic Realm collapsed. Sasha was very fast. In a few breaths, she landed on the centermost mountain peak. This mountain peak had tilted earlier and was straightened by brute force. The foundation of the mountain had already been completely destroyed. Before long, it would be destroyed along with the entire mystic realm. The top of this mountain was flat and the area was not large. A small pool of water could approach at a glance. The "This is Miss Jianmo." She landed beside the pool and saw a pale young girl lying in the dragon transformation pool. "Lord Dragonhead, she's still alive." Sasha stepped forward and checked her nose, looking surprised. After successfully entering the dragon transformation pool, theoretically speaking, Gai Jianmo was already the young master of the Dragon Transformation Island. "Ignore her. Break the bottom of the pool and bring out what's inside." From the monitoring spirit stone, Gaitancha's heartless words sounded. This Lord Dragonhead had just personally killed his son. He did not care about the life and death of a mortal child. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the bottom of the dragon transformation pool in front of Sasha automatically cracked and rose. Something huge was about to break out from the bottom. Sensing danger, Captain Sasha reacted quickly. She grabbed the ancient black Jianmo in the pool and quickly retreated. After retreating more than 10,000 feet, the mountaintop that had just stood exploded. A bloated figure flew out and roared loudly. Accompanied by the dragon roar, a terrifying aura spread out. "How is this possible? This is the dragon blood suppression." Sasha cried out in surprise. It was as if she could not even fly anymore, and her body fell towards the ground. The other 400+ members of the suicide squad even felt the aura. They immediately rolled their eyes and fainted on the ground. The thing that appeared from under the dragon transformation pool was completely black in color. There was a faint red light of spiritual chi blood in its body. The main body was bloated like a bag, and the neck was long and flexible. The head was a circular mouthpiece that looked like a suction cup. There were also 10 eyes distributed irregularly around the mouthpiece. It looked like a leech that had been enlarged by more than 10,000 times. This was the Origin Blood Ancient Leech Queen. But on the head of this queen, a pair of dragon horns grew. Its body continuously became slender and agile, and 4 translucent bumps could be seen with the naked eye under its abdomen. Through the skin of the bumps, 4 dragon claws were being nurtured. This Origin Blood Ancient Leech was evolving towards the dragon form. Damn it, it absorbed the spiritual chi. That beast has transformed into a dragon. Outside, Gaitancha's expression changed again and again. The situation was turning worse and worse. In terms of the anti-cultivation domain in the Xuanian tomb, it was actually very useful. Apart from being the warning and test for those who came later, the high-intensity domain in the merit room was used to restrict the Chi-Yu armor. Outside the stone door, they had to drive away all the spiritual chi in the underwater island, mainly to restrict the Origin Blood Ancient Leeches here. A magical creature like the Origin Blood Ancient Leech was not a spiritual beast that needed spiritual chi to survive, but it could absorb any bloodline and purify it. It was an extremely useful tool. However, it was inevitable that during the process of using them, a large amount of dragon blood would definitely accumulate in the body of the Origin Blood Ancient Leech Queen. With such a quantity of dragon blood, even if it was not a spiritual beast, it was still transformed now. Moreover, after reaching the bloodline level of a pure-blooded dragon, even if it did not cultivate, its strength would increase every day when it slept. Therefore, it was not easy to raise them as livestock. However, this underwater island did not have much spiritual chi at all, so it became the most perfect place to raise the Origin Blood Ancient Leech. There was no spiritual chi to absorb. Although dragon blood could make the Origin Blood Ancient Leech stronger than ordinary wild beasts, it was still no different from an ant in front of cultivators. After raising it for so many years, there were no problems. As long as he harvested it regularly, he could create the best dragon transformation pill. This Origin Blood Ancient Leech had received too much nourishment from Gaitanchu in the past few hundred years. In order to further increase the purity of the dragon blood, this current dragon head even thought of a way to reproduce children on a large scale and use the outstanding bloodline of his children to supply the Origin Blood Ancient Leech to absorb and purify. Chapter 430 Ancient Leech Dragon Transformation 3. Chapter 430 Ancient Leech Dragon Transformation 3. It had to be said that crazy methods were really very effective. The dragon blood transplanted in his body had been purified by the origin blood ancient leech and had reached the level of a pure-blooded dragon. It was almost on par with Jiang Li if he did not have the dragon pearl. Although his descendants were much inferior to him, they were still much better than the mixed dragon blood creatures in the sea. After many years of accumulation, in terms of the purity and total amount of dragon blood, this origin blood ancient leech had even surpassed him. As long as he accumulated for a few years, the dragon blood extracted would be enough to allow him to advance further. However, the current situation was terrible. After this origin blood ancient leech came into contact with spiritual chi, it immediately wanted to transform into a dragon. Roar! The origin blood ancient leech undergoing dragon transformation suddenly waved its newly grown dragon tail, flew to Sasha's side, and bit her waist. Affected by the dragon blood suppression, Sasha was unable to resist at all and was directly bitten on the waist. Along with it was a token hanging on her waist. Gaitanchu was dumbfounded. Since when did this beast gain intelligence behind his back? It actually knew how to snatch the token. Could it be that this beast knew how to use the barrier token? This absurd thought quickly became reality. The token that was bitten by the origin blood ancient leech immediately emitted a spiritual light. Then, the origin blood ancient leech directly passed through the bubble barrier covering the island and entered the seawater outside. Then, it flicked its tail and actually used the water escape skillfully with the dragon race's talent. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Gaitanchu could not be bothered to stay wary anymore. The monster that was probably still in the bubble also used water escape to pursue the fleeing origin blood ancient leech. The water escape technique of an earth immortal expert was naturally much more powerful than the origin blood ancient leech that was transforming into a dragon, or rather, was much more powerful than Jiang Li. His main body was currently hidden in the stomach of this origin blood ancient leech. After all, without his help, how could the bit of spiritual chi that seeped into the underwater island really allow the origin blood ancient leech to transform into a dragon? He was the one who had just released the pressure of the dragon race and used water escape to escape. He could have released the ancient leech to attract attention and then fled in the other direction. However, this core precious insect of the Xuani Yuan clan's dragon ruler lineage was left behind by the ancestors of the human race, so it naturally should return to the hands of him, the legitimate successor of the human emperor. Moreover, this huge worm had already eaten the 9 nether earth fruit and became Jiang Li's good friend. How could Jiang Li abandon it? After arranging for Sasha to save Gai Jianmo, he planned to personally bring this huge worm away. Beast, how dare you escape? Jiang Li had transformed into a black dragon in the body of the origin blood ancient leech and was executing the water escape with all his might. His speed was already extremely fast. He only paused for a moment when he entered the land of storms. In that instant, a faster escape light chased after him. A poisonous dragon claw grabbed from behind. It was as if space was distorted under the dragon claw, making it impossible to dodge. However, facing the methods of an earth immortal, Jiang Li, who was hiding in the stomach of the worm, did not panic. In his sea of consciousness, the second and fifth parallel minds that looked like two reversed 9 netherwood joined forces with the main body to release a mysterious force. 9 nether divine art. Inverted domain. Chapter 431 Disaster of the Dragon Island. 1. Chapter 431 Disaster of the Dragon Island. 1. The dragon claw tainted with poison crushed down with invincible might. Even Jiang Li, who had already broken through to the nascent soul realm, felt that he was far inferior to that power. After all, the difference between an earth immortal and a soul formation cultivator was too great. Even if Jiang Li's nascent soul was extraordinary and had the talent of a true immortal, it was not so easy to cross that huge gap. At most, he was only halfway through. His current strength had already left the scope of the soul formation realm, but he had not reached the earth immortal realm. At this moment, a circle of formless power spread out and enveloped the huge dragon claw. The rules of direction were overwritten and modified, and the forward force suddenly turned back. The poisonous dragon claw immediately stopped above the head of the Origin Blood Ancient Leech as if it was blocked by some force. The power of the inverted domain successfully intercepted Gaitanchus' dragon claw, but the scene that he imagined sent the other party flying did not happen because the range of Jiangli's domain was limited. He was unable to completely envelop his opponent. The only thing that had its direction reversed was the dragon claw. Just like that, Gaitanchu continuously increased his strength, using brute force to unleash his own resistance. Then, Jiang Li discovered some flaws in his inverted domain. He had only come into contact with this divine art for a short period of time. After all, he had not cultivated it to the point of perfection, so the domain he could imitate was naturally far inferior to the true Bacchian mountain. It was obvious if he fought cultivators of the same level. However, if the difference in cultivation was too great, he would be unable to reverse the other party's full strength. Moreover, as the might of the other party's claw increased, the motionless claw actually pressed down towards him bit by bit again. Jiang Li also felt a strand of extremely powerful pressure. Was this the pressure that the 9 netherwood in the graveyard endured when facing an earth immortal? Come back obediently and be my worm. Boom. In the chaotic current, a ball of air suddenly exploded. The Origin Blood Ancient Leech that looked more and more like a dragon was suddenly sent flying. After shattering a rock below, it used the water escape technique again and fled into the distance. The claw did not touch it in the end. However, as the caster of the inverted domain, Jiang Li himself existed as the pivot of the domain. Just like how if the repulsion spell could not send the enemy flying, it might instead send itself flying. Jiang Li borrowed this force to actively eject himself. Back then, the 9 netherwood in the graveyard could rely on the inverted domain to resist the attack of the Mufamili's master at the price of injuries and large expenditure. Now, Jiang Li had 2 parallel minds to assist in casting the spell. The strength of the inverted domain was only stronger than the 9 netherwood in the graveyard. Coupled with his current strength that far exceeded the 9 netherwood in the graveyard back then, it was naturally easier for him to do such a thing. He could even protect the Origin Blood Ancient Leech and ensure that it was not injured at all. What a slippery worm. Gaitanchu was surprised that this insect could actually become so powerful in a short period of time. However, this further proved the power of the dragon blood that had accumulated over the years. No matter what, he had to capture this thing back. At that time, he would suck dry the dragon blood in the body of the Origin Blood Ancient Leech and everything would return to him. Similarly, he executed the water escape technique and chased after Jiang Li. In the blink of an eye, he had already left the land of storms. Gaitanchus' escape technique was stronger and his speed was faster. He could always catch up to Jiang Li. However, his attacks were blocked by that strange domain power. His attacks were useless after several attempts. The dignified Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head was a famous figure even in the cultivation world of the entire eastern region. He did not expect that he would actually be unable to capture a young man who had just broken through to the nascent soul realm. If he knew that not only was Jiang Li not dead, but had also taken away the inheritance that he had yearned for hundreds of years and snatched the Origin Blood Ancient Leech that he had nurtured for 1,000 years, he would probably lose his mind. After using the inverted domain to block Gaitanchus' attack again, Jiang Li gradually found his confidence. The originally insurmountable and powerful Earth Immortal no longer seemed so unreachable in his eyes. Hiding in the body of the Origin Blood Ancient Leech, a look of eagerness appeared on his face. After making a hand seal and activating some hidden preparations, he fled in a specific direction with a goal. After they left, the ground control flag that had been inserted into the core array formation of the Dragon Transformation Island a long time ago moved automatically without wind. All land in the world belonged to the Emperor, and all humans were subjects of the Imperial dynasty. Under the control of the ground control flag, the dignified sect of the Dragon Transformation Island directly changed owners. It temporarily became the territory distributed to Jiang Li by the last human emperor. In theory, everything in the territory had to listen to Jiang Li's orders. Then, the core array formation of the Dragon Transformation Island suddenly began to circulate in the opposite direction. The large-scale barrier that divided the surrounding sea area suddenly disappeared without any warning. Under the dual influence of the reverse operation of the array formation and the ground control flag, even the wall of storms that had always been a natural barrier around the Dragon Transformation Island was temporarily suppressed and stopped. At this moment, all the array masters on the Dragon Transformation Island were in the coral forest maintaining the stability of the bubble. Although the other cultivators discovered the abnormality of the array formation, they did not know the reason or how to deal with it. Then, before they could react, the situation took a turn for the worse. The impregnable Dragon Transformation Island was about to suffer a calamity. Chapter 432 Disaster of the Dragon Island, 2. Chapter 432 Disaster of the Dragon Island, 2. Hey, don't you think? The bottom of the sea is a little different today. On a pirate ship that was swimming underwater, a Dragon Transformation Island cultivator who was carrying out a patrolling mission stood on the deck and asked his companion not far away. It was clearly a mission that he carried out every day, but at this moment, this beautiful seabed became especially oppressive, making even an old fox like him involuntarily tremble. A shadow enveloped them. Above their heads, 3 huge monsters appeared from nowhere and looked at them with 3 pairs of dangerous fish eyes. Compared to these sea beasts, the patrolling pirate ship was simply a toy in the hands of children. The dragon beast in the coral forest has run out. Quickly ask for help. His other companion trembled as he took out a communication spirit stone. However, halfway through his request for help, a fin that was larger than a ship slapped down, instantly shattering the entire pirate ship. For a time, the communication spirit stones of the various higher-ups of the Dragon Transformation Island rang non-stop. Such attacks by dragon beasts were happening everywhere in the entire land of storms. It was even to the extent that the scene of a group of dragon beasts attacking the Dragon Transformation Island made this group of pirates experience the feeling of being plundered. Just by closing the barrier, it was naturally not so easy for monsters to riot and the dragon beasts to attack the city. However, before Jiang Li left, he had even used the aura of the dragon race and the talent of the merman race to drive the sea beasts here to go crazy. That situation was different. In the sea area around the Dragon Transformation Island, there were many dragon blood sea beasts in the coral forest. That was because the Dragon Transformation pool in the center of the underwater island was really a Dragon Transformation pool. Before the cultivationless age, regardless of whether it was a nut or a horse, as long as it was thrown into the Dragon Transformation pool and soaked in it, it could become a dragon when it came out. However, with the arrival of the cultivationless age, Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan was worried that the dragon race would not exist in the future and the dragon blood would wither. His dragon ruler lineage would become nothing. He took the initiative to cut through the Dragon Transformation pool and let the dragon bloodline inside flow into the surrounding sea, transforming a large number of creatures in the sea into dragon blood creatures. They could use their reproduction to pass down the dragon blood. He was very successful. The sea beasts in the coral forest sea had successfully transmitted the dragon blood to this day, becoming the foundation of the Dragon Transformation Island. Unfortunately, the Dragon Transformation Island had encountered Jiang Li. Under the fusion of the talent of the dragon race and the merman, his control over these sea beasts surpassed that of the dragon head, Gaitanchu. The violent dragon blood creatures were enough to make the Dragon Transformation Island suffer. Now that Gaitanchu had left, did the pirates of the Dragon Transformation Island have any sense of teamwork? Some immediately fled, while others fought alone. For a time, dealing with a group of sea beasts had actually fallen into chaos. However, this was not the end. As they fought with the sea beasts, everyone felt a regular sea tremor. The source of the tremor was not the collapsing underwater island. Instead, it came from the other 9 directions around the Dragon Transformation Island. Under the influence of this tremor, the waves rose in front of their eyes. They watched helplessly as these waves evolved into a monstrous tsunami. It was the first time they had seen a tsunami more than 3,000 feet tall around the island at a 360-degree angle. This was clearly not a natural tsunami. In this sea, the race that was best at stirring up waves was the sea giant. The other soul formation cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Island attacked and defeated this tsunami that looked like it could destroy the world. However, the huge figure that appeared after the tsunami made them feel serious. The 9 tribes of the sea giant each mobilized more than 10 giants that were as tall as mountains and appeared here at the same time. They looked at the huge skull that had been turned into a palace on the highest mountain of the Dragon Transformation Island. Hatred erupted in the eyes of the 100 giants. They wanted to take revenge on this group of pirates. At the same time, they promised that whoever among the 9 brothers could bring back their father's head would become the next sea giant king and reunite the 9 tribes. The sea giants waved their thick sea rock pillars and roared as they rushed up, fighting with the higher-ups of the Dragon Transformation Island. These guys looked like they were all brawn and no brains. In fact, these sea giants were cunning. Just relying on hatred and revenge was impossible to convince them to attack. The merman Namur almost got a sore throat from talking to them, but they did not even agree to cooperate. It was not until Jiang Li promised these sea giants that he would deal with the endless wall of storms for them, close down most of the defensive array formations in the Dragon Transformation Island, and even draw away Gaitanchu for them so that they did not have to face Earth Immortal experts. Only then were they willing to attack. Moreover, the goal of these 9 tribes was to retrieve their father's skull and become the new king, not just to take revenge. Compared to these guys, the wind protection giant that slept in the mountain range every day was much cuter. First, there was the dragon beast riot, then the sea giant's sneak attack. The Dragon Transformation Island cultivators without a leader fell into a bitter battle. As for the Talisman Formation cultivators who were originally staying in the Coral Forest, it was even more difficult. They were not good at fighting to begin with. At this moment, they were directly in the center of the dragon beast nest, and a large number of casualties appeared immediately. The group of old men retreated step by step. They were forced into a corner and wanted to hide in the mystic realm that was about to collapse. "Quickly open the barrier and let me out." At this moment, Sasha's anxious voice suddenly sounded from the black disk that Gaitanchu had originally used to monitor. This mystic realm was about to be destroyed, and her token had been snatched away by the Origin Blood Ancient Leech. If she could not leave before that, she might be fine. But the young lady Jianmo in her hand would really die. The old man with 2 lanterns on his head heard Sasha's voice and hurriedly grabbed the black disk. He was a little hesitant, afraid that releasing Sasha privately would arouse the displeasure of Lord Dragonhead. However, soon, he used the token to activate the bubble's spiritual light. After all, these old, weak, and crippled people could not last long under the siege of those violent dragon beasts. Now that the dragon beast was not here, only the powerful captain of the Second Fleet, Sasha, could save them. Just before the underwater island collapsed, Sasha brought Gaijianmo out of the mystic realm. Then, the bubble barrier suddenly collapsed inward, scattering into countless small bubbles that floated to the surface of the sea. The entire ruin was destroyed today. She reached out and grabbed a bubble after the mystic realm collapsed, putting Gaijianmo inside. Although this lady had an extraordinary dragon bloodline in her body, she had not undergone cultivation development after all. At most, she could hold her breath for a few minutes longer than others. She could not breathe underwater. Protect her. She's the new young lady of our Dragon Transformation Island. Leave those sea beasts to me. After handing the person to the Talisman Formation cultivators to protect, Sasha's entire body twisted, turning into hundreds of 7 gills dragon eels that rushed towards the arrogant dragon beasts in the surroundings. To be able to slaughter and devour dragon blood beasts here without any fear was a rare opportunity. When the Talisman Ray Masters heard that the woman in the bubble was the new young lady, they paid attention to her. Talismans made of special seagrass were stuck to the bubble, protecting the girl in the center. In the bubble, Jianmo, who was about to obtain power and status, had long woken up. She curled up her body and hugged a fruit tightly in her arms. 2 streaks of tears slid down her tightly shut eyes. It was a 9 nether-earth fruit that Jiang Li had left her before he left. As long as she fed this fruit to her mother, she would be able to replenish her lifespan and revive. At that time, not only would her mother come back to life, they would also escape their lonely life and enjoy the envy and admiration of countless people. She would also become a powerful cultivator. If she returned to her previous country, her king father would kowtow to her in a flattering manner. This should have been a happy thing, but the important Sir Li Jiang had left. "Sir, I'll definitely find you. Then, I'll repay you with the rest of my life." Chapter 433 Man of Treasures, Jiang Li. Chapter 433 Man of Treasures, Jiang Li. On the other side, Gaitanchu, who had already chased 500 kilometers in the sea, naturally received the emergency information from the Dragon Transformation Island immediately. However, he did not care about that at all. Even the speed of the water escape did not slow down at all. In the eyes of this dragon head, even if the entire Dragon Transformation Island was combined, it would still be inferior to the Origin Blood Ancient Leech in front of him. He was an Earth Immortal who controlled his own strength. Even if all the cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Island were destroyed today, as long as he was around, the Dragon Transformation Island could rise again at any time. It was even to the extent that after absorbing the dragon blood in the body of the Origin Blood Ancient Leech, he might be able to climb to an even higher realm and stand on equal footing with those high-grade Divine Judgment forces. Therefore, Gaitanchu ignored the alarm from the sect at all. After crushing the Communication Spirit Stone, he still chased after Jiang Li relentlessly. On Jiang Li's side, he naturally knew the current situation of the Dragon Transformation Island. However, looking at the pursuing light behind him, he knew that his plan had failed. Jiang Li was not discouraged. After all, it was absolutely understandable for a man who had killed thousands of descendants to be so vicious and hard-hearted. It was not likely that he would give up on benefits to save people. Fortunately, through the deal with the Sea Giant race, they had already prepared a suitable battlefield for themselves. Jiang Li wanted to have another battle with this Dragon Transformation Island's dragon heads there. At the very least, he could rely on the prearranged methods to escape. Jiang Li's main body's strength was far inferior to an Earth Immortal. However, in the cultivation world, the decisive factor that affected the outcome of fights was not only cultivation, but also cultivation, foundation, and divine arts. Artifacts were also of utmost importance. With a full body of top-notch equipment, Jiang Li might not be afraid of this guy. He had just broken through to the nascent soul realm. It was time to fight this guy seriously. Soon, at the designated location in the sea ahead, a circular mountain appeared. The mountain was very similar to a tortoise shell. There were several huge caves on the side. From afar, it looked like a tortoise with its shell shrunk. As if it was being chased, the Origin Blood Ancient Leech plunged into one of the caves and disappeared in the darkness. Gaitanchu, who followed closely behind, stopped in front of the cave. With his vision, he naturally discovered that this mountain in the sea was not ordinary. After flying around the entire mountain, he discovered that this thing was very likely a tortoise shell. What kind of tortoise would be able to have such a huge tortoise shell? This sea was not far from the Dragon Transformation Island, so he was quite familiar with it. This had never happened before. Moreover, through observing the situation at the bottom of the sea nearby, he could confirm that this tortoise shell mountain had probably just appeared not long ago. Most importantly, the pure-blooded dragon blood in his body instinctively yearned for this mountain, as if something was calling him. This tortoise shell mountain must be related to the dragon race. Perhaps it was another mystic realm related to the dragon race. Gaitanchu suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the mystic realm of the Dragon Transformation Island's underwater island was not alone but connected? After cracking one of the mystic realms, the second mystic realm would automatically open? That thief of unknown origins had done something in the underwater island that caused the mystic realm to collapse, and this tortoise mountain ruin appeared at the same time. Could it be that this Origin Blood Ancient Leech had also been summoned by this mystic realm to rush here? Feeling the throbbing of the dragon blood in his body, Gaitanchu continuously imagined this. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? However, as a precaution, he still had to seal this Tortoise Mountain mystic realm first. He took out a few black vine pots and threw them at the caves of the Tortoise Mountain. A special seal was formed, and then dense black vine pots piled up and quickly grew, quickly blocking the other holes. Gaitantua swam into the last hole, and the hole behind him was immediately sealed. He wanted to catch a turtle in a jar in this Tortoise Mountain. As soon as he entered, Gaitantua immediately became excited. Dragon Aura. After entering the cave, he discovered that there was indeed a huge space inside. Moreover, the aura of the dragon race was everywhere, ancient and great. Swinging its tail, it blew away the layer of soil below, revealing a large number of dragon bones. Even on the Dragon Transformation Island, he had never seen so many dragon bones. This was a dragon tomb. A true dragon tomb. It turned out that the Origin Blood Ancient Leech had not come here to escape, but to guide him. It guided him to this new dragon race ruin. As expected, the heavens were with him. Treasures, fortune, artifacts, inheritances. It was as if these things were all waiting for him ahead. After swimming for a distance, the seawater in front of him became deeper and deeper. Soon, he returned to his human form from a poisonous dragon and stepped on the dry ground. The interior of the tortoise-shell dragon tomb was pitch black, but it could not block his vision. He followed the call and walked towards the center of the space. However, he did not discover the shadow of the Origin Blood Ancient Leech. Instead, there was a familiar aura waiting for him. No wonder I couldn't find you on the underwater island. So you came here. Unfortunately, you won't be my match here. Be obedient and become part of my strength. This is your destiny. What appeared in front of Gaitantua was a figure in black scale armor. Previously, when the Chi-Yu armor went berserk, it had absorbed Jiang Li's spiritual Qi. It was very different now that he did not release the aura of Chi-Yu's muscles. However, it was still recognized by Gaitantua. In his eyes, this monster-like guardian of the ruin had appeared here. This further confirmed the fact that this tortoise-shell dragon tomb was the Dragon Transformation Island's chain ruin. What made his eyes light up even more was that there were 4 items in front of the pitch-black armor. A black shield with a closed eye socket. It was a bloodthirsty and abnormally violent blood trident. A pitch-black, thin, and long hollow spear. There was also a huge halberd stabbed into the stone monument that looked down on the world. Chi-Yu armor. Bloodthirsty trident. Mosquito spear. Human Emperor's battle halberd. None of these 4 items were lower than the Earth rank. Coupled with the black scale armor that Jiang Li was wearing, there were 5 of them. Such a number of Earth rank artifacts had never appeared even in the top auction houses of the cultivation world of the Eastern region. Even he, the Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head, only had an Earth rank artifact. As long as he obtained them, who could stop his rise? If he knew that Jiang Li still had a coffin, a lotus platform, and a flag that was all precious treasures at the Earth rank or above, how would he feel? In front of Gaitantua, 2 more arms grew out from Jiang Li's back. One of his left hand grabbed the anti-cultivation spiritual bead shield of the Chi-Yu armor, and the other grabbed the mosquito spear. One right hand grabbed the bloodthirsty trident, and the last right hand grabbed the human emperor's battle halberd that was embedded in the stone monument. A dense stream of human merit flowed along Jiang Li's right hand and wrapped around the heavy halberd. The halberd that he was originally unable to move at all no matter how hard he tried finally slowly withdrew from the stone monument. Previously, he had been unable to pull out this halberd, but now, he could. Chapter 434 Forced to Cheat 1. Chapter 434 Forced to Cheat 1. As the human emperor's battle halberd was slowly pulled out of the stone monument, an aura that looked down on the world spread out. Not far away, Gaitantua's pupils constricted. That aura made his heart slow down by half a beat, and he felt fear when facing an emperor. His body instinctively wanted to lower his head. This situation made Gaitantua feel that it was inexplicable. He had lived on the Dragon Transformation Island since he was born and had interacted with cultivators since he was young. If he met a king of a mortal country, the other party would always lower his head. When had he ever felt this way? His hands were even not daring to wave his claws at the halberd. This made his aura subconsciously lower. Holding the human emperor's battle halberd, Jiang Li was extremely shocked in his mind. Even if he merely raised this halberd, it had already swallowed half of the spiritual qi in his body, and the expenditure was something he had never seen before. However, when he sensed the power that was reflected onto him, Jiang Li was even more shocked. Among all the treasures on the human emperor's battle halberd, only the Chi-Yu armor and the anti-cultivation spiritual bead could compare to it. The other earth-rank treasures might not be comparable even if they were combined. It was the weapon of the last human emperor. In the final battle of the divine investiture tribulation, the Shang dynasty's king, Dixin, held the human emperor's battle halberd and suppressed more than 10 famous third-generation disciples of the Chan school until they could not raise their heads. Even if such a divine weapon only left behind a little power, it was enough to make people tremble in fear. Boom! Energy erupted from beneath his feet, and Jiang Li's figure instantly vanished on the spot. When he appeared again, he had already arrived before Gaitanchu. The spear of the broken-winged black mosquito in his left and right hand stabbed out together with the earth-rank demonic weapon, the bloodthirsty trident. The two powerful weapons tore through the air and stabbed at the enemy's head and heart. Good treasure. Good timing. The power of an earth-rank weapon did not scare a dignified earth immortal. The powerful dragon head guy did not dodge. Instead, he smiled sinisterly and stretched out two dragon claws covered in scales to face it. He easily dodged the sharp edge of the tip and grabbed the two weapons with his dragon claws. Sparks flew where it touched, and it was forcefully stopped by the two dragon claws. Then, an even greater force came. Jiang Li could not stand firmly and was dragged forward. Gaitan, who exerted strength with his claws, actually wanting to directly snatch the two items from Jiang Li's hands. However, how could these two artifacts be so easy to capture? Countless spikes suddenly grew out of the bloodthirsty trident's long pole. After piercing through the dragon claw's skin, it crazily absorbed the dragon blood. On the other side, the mosquito spear was even more dangerous. The dragon claw that grabbed the spear tip visibly shriveled. Not only did it return to the appearance of a human hand, it also became skin and bones covered in wrinkles, as if it was an old man on the verge of death. What a fierce weapon! Surprised by the power of the two ferocious weapons, Gaitanchu still did not have the intention to let go. Instead, he struck out with two forces that passed through the bloodthirsty trident and the broken mosquito spear, intending to shake Jiang Li's palm away. Every move was filled with the confidence of an earth immortal. However, in the next moment, his expression changed, and he immediately gave up on letting go. His figure disappeared. The human emperor's battle halberd smashed into the spot where Gaitanchu had been standing with boundless might. Pinnacle martial emperor. In the distorted space, black lightning snakes started around. The entire tortoiseshell and dragon tomb shook from the impact. This smash threw out another half of the spiritual chi that he had just recovered. Jiang Li took a deep breath and raised his head to look up. As expected of an earth immortal, he did not even see how the other party had dodged earlier. However, this was the human emperor's battle halberd. Even if Jiang Li was still unable to unleash its strength, even the most ordinary swing could not be dodged easily. Standing in the air, Gaitanchu looked at his chest with an ugly expression. Pew! A few breaths later, a large amount of dragon blood spurted out as if it was free. A huge vertical hole appeared in his chest. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and his bones were visible. Although it did not hit, he was still injured. When faced with the successive attacks of Jiang Li's three offensive treasures, even Earth Immortal Realm experts were injured at the first possible moment. This was the immense combat strength enhancement of having many artifacts. After breaking through, Jiang Li inevitably swelled up a little. He brandished the mosquito spear and bloodthirsty trident as he attacked repeatedly. The strongest human emperor's battle halberd had to wait until Jiang Li recovered his spiritual chi. This is great. Looks like if I don't use my true ability, I won't be able to obtain the inheritance. I hope these artifacts are durable enough. Drip, drip. Jiang Li, who was pursuing the enemy in the black scale armor, suddenly heard a few sounds that sounded like sticky water droplets falling to the ground. Not far away from him, Gaitanchu, who had been dodging and retreating, suddenly surged with a lot of purple-black liquid that began to drip to the ground. Poison. Jiang Li had just raised his guard when a purple barrier quickly spread out with Gaitanchu as the center. In the blink of an eye, it almost enveloped most of the tortoise-shell dragon tomb. SSSS. The dragon bone fossils that covered the ground emitted a strange sound at the same time. Then, they began to soften and corrode. Not long after, they turned into purple-black poisonous mud. The same situation appeared on Jiang Li's body. His entire body emitted intense pain from the burning of flames, and wisps of white smoke emerged from the cracks in the body of the black scale armor. Jiang Li's resistance to poison was completely unable to resist the methods of the Earth Immortal Poison Dragon. Chapter 435 Forced to Cheat 2. Chapter 435 Forced to Cheat 2. At the same time, he also began to feel dizzy. His body was weak, and his joints felt stiff and painful. The flow of spiritual chi began to slow, and it was as if his chest was filled with sulfuric acid that was corroding every organ. In a short period of time, Jiang Li's body was covered in more than 10 poisonous statuses. The attack chasing after the other party was forced to stop. He had clearly not come into contact with the poison dripping from Gaitanchu's body, and he did not even smell the poison. However, it seemed that as long as he was within the range of this purple energy, he would continuously be poisoned. Moreover, if he stayed in this area for a long time, even his artifacts would be corroded and damaged. This was the poison domain. In next to no time, Jiang Li understood what he was facing. Although the power of a domain was rare, the enemy opposite him was an Earth Immortal, the master of the medium-grade Divine Judgment Dragon Island. It was not strange for such an existence to have a domain technique. The various poison statuses on his interface were still jumping out non-stop, causing his strength to continuously decrease. At this speed, even if he could eliminate a negative status every 5 seconds, he would not be able to keep up with the increased speed. What a vicious domain. This could not go on with the other party's speed. He could not easily catch up to him. Sooner or later, he would be dragged down by these toxins. He had to leave the domain as soon as possible. Jiang Li turned around and wanted to pull away first, but the other party's speed was faster than his, and her strength was stronger than his. Whether he could pull away was not up to Jiang Li to decide. Danger. His spiritual perception frantically called the police. Behind him, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He instinctively raised his halberd and swept it across. The spiritual chi that he had just accumulated only blasted apart one poisonous puppet. Then, another faster impact attacked from the front. Jiang Li raised his shield to block, and the power of the Earth Immortal Pure-Blooded Dragon collided with the shield. The hand holding the seal shield seemed to be on the verge of breaking. He was still sent flying. His spiritual perception alerted him again. Behind him, the inverted domain instantly opened, stopping a purple-black poisonous spike in midair. He brandished the bloodthirsty trident and sent the poisonous spike flying. The cunning Gaitanchu actually did not give Jiang Li any chance to fight in close combat. Jiang Li released his inverted domain with all his might in an attempt to envelop the other party. However, in the poisonous domain, his inverted domain was actually suppressed, and the expansion range was greatly reduced. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation and was caught off guard. Seeing this familiar domain, Gaitanchu, who had seen the inverted domain before, immediately narrowed his eyes. Is that kind of domain unique to the dragon race? Why does the Origin Blood Ancient Leech have it? And so does the guardian of this ruin. Lord Dragonhead had already developed doubts about Jiang Li's identity as the guardian of the ruins. Looking at the inverted domain that enveloped him, Gaitanchu raised his hand and erupted with a destructive spiritual light that collided with the inverted domain, causing Jiang Li, who was the pivot, to be forced to endure even more pressure until he was blasted flying, because of the continuous accumulation of poison in Jiang Li's body. His strength had always been weak, and the strength he could endure was inferior to when he was in the sea. Jiang Li, who was blasted flying, smashed into the ground, and only then did he notice that there was a sticky feeling behind him. In this space, it had unknowingly gathered into a poisonous swamp that was sufficient to cover his ankles. The dragon bones in this Barxia tortoise shell and some other ancient buildings had already been corroded by the poison domain and turned into poisonous mud. The mud seeped into the cracks of the armor leaves, causing the poison status in Jiang Li's body to jump even faster. A moment later, the immaculate body and other cleansing statuses removed the poisonous mud on his body. However, before he could catch his breath, the poisonous mud around him surged, turning into poisonous dragons. They twisted their dirty bodies and pounced at him from all directions. Jiang Li had nowhere to dodge. He could only activate the inverted domain and repelled these poisonous dragons. However, after the poisonous dragons were reversed by the inverted domain, they continued to approach under Gaitancha's control. More and more poisonous dragons surged towards Jiang Li under Gaitancha's control. This caused the veins on Jiang Li's face to bulge while large amounts of sweat broke out. His inverted domain was best at dealing with attacks. A single individual's straight-line attack only needed to be reversed linearly. At that level, he could block the power of an Earth Immortal and be unscathed. However, if the total energy did not change, and the more attacks there were, the harder it was for Jiang Li to deal with them. The inverted domain hated liquid the most. The flow of liquid was 100 times more complicated than solid. In theory, if one practiced a high-level inverted domain, they could open a dry space under the deep sea and reverse every drop of seawater that tried to approach. However, the newbie Jiang Li was far from being able to reach this level. Facing more than 100 poisonous dragons that continuously pounced at him, even if Jiang Li used his full strength, these poisonous snakes were still continuously approaching. Originally, using 5 Earth rank and above artifacts at the same time was already something that 2 types of energy infusion status could not support, and terrifying expenditure. The pressure of making the energy in Jiang Li's body unable to make ends meet was immense. Now, he had hundreds of poison statuses on his body, and he still had to use his full strength to execute the inverted domain. Even with the help of the parallel minds, Jiang Li had already reached his limit. Chapter 436 Forced to Cheat 3. Chapter 436 Forced to Cheat 3. After barely holding on for 15 minutes, 2 black blood threads flowed down Jiang Li's nostrils. The inverted domain could not last any longer and suddenly shattered. The domain was broken, causing Jiang Li to feel as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood inside the black scale armor, and his status continued to fall. Without the resistance of the inverted domain, the hundreds of poisonous dragons that had already approached bit by bit pounced forward at the same time, forming a huge poisonous ball that completely enveloped Jiang Li. The sticky poison began to seep into the black scale armor, destroying Jiang Li's body without any fear. One after another, terrifying negative statuses were updated. Any one of them could take the life of a nascent soul cultivator. It was an unbearable burden on Jiang Li. Jiang Li wanted to jump out of the poisonous ball. At this moment, another green shadow flew out from Gaitancha's hand. Taking advantage of the fact that the inverted domain was broken, it wrapped around Jiang Li's waist. This green shadow did not cause any harm to Jiang Li, nor did it have any other direct effect. However, it firmly dragged his body, making it extremely difficult for him to move an inch. The cage belt was Gaitancha's Earth rank artifact. After being bound by this belt, it was as if he was locked in an invisible cage. Even with the power to drag a mountain, he could not leave the area. Gaitancha's most disgusting combat method was to use the cage to trap the enemy on the spot and then poison them to death with the domain. Once he was hit, it would be a hopeless situation. In the black scale armor, Jiang Li also had a helpless expression. He could not be complacent. He had been too arrogant. When facing an Earth Immortal who really attacked, Jiang Li used these artifacts. Although their attack power and defense could barely meet the requirements, he still did not have much chance to resist. In a short period of time, he was already suppressed to this extent. If he was soaked by this poison, even he would be corroded to death. There was no other way. Now, he could only cheat. Jiang Li controlled the black scale armor to enlarge it, creating some space for himself. He pulled one of his right hands back from the armor. He reached into the coffin and took out two small crystal bottles that emitted light. Both bottles were filled with liquid. One bottle was filled with resplendent golden threads, and the other bottle was filled with boiling blood. After pouring the liquid from the two bottles into his throat, two pure energies suddenly erupted from Jiang Li's body. The top-grade spiritual chi and the power of chaos mixed together to form a peerless force. It was the 9 nether azure power that belonged to Jiang Li alone. It was as if a spirit stone mine had been detonated. The energy that erupted blew away the sticky poison that covered his body. After Jiang Li broke through to the nascent soul realm, the energy impact his body could withstand was naturally greatly strengthened. It was just that he had just broken through and had yet to update the two energy infusion statuses. Earlier, in the coffin, he had gotten his clone to help him refine the top-grade spiritual liquid and top-grade blood of madness. Up until now, after consuming them, his body could already produce 2,000 points of top-grade spiritual chi per second and 2,000 points of top-grade power of chaos, 10 times that of before. This power was already enough to sustain the 5 artifacts in his body at the same time and use the human emperor's battle halberd more frequently. Moreover, how powerful would the Chi-Yu armor that could absorb 10 times the spiritual chi become? Restriction removed. Chi-Yu armor. Chapter 437 Earth Immortal Escapes 1. Chapter 437 Earth Immortal Escapes 1. The ferocious aura spread out again. Dark red muscles crawled out from under the black shield. After absorbing the large amount of 9 nether azure power that gushed out of Jiang Li's body, they swelled up excitedly. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered Jiang Li's left hand. As expected of the muscles of the mighty figure Chi-Yu, he could even absorb the special energy that Jiang Li had fused with the two worlds without any obstruction. The power that erupted when he entered was far greater than before. The tightened muscles exerted a large amount of pressure on the interior. However, this time, with the black scale armor in the middle, it helped Jiang Li endure this pressure, making him feel much better. It was a pity for the black scale armor. This earth-rank scale armor had been pierced by the broken wing black mosquito's spear and had yet to be repaired. Now that it was enduring such a force, the connection between the armor leaves emitted a creaking sound that could not withstand the burden. The swelling muscles quickly crawled all over his body. Gaitanchu, who was hiding in the distance, frowned when he saw this. He recalled the scene of him being beaten up by this muscular monster. The tail at the back of his butt began to hurt again. The rune bandage tied to it quickly emitted a layer of blood color. He raised his head and grabbed at Jiang Li in the air. He controlled a large amount of poisonous liquid and mud again, forming a poisonous dragon wave that surged over in an attempt to stop this change. An even larger poisonous mud that was 10 times larger covered Jiang Li, and the strength of the poison domain was condensed, causing the poisonous ball to instantly transform into a round and smooth poisonous ball. Did it stop? 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Swoosh. 3 completely different forces instantly tore apart the poisonous ball, and the dark red Chi-Yu's muscles appeared again. He had horns on his head and forearms on his back. His wild muscles contained the power to tear everything apart. He wantonly brandished the 3 weapons in his hand, erupting with continuous air waves that blew away the poisonous swamp. Poison dragons controlled by Dragonhead Guy. Even the poison domain was on the verge of collapse under that might. He's even stronger than before. Gaitanchu, who hurriedly retreated, had a gloomy expression. The worst scenario had still appeared. Without the restriction of the last day's domain, although he could unleash his full strength unrestricted, this monster had also become stronger. Most importantly, this monster had been empty-handed before. Now, it had taken out a large number of powerful artifacts. Their combat strength could not be compared to before. Even so, the monster could not leave the spot. On second thought, Gaitanchu was still very confident in his cage. As long as he could stall this monster, he would still be invincible. As he thought this, he saw the muscular monster charge at him while dragging the green belt around its waist. Every step he took caused the entire tortoiseshell and dragon tomb to tremble endlessly. It could be seen how terrifying the force behind each step was. Although the speed was not fast, it was enough to shock him. Unfortunately, because of the green belt, even the Chiyuama could only run on the ground and could not jump into the air. Chiyuama quickly discovered this problem. He stopped moving and no longer chased after the target in the sky. Instead, he assumed a strange posture while holding a shield. Boom, boom, boom. He waved the halberd in his hand, trident, and spear, and suddenly knocked on the seal shield in his hand, emitting 3 explosive sounds. The explosion that struck the shield formed a visible ox-headed ripple in the air that spread upwards. Gaitanchu, who had been flying in the air and controlling the poisonous dragons to kill the enemy in search of an opportunity, was struck by this sound wave. Even though he had an earth-immortal body, his ears were directly pierced, and his consciousness became blurry. A moment later, when he recovered from his shock, a bloodlight had already arrived in front of him. Gaitanchu only had time to twist his body before the bloodthirsty trident stabbed into his abdomen, stabbing deeply into it. He immediately began to absorb the dragon blood. However, there was a black chain behind the bloodthirsty trident. The other part of the chain was in the hand of the Chiyuama. As the Chiyuama pulled, the dragon imprisoning lock immediately tightened and pulled Gaitanchu back from the air. What greeted him were the mosquito spear and the human emperor's battle halberd. Boom, 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 boom. 2 ferocious weapons struck out, breaking through 5 defensive artifacts in a row before landing on Gaitanchu and sending him flying far away. If not for the 5 profound rank artifacts blocking in front of him, he would have lost half his life. The Chiyuam raised its hand to throw the spear again, but Jiang Li, who was hiding inside, was anxious. Just as the spear was about to throw, Jiang Li hurriedly exerted strength and barely stopped this wastrel action. The spear only flew a few feet and stabbed into the ground in front of him. He heaved a sigh of relief. The Chiyuama was too bold. The degree of refinement of these artifacts in Jiang Li's hand was not high. If he threw them out, he did not have the confidence to summon them back under the obstruction of an earth immortal. Now that the Chiyuama was bound by the green belt, he could not run fast. Did that strike cause much damage? If Gaitanchu snatched the spear and ran, he would not have a place to cry. The closed eyes on the sealed shield opened slightly. After releasing the anti-cultivation domain and temporarily weakening the power of the Chiyuama, Jiang Li controlled the armor with all his might to grab the spear back. He turned the spear tip and stabbed it into the green belt around his waist. Chapter 438 Earth Immortal Escapes, 2. Chapter 438 Earth Immortal Escapes, 2. Unfortunately, this belt was invisible and formless, as if it was not the main body. Even the spirit-devouring effect of the spear could not touch it. Unfortunately, if the main body of the artifact was stabbed by this spear, the spiritual chi of an earth-rank artifact would be unavoidable. He could only give up on this simple idea and turn to hook the other end of the dragon imprisoning lock onto the end of the mosquito spear. This way, as long as he did not throw out both weapons, he could pull them back. The eyeballs on the seal shield closed again. Jiang Li relaxed his body and no longer disturbed the battle of the Chiyuama. The Chiyuama was a little strange about what had happened just now, but it did not care much. Instead at Gaitanchu. The combat instincts of this Chiyao's muscles were not bad, but it could not identify enemies or use artifacts. Before he could completely control this armor, its use was very limited. Therefore, Jiang Li had to arrange such a suitable sealed battlefield. After removing the restrictions on the armor, he was only responsible for providing spiritual chi and energy. He did not care about anything else. He calmed his mind and opened the status panel to deal with the more than 800 negative statuses hanging on it. This was still the situation of having War Clear Spring and some other anti-poison healing statuses that had already resisted and dispersed many poisons. It could be seen how powerful this poison domain was. It was impossible to guard against. He removed one in 5 seconds without stopping. It would take him more than an hour to completely remove the poison statuses on his body. Damned brat! I am the benefactor of humans. I carried the mountain for King Yu and calmed the water. As the successor of the human emperor, you actually repaid kindness with ingratitude. How can you imprison me? I am the 6th son of the ancestral dragon. You possess the bloodline of the dragon race. You secretly harmed the soul of your ancestor. Run filial and disloyal. While Jiang Li was focused on removing the poison, deep voices roared continuously in his consciousness. His mind sank into his consciousness. His gaze immediately saw 2 strange figures tied up by chains under the 5 elements sword peak. There was a huge tortoise with a dragon head that was flickering with golden light and a crystal heart that beat from time to time. They were the remnant soul of the dragon son Baxia and the earth vein spirit of the Shu Mountain 5 elements peak. Logically speaking, the composition of the 2 chains was neither exquisite nor powerful. These 2 guys should be able to escape from the chains in minutes. However, because of the status on the interface, they could not escape no matter what. Senior Baxia, you look especially energetic today. Ever since this huge tortoise was tricked by him, it had been hiding in its shell and pretending to be asleep. Today, it was very lively. He looked at the interface. Sure enough, there were some changes in the status of spirit summoning Baxia. The effect of increasing his strength was rising at 2 points each time. The interface indicated that he could update his status. It seemed that after returning to its tortoise shell and obtaining the support of the power source, this Baxia's strength had become stronger. You're asking why are the 2 of you locked up here? Didn't you communicate with each other? Senior 5 elements sword peak. What do you think? Jiang Li looked at the beating crystal heart. Being stared at by Jiang Li, the crystal heart seemed to have stopped in fear. After a moment of silence, an aged voice sounded. I was bewitched by the evil spirits in the demon subduing pagoda and tried to deceive you to possess your body. I committed a heinous crime. I've come to my senses now. Please forgive me, young master. This earth spirit of the Shu Mountain 5 elements peak was quite tactful with his words. He was very sincere in admitting his mistake. After all, the ghost lantern cold flame was not to be trifled with. Although the status was fixed and it could not burn him to death, the pain would not be reduced at all. After being burned for 7 days and 7 nights, he completely became obedient. Look, he's so sensible. Jiang Li glanced at Baxia before continuing to look at the crystal heart. In that case, why don't Senior 5 elements sword peak return to your profession? What do you think? Jiang Li waved his hand and immediately summoned an earth vein not far away. This was the earth vein that Jiang Li had absorbed into his body when he was fusing the 5 cores. However, Jiang Li had never had the time to sort it out. Logically speaking, he had to plant it into the 5 elements mountain in his Tao foundation to unleash its full strength. This is a complete earth vein. An old voice sounded from the crystal heart. Filled with deep shock, the 5 elements earth spirit clearly knew that they were currently in Jiang Li's mental world, but a complete earth vein had actually appeared here. This was completely against his common sense as an earth spirit. That's right. In the future, I will get more earth veins. These things need to be handed over to an experienced earth spirit to sort out. Senior, are you interested? Jiang Li threw the crystal heart into the earth vein. The long-lost feeling made the 5 elements earth spirit tremble in comfort. Although he was still bound by the chains, he also had a certain amount of freedom and could directly soak in the earth vein. Compared to before, this was already like heaven. Before he was sealed by the Shu Mountain sword cultivators, he did not like to run around. He had always been nurtured as a recluse. Although he had lost his freedom now, if he recognized reality, he could still live quite well. Moreover, This young master Jiangli was actually able to intercept and capture the Earth Vein. Chapter 439 Earth Immortal Escapes, 3. Chapter 439 Earth Immortal Escapes, 3. In the future, he might even be able to develop the 5 elements sword, peaking his consciousness into a true paradise. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. The earth spirit that had been frightened by Jiangli earlier was completely convinced. "Thank you, young master." The old man's grateful voice sounded from the crystal heart. Jiangli waved his hand and hid the earth vein again. On the spot, only the glowing Baxia was left. "Senior Baxia, no one will accompany you in this prison in the future. All of this is your fault for trying to possess me. Even if you helped King Yu mitigate the flood, my actions will not be a problem. It's impossible for me to let you out now, but if you cooperate, I can make Senior live more comfortably. There's only one chance. There's no turning back." In the outside world, the Chiyu armor ran on the ground and chased after Gaitanchu. The poison dragon's domain could poison Jiangli, but it could not do anything to Chiyu's muscles. Unfortunately, the suppressed Chiyu armor could not catch up to the Earth Immortals who were moving around. Neither party could do anything to the other. It was not until the entire Baxia tortoise shell began to glow under the full force of an Earth Immortal level battle, the 10,000-year-old stone filth that had not changed even began to crack. Layers of skin peeled off, revealing the inside. This was a tortoise shell that was huge enough to fit a city. Its surface was covered in bold and elegant patterns. Among the natural Tao patterns, there was also a map of the 8 mountains, and the water of the Fen River and the Yellow River. They were the legendary water channels created by the ancient Great Yu to subdue the flood. This tortoise shell belonged to Baxia, one of the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon. Back then, because he had captured Baxia's remnant soul, their negotiation failed, so he had not been able to obtain the dragon race secret technique that Baxia mentioned in this tortoise shell. It was not until a while ago that he borrowed the power of the sea giant race to dig this huge tortoise shell out of the deep sea canyon. It was transported here as the battlefield he had prepared. Only the Baxia tortoise shell could withstand a battle at the Earth Immortal realm and not collapse easily. Moreover, as long as Baxia's remnant soul cooperated, this battlefield would give him a huge advantage. An inexplicable gravity suddenly appeared in the tortoise shell space, causing the Earth Immortals in the air to feel abnormally heavy. They began to be unable to fly and flew lower and lower. Finally, he landed on the ground. He could only face the rampaging muscle monster. 1 halberd, 1 trident, and 1 spear. The might of the 3 was extremely great, and if it was in Jiangli's hand, he might dare to forcefully receive it. However, in the hands of the Chiyu armor, he would be injured or even die immediately. 3 cold lights swept through space. Although this was the first time he had held these 3 weapons, he could unleash the different styles of the 3 weapons with a wave of his hand. The battle technique was profound to the limit, suppressing Gaitanchu until he was forced back repeatedly. Chiyu was the strongest general under the Flame Emperor during the primordial world. He even had the upper hand in the war with Yellow Emperor Xuan Yuan. Although the current Chiyu armor was only made from a few muscles, it was far from what Jiangli could compare to. Gaitanchu, who was fleeing in the tortoise-shell dragon tomb, could only take out artifacts and collide with the weapons held by the Chiyu armor. However, ordinary profound rank artifacts were truly too powerless in such a battle. Every time they collided, he would definitely lose one of them. Such a speed of destruction made even Gaitanchu feel heartache. Soon, Gaitanchu also unleashed his true strength. Ignoring his injuries, he transformed into a poison dragon. He used his 1,000-feet body, dragon claw, and dragon tooth to fight against the Chiyu armor. In the battle on the underwater island, his tail had been torn off and had yet to grow out. In close combat, it was as if he had lost an arm. The impact was not small. However, after being stimulated by the pain and becoming bloodthirsty, he still erupted with the terrifying combat strength of a pure-blooded dragon. The 2 sides fought crazily, dragon blood and dragon flesh scattering on the ground. A terrifying sea tremor in the outside world spread out with the tortoise shell and dragon tomb as the center, and it swept through an area of 500 kilometers. Even the dragon transformation island in the distance was affected. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the poison dragon, which was covered in injuries, was beaten out of its crazy state. It discovered that the flesh, blood, and bones on its body were less than half of their original size. Its physical condition was extremely terrible. There was not a single piece of good flesh from the inside out. It was extremely close to death. The dignified Earth Immortal finally gave up fighting in the fear of death and turned around to escape. Chapter 440 Strange Disease, Become Stronger While Doing Nothing. 1. Chapter 440 Strange Disease, Become Stronger While Doing Nothing. 1. Did I finally win? Jiang Li, who was hiding inside the Qiyu armor, was a little uncertain when he heard the calm commotion outside. The Qiyu armor was still running and trying to pursue him, but the green belt around his waist severely delayed his speed. Even if the other party was also restricted by Baxier's tortoise shell, it was impossible for the Qiyu armor to catch up to the Earth Immortal who was trying to escape. Soon, the dragon flew farther and farther away. Only when he could no longer sense Gaitancha Sora did Jiang Li heave a sigh of relief, and his entire body went limp in his armor. During these 3 days, even though it was not Jiang Li who was personally fighting, he had also endured extremely great danger and pressure. This was because at this moment, the dark red muscles wrapped tightly around his body again. Even with the naked eye, the boundaries of the two types of flesh could no longer be distinguished. The black scale armor that was originally between the Qiyu armor and him had already disappeared without a trace. As the battle continued, Jiang Li gradually discovered the reason why the Qiyu armor had never appeared in legends. This terrifying armor was still a dangerous semi-finished product. There was still one flaw that had not been resolved, and that was that he could not control it. It was one thing to rely on instincts to fight and not listen to the master's orders. However, as the dark red muscles absorbed more and more spiritual chi, the strength would also become stronger, as if there was no limit to it. This was not all good because its savage instincts would also increase. Its greed would grow exponentially. For example, Jiang Li, who was emitting an alluring aura at all times inside the armor. While the Qiyu armor was still fighting the poison dragon in the outside world, the muscles in the armor began to greedily absorb all the nutrients in his body. This included the black scale armor that blocked Jiang Li and Qi Yao's muscles. After that, Jiang Li experienced what was called outrageous. An extremely special liquid metal seeped out of the Qiyu armor. It actually directly rotted and corroded Jiang Li's black scale armor, and it completely ate the earth rank armor that had accompanied him for a long time. Quintet Chi Essence Copper. This was the name of that liquid metal. Jiang Li had seen it in appraisal before. This Qiyu armor was mainly made of Qi Yao's muscles and Quintet Chi Essence Copper. The Quintet Chi Essence Copper was a special metal refined by the Qiyu tribe with the 5 elements Qi. In ancient times, the Qiyu tribe was famous for their metal smelting technique. The weapons and armor they forged were completely inferior to the divine weapons at that time. This was also an important reason why they could repeatedly gain the upper hand in the battle with Emperor Xuan Yuan. The Qiyu sword was even more invincible. If not for the fact that Yellow Emperor Xuan Yuan had obtained the legendary Xuan Yuan sword, it was hard to say who would have won in the end. He did not expect to see it today. Earth-rank artifacts were like chickens and dogs in front of that kind of thing and did not have the slightest ability to resist. After breaking through the black scale armor, the dark red muscles no longer had any obstruction and connected to Jiang Li's body again, starting to recklessly extract vitality and spiritual chi. He even sent the ferocious wills into his consciousness again. At this moment, there was no Daji chanting the 3 sovereign scripture to suppress him. If not for the fact that his nascent soul was protected by the merry tunes, he might have already fallen to a demonic nascent. This situation made Jiang Li suffer greatly. However, with the powerful enemy in front of him, he had to continue fighting in the Qiyu armor. he could only endure it for the time being. After being slapped by such a greedy fellow for 3 days and 3 nights, even Jiang Li was slightly unable to endure it. Activate the anti-cultivation domain. As soon as Gai Tanchu left, he immediately controlled the shield. The closed eyes on it opened, revealing the anti-cultivation spiritual bead inside. The special domain that expelled spiritual chi landed on the Chi-Yu armor, causing the armor that had completely turned into a monster to lose 40 to 50% of its strength. However, Jiang Li was shocked. In the past, under the anti-cultivation domain, Chi-Yu's muscles could only maintain about 20% of its strength. Why could it retain so much this time? Most importantly, he could not limit the power of Chi-Yu's muscles to a certain extent. The sealed shield could not forcefully seal it again. Damn it. In these 3 days, he had allowed this flesh to absorb too much power. Even the anti-cultivation domain could not disperse it in a short period of time. Moreover, feeling the danger, Chi-Yu's muscles instinctively struggled. More and more flesh and blood stabbed into Jiang Li's body, absorbing the energy and vitality even more crazily, causing his body to visibly wither inside. The absorption speed this time was much more terrifying than when he was in the Xuanyuan tomb. If this continued, he would probably be sucked to death. With determination in his heart, Jiang Li controlled the anti-cultivation spiritual bead to weaken its might, leaving only a thin crack. Although this would weaken the power of the anti-cultivation domain, it could allow Jiang Li to control it more accurately. It would only restrict the Chi-Yu armor and not affect the other artifacts and Jiang Li himself. Then, he relied on the fact that the Chi-Yu armor was brainless and could not react to his internal movements. He exerted strength from the inside and spun the bloodthirsty trident and the broken mosquito spear in his hand before stabbing his arms. The 2 Earth-rank artifacts had just been inserted half an inch when they were blocked by the strong muscles and quintet chi essence copper. Fortunately, this was enough to satisfy the requirements of this demonic artifact and magic artifact. After activating the 2 weapons with all his might, Jiang Li also began to extract the spiritual chi and vitality in the Chi-Yu armor and instilled them into his body through these 2 artifacts. Chapter 441 Strange Disease, Become Stronger While Doing Nothing. 2. Chapter 441 Strange Disease, Become Stronger While Doing Nothing. 2. The Chi-Yu battle armor absorbed the energy in Jiang Li, while he extracted its energy again and instilled it into his body. The 2 formed a cycle, maintaining a temporary balance. The Chi-Yu armor realized that it was attacked and looked around in confusion. However, it still could not find the culprit and could only stay vigilant. If it was under normal circumstances, Jiang Li would definitely be at a disadvantage in such an exchange. However, with the help of the anti-cultivation spiritual bead, Jiang Li relied on the might of the demonic artifact and magic artifact to slowly gain the upper hand. However, after Jiang Li's spiritual chi and vitality flowed into the Chi-Yu armor and was extracted again, it seemed to have changed. At the beginning, it was not obvious, but as the cycle increased, the color of Jiang Li's 9 nether azure force started to become deeper and deeper, and it carried an ancient aura. After being in a stalemate for a few hours, the muscles on the 2 arms that were stabbed finally could not withstand it. After shriveling, they turned back into a pile of dark red muscles that were absorbed by the sealed shield. After the muscles fell off, Jiang Li's hands were exposed. Red muscles wrapped around the jade-like bones, exposing them to the air. In the past 3 days, the skin on his body had already been eaten by the Chi-Yu armor. He looked extremely terrifying. However, if Jiang Li could see it now, he would discover that there were many dark red muscles mixed evenly in his muscles, interweaving with his main muscles and unable to separate. This was the flesh that the Chi-Yu armor had pierced into his body to extract energy. Perhaps because it was too deep, it was not retracted together. It was not until the skin on the surface grew back with the help of Warclear Spring and other statuses that the strange double-culled muscles were covered. Jiang Li turned around and stabbed the 2 greedy weapons into the other parts of his body, the other 2 arms, then his feet, torso, and finally his head. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, the muscles were sealed again. Jiang Li's head that did not even have any eyelids or hair was exposed. Only then did he breathe in fresh air again. The skin on his head quickly grew back. He felt as if he had been reborn. This Chi-Yu armor was really too dangerous. Just to store this armor, one had to use a divine artifact like the anti-cultivation spiritual bead. Using it was even more dangerous. The battle where he freed the Chi-Yu armor was indeed shocking. He almost completed the feat of slaying the dragon and killing the Dragon Transformation Island's dragon head. However, the loss was also huge. He had directly lost an extremely useful Earth-rank armor. In the future, he could no longer rely on the defense of his artifact to casually court death. Fortunately, after this round, he still had some gains. Jiang Li looked ahead. At the center of the tortoise shell, a large amount of dragon blood had gathered to form a pond, and it was still emitting a dignified aura at all times. He released the origin blood ancient leech that he had stored in the coffin. This insect had been fed the 9 nether earth fruit by Jiang Li when it was at its weakest. Even if it became stronger now, it was unable to go against Jiang Li's will. Earlier, it had transformed into a dragon halfway because Jiang Li did not agree, so it forcefully interrupted its transformation opportunity and stopped everything, causing it to look even more strange now that it was not a dragon. This was because letting this insect transform into a dragon would expend a large amount of dragon blood. That was something Jiang Li was unwilling to see. He did not plan to spend another 1,000 years accumulating so much dragon blood. After the huge worm smelled the dragon blood, it immediately pounced into the pond. More than 10 mouthpieces grew out of its body and began to extract the blood inside like a water pump. It was not afraid of the poisonous blood at all. In the previous battle, Gaitanchu had suffered almost fatal injuries, and he had lost more than half of the dragon's blood and flesh. His 500 years of accumulation had probably been lost in this pool. After the origin blood ancient leech absorbed his dragon blood and purified it, it should be able to reach the refinement conditions for the top-grade dragon transformation pill. Even Jiang Li yearned for medicinal pills that could allow the dragon bloodline to grow rapidly. After squatting on the ground and resting for a while, his shriveled body slowly filled up under various recovery statuses. His face became healthy and rosy, and all the negative statuses on the interface had been removed. However, Jiang Li discovered that something was amiss. His body had clearly recovered to its optimal state. Why was he still continuously absorbing spiritual chi and vitality? It was like a bottomless hole that did not stop for a long time. Could it be, because he had been beaten for 3 days and 3 nights, that his body developed an issue? Where was the foundation damaged? Would he continuously lose spiritual chi and vitality? When he thought up to here, Jiang Li stood up anxiously and wanted to inspect his body more carefully. However, in the next moment, his head directly collided with the dome of the tortoise-shell dragon tomb. This collision stunned him. He only wanted to stand up. Why did he jump so high? He was quite familiar with this feeling. It was as if his strength had increased too quickly, causing him to be unable to withdraw freely. In the past, when Jiang Li had just stepped into cultivation, such a situation often appeared. Every time he fixed his status for a day, he had to adapt for a long time. However, as his mental cultivation increased, his basic strength also became stronger. It was already extremely rare for him to have such an explosive increase that even he could not control. This situation had not happened in a long time. He opened the interface again and realized that his attributes had actually doubled in strength. One had to know that in the anti-cultivation domain, he had broken through his apertures by chance, causing his physical strength to increase greatly. At that time, his attributes had already more than doubled. After breaking through to the nascent soul realm, his various attributes would continue to increase exponentially. At that time, he would still be able to control his body very well. However, it had only been a few days, but it had actually doubled again. Where did this portion of power come from? With his current strength, could he not slap his previous self to death? Just as he was staring at his interface and thinking hard, he discovered that the strength attribute actually jumped up a little again in front of him. What? Jiang Li immediately closed his eyes and looked into his body. Soon, he discovered Qi Yao's muscles that were intertwined with his muscles. It was precisely these muscles that had been severed after stabbing into his body that were still absorbing his spiritual qi and vitality at a steady pace. He clenched his fists. When his muscles constricted, these dark red muscles constricted at the same time, it seemed that they did not treat him as an outsider at all. This was also the source of Jiang Li's sudden increase in strength. These muscles were deeply rooted in his body, directly connecting his bones and joints, covering every corner. Moreover, from the looks of it, as time passed, they would intertwine and fuse more and more thoroughly. Even if he steeled his heart and pulled out the pieces one by one, it was almost impossible to completely remove them all. Jiang Li frowned and did not immediately panic. He calmly considered the pros and cons of this change. He had already seen the benefits. These muscles would bring him double the strength increase. Moreover, they would continue to grow as he absorbed spiritual qi. The drawback was obvious. These muscles would continuously absorb Jiang Li's energy and vitality. To ordinary cultivators, this was definitely a parasitic curse. He had to eat a large number of medicinal pills every day to make up for this loss. In the end, he would die because his spiritual qi and vitality had dried up. However, to Jiang Li, the speed at which these muscles absorbed was less than 5% of his current recovery speed. It basically did not affect him at all. In terms of whether he would encounter danger of possession again, it was a lump of muscle that even the ghost lantern cold flame could not burn anything. It was very clean and did not have any other consciousness. Rubbing the corners of his mouth that could not help but curl up, Jiang Li could only helplessly accept this reality. He had probably gotten a strange disease that made him stronger while doing nothing. Chapter 442 Visiting the Sea Giants 1. Chapter 442 Visiting the Sea Giants 1. Just as Jiang Li was checking his spoils of war in the tortoise-shell dragon tomb, Gaitanchu, who had transformed back into a human and was on the verge of death, went back to the dragon transformation island with difficulty. Before flying into the range of the storm, he dispersed the escape light on his body and used a diversion technique to conceal his sorry state. Next, he would need a very long time to heal his injuries. That would be his weakest moment. With the sect culture of the Dragon Transformation Island, he could not find many people he could trust in such a huge medium-sized Divine Judgment faction. Not to mention that the pirates of the Dragon Transformation Island had countless enemies. Once outsiders knew of his current terrible state, danger and trouble would come to him one after another. That was something that the current him could not face. Therefore, even if his body was continuously collapsing and worsening, he still had to squeeze out spiritual qi to cast the illusion technique. It was like a pufferfish inflating its body to intimidate the enemy through bluffing. After passing through the storm area that had already raised the wind wall again, he almost thought that he had come to the wrong place. In this sea area, more than half of the originally rich and beautiful islands had disappeared, and the remaining ones were also beyond recognition. A large number of sea beasts and dragon beast corpses floated on the surface of the sea, emitting a rotting stench. In the center of the Dragon Transformation Island, there were more than 10 mountain-sized sea giant corpses lying on the ground. Their blood flowed down, forming several trickling rivers that dyed the nearby seawater into a strange pink. Looking at the top of the mountain, the skull palace that had originally been used as a spoils of war to show the power and prestige of the painting Dragon Island had indeed disappeared. Those sea giants, I should have let them die. This scene made Gaitanchu gnash his teeth in anger. A few more blood pillars shot out from his body. In the palace, there was a large amount of his resources and treasures. Now that the sea giants had taken the opportunity to rob him and move away with the skull palace, the accumulation would naturally be lost. Without those spiritual materials and precious medicines, his recovery speed would definitely be greatly reduced. Even if everything went smoothly, it would already be fortunate that he could repair his earth immortal body in 100 years. Moreover, he discovered that the spiritual chi environment inside the wall of storms, which was originally more than 5 times higher than the outside world, was also continuously flowing away. Perhaps the sudden battle and the collapse of the underwater mystic realm had damaged the earth vein of the Dragon Transformation Island. If it could not be repaired, perhaps this place would no longer be suitable as a sect encampment in the future. This was another heavy blow to him. Troubled things happened one after another. He did not know if it was his retribution. He glanced at the remaining higher-ups of the Dragon Transformation Island who were gathered in a barely intact hall. Some were healing their injuries, while others were healing others. Fortunately, they were not all dead. Gaitanchu heaved a sigh of relief. If he was at his peak, he naturally would not care about the lives of these subordinates. However, he was heavily injured now. Once he entered seclusion, it was impossible for him to come out easily. At that time, he would need these subordinates to gather materials for him and refine healing pills. He flew into the hall. When the many elders who were healing saw the dragon head return, they all revealed complicated and fearful expressions. They stood up and bowed to Gaitanchu. They did not dare to blame the other party for not protecting the sect. Instead, they were more afraid. With this dragon head's personality, it was very likely that he would take out his anger and cruelly punish these subordinates. Fortunately, he did not do this time, because if he killed again, there would really be no one left to use. He flew into the crowd and discovered that the ones who were protected in the center before he returned were the captain of the Second Fleet, Sasha. There was a mortal girl without any spiritual chi on her body and a middle-aged woman lying in a coffin. Gaitanchu sized them up. While everyone lowered their heads and did not dare to look at him, the mortal girl dared to raise her head and look into his eyes. Just her courage was enough to make people look up to her. From the bloodline aura of the mortal girl, he quickly knew the identity of the girl in front of him. Previously, he had seen her appearance in the underwater island through the monitoring spirit stone. To be able to survive in that dangerous environment, this daughter was very lucky. "What's your name?" Gaijianmo looked at her father who she had never seen before, but there was no warmth in her heart. After calmly saying her name, a token carved from dragon teeth was thrown into her arms. That was the young master token left behind after the death of Gaimushing. It represented authority and benefits that could allow one to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Gaijianmo, in the future, you will be my daughter, the only young lady of the island. With Gaitanchu personally acknowledging it, the surrounding higher-ups all bowed and called out in unison, "Young lady." Then, the dragon head's gaze landed on Captain Sasha. "Captain Sasha of the Second Fleet. In view of your contributions to protect the Dragon Transformation Island and your cooperation in assassinating Zhu, I can let bygones be bygones. In the future, assist Jianmo with all your might to rebuild the Dragon Transformation Island and deal with the matters at sea to make up for your mistakes. From today onwards, I will enter seclusion and break through to a higher realm. No matter what, don't disturb me." As expected, Gaitanchu acknowledged Jianmo as the young lady and, for the first time, gave her even more authority than the original two young masters. Chapter 443 Visiting the Sea Giants, 2. Chapter 443 Visiting the Sea Giants, 2. In any case, now that the Origin Blood Ancient Leech had fled, his original two sons were already dead, and he needed a long period of seclusion to heal his injuries. He utterly did not have the time or energy to deal with the trivial matters of the Dragon Transformation Island. The Dragon Transformation Island needed a spokesperson on the surface. This daughter who was sent to him naturally became the best choice. Although she was still a mortal, it was not a problem to be a puppet. Sasha, who he had planned to kill earlier, was also kept alive. In order to intimidate the sea, high-level combatants at the Soul Formation realm were indispensable. With such strength now, the Dragon Transformation Island only had Sasha and the captain of the First Fleet stationed at the front line. At the very least, he had to keep this female pirate with a chaotic private life. At most, he would let her go to the front line instead of staying on the island anymore. After saying that, He left a few more instructions before disappearing on the spot. He transformed into an illusion and entered the sect's seclusion chamber under the cover of the illusion technique. His main body opened a secret room on the island that outsiders did not know. After completely sealing the entrance of the secret room, the illusion technique covering his body flickered a few times and completely failed, revealing his original appearance. The body below the waist had already completely disappeared. The organs and intestines in the abdomen were blocked by a thin layer of spiritual chi-light membrane, so they did not pour out all at once. The remaining half of his body was also missing bits and pieces. It was bumpy like 100 sows had chewed on him, and he did not look like a living person at all. Compared to the Chi-Yu armor that was invulnerable to weapons, water, and poison, the originally powerful dragon body seemed so fragile. After 3 days and 3 nights of fighting, he had already become so miserable. However, his poisoned mane, claws, and teeth did not leave any obvious traces on the enemy. How could such a monster exist in the world? After pouring out a pile of medicinal pills from his storage artifact and casually grabbing a few to stuff into his mouth, Gaitanchu fell into a difficult state of healing. On the other side, Jiang Li was also sitting on the head of the wood dragon Rayquaza after the battle, leisurely enjoying the salty sea breeze. The terrifying toxins that should have plagued him to the end of the world took some time to be completely cleansed by the power of the statuses. The other injuries on his body also recovered quickly under the treatment. Since he started cultivating, Jiang Li had never tasted the after effects of a battle. He casually took out pieces of cut dragon meat from the coffin and threw them into Rayquaza's mouth. This exaggerated wooden dragon was like a puppy as it let out fawning cries. In awe every time it ate a piece of dragon meat, Rayquaza would involuntarily squirm a few times. Its body became even longer and more handsome. The dragon scales that were originally leaves on its body also fell off piece by piece, growing true scales. In those 3 days, Gaitanchu had experienced more than just being cut into pieces. The dragon flesh that had fallen into Barxia's tortoise shell could be calculated by 1,000 tons. After eating these Earth Immort level pure-blooded dragon meat, they could elevate Rayquaza to the soul formation realm. The main body was a branch of the spiritual root of heaven and earth, the 9 netherwood. If it could transform into a dragon by swallowing the dragon flesh, then the combat strength and potential of Rayquaza would definitely be extraordinary. After all, it was the first wood demon that he had awakened and was his mount. It could not be weak. One hand fed him meat, and Jiang Li's other hand held a communication spirit stone. He was asking Sasha about the current situation of the Dragon Transformation Island. Originally, Jiang Li planned to let the top spy, Sasha, retire successfully. After bringing the ground control flag to meet up with him, she could fill up the Hidden Rock army and continue working hard for a greater cause. However, after discovering the tragic state of Gaitanchu's escape, he changed his mind. After the Earth Control Flag sucked away the high-grade Earth vein of the Dragon Transformation Island, it was directly summoned back. No one could snatch the treasure given by the human emperor. As for Sasha, Jiang Li took a certain risk and let her stay. As expected, under that state of near death, even the craziest person had to maintain a little rationality for the sake of their lives. As the few remaining top-notch combat forces of the Dragon Transformation Island, not only was Sasha not dead, but she had also successfully obtained authority. One had to know that the War of the Great Mountain Alliance was under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Transformation Island. With Sasha and Jianmo, the young masters of the Dragon Transformation Island, cooperating internally, it could bring Jiang Li a lot of convenience. With the blood fighting arena as a precedent, Jiang Li was confident that it would not be long before he could empty the entire Dragon Transformation Island. Gaitanchu was far inferior to Vima Citrin. When the time was ripe, Jiang Li could even come up with a question like, why did the Dragonhead rebel? Perhaps due to the influence of the high-grade merit blessing. Everything went very smoothly. A moment later, Jiang Li smiled and put away the communication spirit stone. In front of him, a boiling hot sea appeared. Jiang Li patted the wooden dragon beneath him and made Rayquaza lower its height, avoiding the thick steam clouds and flying deeper. He looked at the water surface. Sure enough, the sea area here seemed to have been burned. A large number of bubbles would surge from the bottom of the sea to the surface at any time. That was because there was a large number of active underwater volcanoes at the bottom of this sea. The eruption of these underwater volcanoes and the abundant geothermal heat made the water temperature of the seawater maintain above 90 degrees all year round. A portion of the magma that was erupting would boil directly. A large amount of scorching water vapor rose into the air and formed clouds, causing rain to continuously fall in this sea area all year round. The environment here was not suitable for the survival of most ordinary creatures, but it also gave rise to many magical ecosystems. There were even many plants that could quickly grow by absorbing heat. My friend, finally here. Welcome to the burning archipelago as a guest. Jiang Li did not hide his arrival. The increasingly exaggerated Rayquaza was quickly noticed by the owner of this place. In the depths of the fog, a deep voice sounded like a gust of wind blowing through the valley. As a terrifying hand pushed aside the steam clouds, a huge figure covered the sky. Its size was not inferior to the wind protection giant in the headquarters of the Great Mountain Alliance. This was a sea giant. Through the even larger skull he wore, Jiang Li could tell that this was the new king of the sea giant race. This was because according to the tradition of the sea giant, their king's coronation ceremony was to wear the head of the previous king as a crown. Jiang Li's altitude increased. As his vision widened, he could see that there were more than 100 huge existences standing behind this giant king. Behind him was a huge throne that was being built. New ruler of the sea giant race, I am Jiang Li, and I am very honored to visit the burning archipelago. This island was also the residence of the sea giant race. Jiang Li helped the sea giant retrieve the head of the previous king, giving them the chance to trample on the enemy's home with their feet and allow them to complete the coronation and reunite. To these big fellows, they owed Jiang Li a huge favor. Although everyone knew that Jiang Li had his own goal and was using them as cannon fodder, this was not the case in the end. The sea giant obtained true help and benefits. If Jiang Li was weak, both sides would naturally tacitly laugh it off. However, with Jiang Li's current strength, not to mention directly destroying the entire sea giant race, it was not a problem for him to take down their current giant king. With strength that could negotiate with the sea giant race, it would be a little unreasonable if they did not come to accept the thank you gift. As soon as the war with the Dragon Transformation Island ended, Jiang Li rode Rayquaza here. He had heard that the sea giant race was a natural craftsman and the best weapon refinement masters in the sea. Jiang Li happened to have some work that he needed their help with. Chapter 444 Arm Wrestling the Giant King 1. Chapter 444 Arm Wrestling the Giant King 1. Jiang Li, my friend, it's a pity that you didn't see my coronation. When I wore the crown, the entire sea cheered for me. I am the king of the sea giant race, Qui-Gon. But you happened to be at our banquet. Come quickly and let us entertain our friends. Our every word that this sea giant king said sounded like a bolt of lightning exploding in the air. This made Jiang Li, who had sharp hearing, feel very uncomfortable. This was the first time they had met. After the superficial pleasantries, the sea giant king enthusiastically invited him to participate in the banquet. The two giants beside him carried the throne made of underwater lava. After sinking it into the sea to cool down, they carried the throne that was purely for the sake of ceremony and walked back together. With the mountain-like size of the sea giant, it was difficult to build a house that could accommodate them. Fortunately, the giants had skin that was tougher and thicker than the city wall, so they did not need the protection of houses. They used the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed. On the ground, there was a mountain. Wind, rain, sun, and tide were all their nutrients. What an easy race to raise. As the fog dissipated, an island covered in pitch-black soil appeared in his eyes. However, in such a scorching island that was surrounded by steam all year round and should have no vitality, life flourished. Giant green plants filled with vitality grew on the island. Any tree here could grow to the height of a giant king's knee. Huge fruits that did not conform to human common sense hung on these trees for others to pluck. Jiang Li could tell that it was not a precious spiritual plant. It was only an ordinary plant that slowly evolved because of the living environment. This was a black soil island formed by the eruption of an underwater volcano. The soil was rich, and there was constant rain all year round. After the steam and dark clouds dispersed, the sunlight would be even hotter than in the desert. The plants here also had the magical ability to absorb heat as energy. This was why ordinary plants in the ecosystem could grow to this height after many generations of reproduction. New plants in different ecosystems were very valuable to Jiang Li. The magical heat-absorbing plant could optimize the seeds in his hand after a little cultivation and make his wood art stronger. Perhaps they could even escape the weakness of flames. After casually gathering some seeds, he followed the giant king forward. Thunderous laughter sounded from ahead. It was the highest and largest volcano on the island. More than 1,000 sea giant commoners were gathered at the foot of the volcano. They were clearly much smaller than Giant King Qui-Gon. The height varied from his calf to his waist. Among them, 2 giants who looked like chefs climbed up the volcano and poured the things in the 2 large baskets into the volcano. They stirred it a few times and waited for a moment before fishing out a large amount of cooked or burnt sea beast meat. They poured down the mountain of meat and let the food roll down the foot of the mountain for their clansmen to enjoy at any time. Sir Jiang Li. At this moment, a seemingly insignificant voice sounded from ahead. A black dot grew larger and larger in the air. It was the merman, Namur, riding a flying demonic fish and quickly arriving in front of him. Namur's body visibly gained weight. It seemed that he had eaten quite well recently. He did not show as much respect as before, which would make the sea giant wary. However, while introducing this island, he gave Jiang Li a look. Jiang Li immediately knew what these giants were planning. They wanted to use a so-called banquet to reward this merman friend and their benefactor. With Jiang Li's appetite, he might not be able to eat a piece of meat from the sea giant. King, what are they doing? Jiang Li did not experience this giant banquet. The rough food was really hard for him to swallow. He flew to the giant king's side and pointed at the most lively place in the center of the banquet. Over 100 giants were gathered on a huge mountain with its head cut off. They roared with joy. Ha ha, my friend, that's our sea giant's game. On the islands of those sinful pirates, we brought back some spoils of war, including many excellent ores. That will be enough to forge a new war hammer. According to our tradition, only the strongest warriors can have all the spoils of war. Friend, you can give it a try. Just press their wrists to the ground. Sure enough, Jiang Li saw a mountain of treasures and ores at the side. A portion of them were poured out from the Skull Palace. In terms of spirit stones, it would probably be able to make Jiang Li's wealth rise greatly. This time, the Dragon Transformation Island was really unlucky. The wealth that they had accumulated for many years through plunder was taken away by a group of sea giants in the end. As for the giants, they were surrounding the pitiful mountain and arm wrestling. The giant king, Qui-Gon, did not hide the teasing expression on his face covered by the skull crown. Chapter 445 Arm Wrestling the Giant King, 2. Chapter 445 Arm Wrestling the Giant King, 2. He was using this method to make Jiang Li back off. Due to the reputation of the merman race, they could make friends, but it was impossible to get any benefits from them. Jiang Li had long expected this attitude from them. These giants innately looked down on creatures smaller than themselves. If he did not reveal his muscles, they would really send Jiang Li away like they were sending away a beggar. Then he'll do as you say. It just so happened that the 2 giants who had been in a stalemate and roaring angrily finally decided the winner. The winner was a strong 2-headed giant. He raised his right hand high and accepted the cheers of his compatriots. The loser held his weak arm and silently retreated. Who else? The 2-headed sea giant raised its thick right hand and looked around, waiting for the next challenger. However, he had already won 9 rounds in a row, and no giant came forward again. At this moment, Jiang Li, who was riding Rayquaza, flew to the other side of the platform. "Why don't you let me be your opponent?" Jiang Li used his spiritual chi to amplify his voice as much as possible before letting these big guys notice him. The air was silent for a moment, and then the laughter of more than 100 giants directly broke through the clouds. The thick, steamy clouds above their heads were blown away. Blazing sunlight shone down, but it was blocked by the giants, casting a large shadow. "Isn't this the human warrior who claimed to have fought with Gaitanchu for 3 days? Little one, my fingers are 10,000 times thicker than yours. Do you want to compete with my hair?" 1v He stretched out a small finger that was like a huge pillar and swayed it in front of Jiang Li. The other giant warriors around him tried their best to suppress their laughter. A few giants with poor vision still lowered their heads and tried their best to find Jiang Li. Jiang Li was not angry at the other party's mockery. He stepped forward and grabbed the other party's pinky with his right hand. Then, the two-headed giant felt the world spin. For some reason, he had already fallen to the ground. His right wrist had already smashed into the stone platform made of mountain. So, who else? Jiang Li stood on the stone platform and raised his right hand like the giant just now. The surroundings were silent. The single eye of the group of sea giants almost popped out in shock. What happened was right in front of them, but they did not know what had happened. Cheating. You must have used despicable methods to cheat. I request to compete again. The two-headed sea giant that had fallen to the ground helped itself up from the stone platform and pointed at Jiang Li while roaring in exasperation. Logically speaking, the difference in size between the two sides was like the difference between a huge elephant and dust. Such a difference in victory and defeat appeared even stranger. Jiang Li did not refuse. He flew into the sky again and reached out to press on the other party's wrist. "I wager the glory of the sea giants. I want you to fly 1,000 giant steps away." Both sides were prepared. The two-headed giant landed on the platform's elbows. His left hand, which was supporting the edge, and his feet, which were firmly rooted in the ground, spread out a canyon-like ravine below any support point. The power that the giant suddenly erupted with was enough to shake the world. But that power lost all effect and dignity in front of an ordinary human palm. No matter how hard the two-headed giant tried, it could not advance at all. Jiang Li had a foundation in body cultivation and was never weaker than others. Looking at the beast blood diagram, Baxia, the emperor blood aperture refinement, and Chi Yao's muscles he had just obtained, which of them was not legendary compared to him in terms of pure strength? So what if he was a giant? He would definitely be asking for trouble. For the glory of the sea giants. The giant opposite him roared angrily. Thick blood vessels bulged on its mountainous body, and the blood flowing inside surged like the water of a river. However, Jiang Li blocked his wrist and still did not move. "Not bad, not bad. Really working hard. Hang in there. I'm going to use my strength." Right when his opponent erupted with his maximum strength, Jiang Li's calm voice sounded. Then, he pressed down on his opponent's wrist and firmly pushed back at a uniform speed. Puff, puff, puff. The blood vessels on his arm exploded, and the blood that shot out really flew out 1,000 giant steps. A large sickly purple-black color quickly appeared under his skin. The muscles below were torn apart. The sound of the strong tendons breaking was like the sound of a steel cable on a bridge being torn apart. In the end, the thick wrist was still pressed down on the stone platform. The giant, who could not turn around no matter how hard he tried, relaxed his body and collapsed to the ground. Even with two heads, he still could not imagine how such power could crush him in such a small body. The surrounding giants gasped, almost emptying the place. The uncultured sea giants could not find the right words to describe their shock. Not far away, sitting on the still warm throne, the sea giant king, Qui-Gon, also looked at Jiang Li solemnly. The two-headed giant was his third younger brother. From the looks of it, he was the strongest person in the sea giant tribe, second only to him. Even he could not crush the two-headed giant so easily in terms of strength. Could it be that he really fought with that Gaitanchu for 3 days? If that was the case, the sea giant race had to change their attitude towards their benefactor. He touched the skull crown on his head and felt the power passed down by the previous king, his father. King Qui-Gon stood up from the throne and separated the crowd to stand opposite Jiang Li. "My friend, let me be your opponent." Qui-Gon also stretched out his right hand. In that hand, there was a continuous force like an ocean wave. He wanted to personally test how powerful this human was. The new sea giant king, Qui-Gon, did not have such power a few days ago. Otherwise, he would have used brute force to unite the tribe. The source of this power was naturally the skull crown that he always wore on his head. The seemingly barbaric and cruel coronation tradition of the sea giant race was indeed unique. Jiang Li smiled as he looked at the hand that covered the sky. "I can't ask for more." He reached out and plucked a fist-sized fresh tree seed from Rayquaza. Rayquaza was also a real plant with the bloodline of the dragon race. It could easily break through reproductive barriers. After receiving the pollen of different plants, Rayquaza could produce high-quality seeds with different characteristics as Jiang Li's spell technique material. Holding this seed in his hand, spiritual light erupted. Surrounded by the dark green light, a dense vitality shot into the sky. 9 Nether Demon Awakening. Dragon Son Barkseer. Roar. A deep and resounding dragon roar sounded. A huge dragon standing up, one head taller than the giant king, appeared on the other side of the platform. This enormous dragon had a dragon head, dragon tail, and dragon claws. Only its body carried a huge tortoise shell. It was the tortoise shell that their sea giant race had just dug out a few days ago under Jiang Li's request. Roar. Golden light shot out from Barkseer's eyes. Pure dragon might spread wantonly, causing the entire sea giant tribe to tremble. After negotiating conditions with Barkseer in his body, Jiang Li would give it a chance to see the outside world, and Barkseer would take the initiative to lend him more strength. Come. The giant's wrist collided with Barkseer's claw. As both sides suddenly exerted strength, the stone platform under their hands could not withstand it and shattered. Then, the entire island shook. The ground cracked. The wind and clouds changed, and the volcano in the center of the island erupted with magma. It was as if the entire island was about to shatter because of their battle. The power in the giant's hand was like an endless wave or a volcano eruption. It was indeed wonderful and powerful. However, under Barkseer's power, it was as if mountains were transported over and pressed down on Qui-Gon's wrist. Pure strength crushed those fancy techniques. In the end, the giant king could not withstand it and lowered his arm in angry growls. Chapter 446 Giant Stance, Uninvited Guest. 1. Chapter 446 Giant Stance, Uninvited Guest. 1. Powerful human warrior. These spoils of war are yours. Your strength has won the respect of the sea giant race. You are worthy of them. In addition, during the Dragon Transformation Island War earlier, Sir Jiang Li's help was extremely great. Please accept my race's highest gratitude. If you have any requests from the sea giant in the future, we will definitely not decline. King Qui-Gon stood up from the ground with difficulty. Then, without caring about his reputation, he bent down and bowed to Jiang Li with the etiquette of the sea giant race. Earlier, Jiang Li had used his purest strength to crush his pride. Even if he obtained a portion of the power of the previous giant king through the coronation, he was still so powerless in front of this human. As Jiang Li's opponent, he knew very well what kind of power he had faced earlier. The current sea giant tribe was powerless to resist. With King Qui-Gon taking the lead, the other sea giant warriors also bowed to the wood demon Barkseer in the middle and assumed the same posture. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. This group of giants was quite sensible. He originally thought that he would beat up all these hundreds of giants, but now, it saved him a lot of trouble. Without removing Barkseer's wood demon body, Jiang Li stepped forward and helped the sea giant king up, slapping away the dozens of tons of dust on his body. King Qui-Gon, you are too polite. The sea giants are the friends of the merman race. The friends of the merman race are my friends. Isn't it normal for friends to help each other? However, I do have a request. Please allow me. The sea giant king, Qui-Gon, smiled and thought to himself, as expected. What he was most afraid of was Jiang Li asking the sea giants to join his faction. That way, as a king, he would be inferior to others for no reason. As it turned out, not many of the variant humans who participated in the battle between humans ended up well. Sir Jiang Li, please speak. Qui Gon's loud heartbeat could not be concealed. Everyone knew that he was very nervous. I heard that the sea giant race is the best craftsman in the sea. In ancient times, you had once forged countless divine weapons for the dragon race. I wonder if you can open the furnace for me today? Ko Jiang Li's tone sounded like a request. But he had already taken out a few blueprints and a flying sword that was covered in cracks from the tip of the sword. He wanted the sea giant race to forge the remaining 6 coffin nails for him and repair the damaged immortal slaying flying sword. The materials for the 6 coffin nails had been mostly gathered with the help of the Great Mountain Alliance and Yan Hong. Coupled with the various treasures plundered from the Dragon Transformation Island, it was more than enough to forge 6 high-grade profound rank coffin nails. After his immortal slaying flying sword was defeated by the broken wing black mosquito's spear, the main body's spirit essence was damaged from the crack, and there were no signs of improvement until now. With the abilities of those weapon refinement masters of the Great Mountain Alliance, they would probably be unable to repair it. Only then did Jiang Li find this group of giants. The material he provided was the metal fragment that he had brought out from the Xuanyuan tomb. At first, Jiang Li thought that this metal fragment was the token of Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan. Later on, after carefully comparing it with King Zhao's finger bone, he discovered that the true human emperor's token was actually Nuba's eyeball, the anti-cultivation spiritual bead. Under Jiang Li's appraisal technique, this metal fragment displayed the name, Fragment of the 9 Li Weapon Talisman. It was the weapon talisman token that Qiyu used to rule the 9 Li tribe. Naturally, it was also the loot snatched from Qiyu by Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan. To put it bluntly, the Xuanyuan tomb was the display room for the spoils of war of the Battle of Zulu. As for the use of this weapon talisman fragment, in ancient times, the 9 Li tribe had been destroyed for countless years. Even in the notes of appraisal, there was no reliable suggestion. The other information about the fragment was basically unknown. He only knew that its forging material also had the quintet chi essence copper. This weapon talisman fragment had no other use. He could try to use it as a material after smelting it. However, if he wanted to refine materials of this level, he needed a furnace with a very high temperature. That's all? I mean, no problem. Unexpectedly, Jiang Li only made a small request. It was really not worth mentioning to the sea giants. The sea giant king heaved a sigh of relief and agreed on the spot. After Jiang Li used their wood art and copied a few blueprints that were 10,000 times larger, Qui Gon called his 8 brothers and held a meeting to study it. They looked stupid, but they actually had quite a lot of exquisite skills. Apart from the rune parts, even Jiang Li did not understand those blueprints. The 9 big guys only took a few glances and understood everything. Jiang Li, my friend, it's only a few nails. There's no problem at all. Leave it to us. Jiang Li was looking around the island. He did not see anything that looked like a furnace. The furnace that could be used by the sea giant race should be very conspicuous. Then, he heard Qui Gon shout, "Little ones, it's time to dance for our respected friends." Dance? Jiang Li did not quite understand what he meant. Before refining weapons, they had to dance to liven things up. Lord, a volcano is the best furnace for the sea giants. Chapter 447 Giants Dance. Uninvited Guests. 2. Chapter 447 Giants Dance. Uninvited Guests. 2. The merman Nama ran over and explained to Jiang Li, but he was still confused. At this moment, the hundreds of sea giants who were gathered at the foot of the volcano to eat dispersed. They surrounded the huge volcano in circles and assumed a trampling posture. The furnace is open. As the giant king shouted again, they raised their right feet and stepped on the ground rhythmically from the outside. Immediately, the ground on the island fluctuated like liquid. No animal on the entire island could stand firmly. and the flourishing forest was violently broken and pushed down. With their brute force, they caused a 9.9 level earthquake on the island. However, Jiang Li could see that the ripples under the feet of these giants were controlled by a special rhythm. They relied on the giant's dance to gather most of the power. They trampled into the volcano in the center. The giant's trampling continued from the outside to the inside and finally gathered at the foot of the volcano. Then, a stream of earth-fire lava that emitted endless heat leaked out from the volcano above. In just a moment, the originally stable volcano was completely stimulated. The sea beasts that had been thrown in had already been burned to death. The volcanic lava that had been stimulated was flames from the core of the earth, enough to easily refine any high-grade metal. The giant king, Qui-Gon, began to grab large amounts of ores and throw them into the volcano. As if he felt that it was not enough, he even picked some from the sea giant's own ores. Then, with his wild singing, his clansmen constantly changed the rhythm and strength of the giant's dance to control the temperature of the volcano furnace. Under such a high temperature, the refinement process that should have lasted for months in the palm of a human weapon refinement master had already been developed in just a few hours. It turned out that the sea giant's dance had such an effect. Its unique wild artifact refinement technique broadened Jiang Li's horizons. A day later, 6 coffin nails with completely different attributes formed in the same volcano. After the continuous pounding of the 9 giants, the 6 high-grade profound rank nails were completed. Jiang Li looked at the 6 long nails that were twice his height. He was quite satisfied. Although he did not know much about weapon refinement, the quality of these 6 nails was clearly much better than what the Great Mountain Alliance had produced. The sea giant race lived up to their reputation. Their technique was indeed not bad. Then, the sea giant king took Jiang Li's immortal slaying flying sword and the fragment of the weapon talisman. He placed them in his palm and observed carefully with widened eyes. The refinement of the coffin nail just now could only be considered a furnace warming practice. Repairing this flying sword that was even smaller than their eyelashes was the true challenge. This flying sword was refined by Jiang Li using the spirit destruction metal, the dragon hunting arrow, the city god's ghost head saber, and his lifespan as materials. He also used his body as the furnace and his Tao essence as the hammer. Every curve of the sword was deeply engraved with the essence of the great Tao, and it was exquisite. Seen as if there was a word to describe it. It was perfect. Facing such a craft, the sea giant race was deeply afraid that they would destroy that kind of Tao essence. They had never even seen the metal used as a repair material. A group of mountainous refinement masters gathered together and argued intensely for 3 days and 3 nights for the repair plan. Every trait had to be studied again. Every step had to be perfected. This was a huge challenge for them. After making all the preparations, they threw the flying sword and the fragments of the weapon talisman into the volcano. Just the initial refinement took them 9 days. In order to increase the temperature, the sea giant king even threw his throne into the volcano and sat down with his 2 brothers. Below, the giant dance continuously stirred up the lava, and above was sealed by the giant king's throne. More and more energy was accumulated in this volcano. The mountain swelled from the middle, and it seemed like it would explode at any moment. However, these big guys were very confident in their volcano. They danced even more crazily. Jiang Li's eyes could not see the immortal slaying flying sword through the mountain. However, as his intrinsic flying sword, he could sense an increasingly clear and immaterial calling him from the inside of the volcano. It was as if they were related by blood, causing Jiang Li's heart to palpitate. This is a sword spirit. When he was refining the immortal slaying flying sword back then, Jiang Li had spent a lot of effort. Not only did he use the Shu Mountain secret technique, but he also used the life-stealing art that had the effect of self-harming to tear out a portion of his lifespan and throw it into it. This allowed the immortal slaying flying sword to have very high potential. After the flying sword appeared, it was extremely powerful and useful. However, although it could contain Jiang Li's strength to a certain extent and become stronger and stronger, it slowly could not keep up with his footsteps. Now that there was a sword spirit, It meant that the immortal slaying flying sword had at least reached the level of an Earth-rank flying sword. As expected, the volcano that was swelling up and about to explode began to shrink at a visible speed. The magma that surged out at all times began to cool down and solidify. This was a flying sword that had broken through to the earth rank and needed to absorb a vast amount of spiritual chi and energy. The sea giants danced even harder, or else the volcano might be completely frozen by the flying sword. Then, King Qui-Gon pushed aside his throne and anxiously used his hands to grab a large number of spirit stones. Chapter 448 Giants Dance, Uninvited Guests, 3. Chapter 448 Giants Dance, Uninvited Guests, 3. The spirit stones exploded in the lava and turned into pure spiritual chi that was absorbed by the immortal slaying flying sword. The aura in the volcano did not hesitate at all. It directly broke through the earth rank and rose higher and higher. The foundation of the immortal slaying flying sword was extremely deep to begin with. Coupled with the huge background of the materials invested this time, an earth-rank artifact was only the beginning. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning descended, and King Qui-Gon, who was moving the spirit stones, bore the brunt of it. Blue-purple lightning flowed all over his body, burning a large area of shocking black. Under the might of the heavens, the sea giant king knelt on the ground and cried in pain. At some point, the surrounding steam and dark clouds surged, gathering a tribulation cloud with lightning surging on the top of the volcano. This was the tribulation lightning triggered when an artifact advanced to the earth rank. Jiang Li had experienced it when the Yin burial coffin advanced earlier. However, this time, there were too many powerful creatures under the tribulation clouds. This sea area was covered in thick, steamy dark clouds all year round, causing the power of the lightning tribulation to greatly increase. The commoners who were constantly dancing the giant dance looked into the sky in fear. Because of the existence of the tribulation lightning, their success rate in refining earth-rank artifacts had always been low. They did not know if they could succeed this time. Right when the tribulation clouds started to gather the second bolt of lightning, Jiang Li's figure flashed and appeared on the volcano. Moreover, he spread his aura and responded to the immortal slaying flying sword below. Such an arrogant action was equivalent to telling the tribulation clouds above that this was his artifact. "Come at me immediately." The tribulation clouds in the sky noticed Jiang Li, and a pressure enveloped him. The faint sense of danger told him that he had already been locked onto by the tribulation lightning, and he would be the next to be struck. Lightning gathered in the sky, forming a bolt of lightning filled with a destructive aura in the center. The power contained in it was enough to take the sea giant king's life. However, in the next moment, the tribulation clouds in the sky suddenly shrunk, and the vast commotion stopped abruptly. After the originally overbearing tribulation clouds discovered Jiang Li, they began to quickly dissipate for some reason. The lightning tribulation that had long condensed was also unwilling to descend. The destructive force slowly dissipated in the air. After waiting for a long time, a symbolic bolt of lightning struck Jiang Li's body, causing two sparks to fly. There was no more reaction. Compared to the tribulation lightning that struck the giant King Qui-Gon earlier, the power was less than 20%. Then, a few more chopsticks lightning scattered down from the tribulation cloud. There was even half that directly struck Jiang Li crookedly before it could hit him. This difference in treatment stunned the group of weapon refinement masters from the sea giant race. This was the power of the high-grade merit blessing. Due to his good character, the heavens took care of him. He could even pick up spirit stones when he went out. Without the influence of the lightning tribulation, the immortal slaying flying sword's advancement was very smooth. The mountain-like spirit stones were invested at no cost. Jiang Li even used the spirit surging technique to directly feed the flying sword with top-grade spiritual chi from the inside. As a sword light shot into the sky, the brand new immortal slaying flying sword danced wantonly in the air like a playful child. The fierce sword light cut the air into pieces. From the bottom, the blue sky and white clouds seemed to have become a torn canvas. The sword scars that covered the sky could not heal for a long time. Jiang Li did not dare say that he could resist such might and speed. Moreover, the current immortal slaying flying sword was completely autonomous. It did not need Jiang Li to control it to display astonishing might. Ha ha. A treasure has appeared in the world. As the fated person, I'll take this treasure. Wait. No, I was wrong. Save me. When an Earth-rank artifact appeared, there would always be strange phenomena accompanying it, which would often attract some people with ill intentions. A figure that had long been hiding in the sky darted out and reached out to grab the immortal slaying flying sword. However, the immortal slaying flying sword directly pierced through his palm and stabbed him again. The uninvited guest tried to flee but had nowhere to escape. Soon, he was forced to lower his height and was blocked by Jiang Li and hundreds of sea giant warriors. Chapter 449 Tragic Death 1. Chapter 449 Tragic Death 1. Fellow Taoist, looks like your fate has not come to an end. Jiang Li touched the immortal slaying flying sword that had flown back to his side and was spinning excitedly. The immortal slaying sword that had just given birth to a sword spirit had a tacit understanding with him. It knew that only by capturing this cultivator alive could he extract the greatest value. Otherwise, with the current strength of the immortal slaying flying sword, it could easily cut this guy into pieces. So this is the island of the sea giants. I accidentally trespassed your precious land. Sorry. I'll leave immediately. The uninvited guest in front of him had also reached the soul formation realm. He looked short, fat, and had shift-eyed. After being surrounded, he put on a smile and tried to bluff his way out. However, how could there be such a simple thing in this world? Since they dared to snatch his things, they had to be prepared to pay the price. On the side, the sea giant king, Qui-Gon, was even angrier. He had just unified the sea giant tribe, and now, there was actually a thief coming to snatch the treasure. If this guy left just like that, where would their sea giant race put their reputation? Qui-Gon reached out, picked up a mountain beside him, and smashed it at the stout cultivator. There was still lava in this mountain. Under the enhancement of the sea giant king's power, its power had already reached the limit of the soul formation realm. However, in the next moment, a sharp sword light suddenly erupted, splitting the flying mountain from the middle. The familiar sword light caused Jiang Li's pupils to constrict slightly, and the sword finger he pointed out stopped. This is the demon vanquishing sword art. Without Jiang Li attacking, the stout cultivator suddenly erupted and seized the opportunity to escape the giant warrior's encirclement. A sword rainbow appeared beneath his feet and carried him into the sky at high speed. A group of fools who can't fly. Grandpa is leaving. As he fled on his sword, he did not forget to point his finger back and rain down sword lights from the sky. Although they could not heavily injure the sea giant warriors on the ground, those light swords were extremely sharp and could easily break through the giant's skin. As long as he could block them for a moment, it was enough to let him escape. As for Jiang Li, he was sandwiched between so many giants that the stout cultivator did not notice at all. However, Jiang Li's eyes were staring fixedly at that guy. This unfamiliar cultivator's sword technique puzzled him greatly. Shu Mountain Myriad Sword Technique? His figure flashed, and Jiang Li had already appeared on the path that the fleeing sword light had to pass through. Kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You still want to block my path? Look at my heavenly sword. Form my body into a sword and become one with the sword. When he saw Jiang Li who suddenly blocked in front of him, the stout sword cultivator riding the sword light directly fused with the flying sword beneath him. Immediately, the sword light rose to a length of 100 feet, and its might increased along with it. It stabbed towards Jiang Li at a speed that was impossible to capture with the naked eye. This was the ultimate move of the Shu Mountain sword technique. When one became one with the sword, they could unleash their strongest power, enough to pierce through any obstruction in front of them. Then, a fist met him. The ordinary fist collided with the sword light that was one with the sword. The sorrowful cry of a flying sword sounded, and the 100-feet sword light shattered with a bang. The man and sword became one and were beaten back to their original forms. The stout figure rolled his eyes and fell to the ground with a flying sword. The sky fell and created a human-shaped hole in the ground. The giants who had been angered by the myriad sword technique just now stepped forward to show this guy the power of a foot. If not for Jiang Li stopping him, he would probably not even be able to find any flesh. He raised his hand to grab the flying sword that the other party had landed on the ground, and Jiang Li recognized the unique flying sword craft with a single glance. It was indeed the most orthodox Shu Mountain flying sword. So, what was going on with this guy? As far as Jiang Li knew, there was no other Shu Mountain inheritance in the current cultivation world of the eastern region. The Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak of the Great Mountain region was the only orthodox Shu Mountain lineage. If others had happened to learn a move or two of the Shu Mountain sword technique, he would believe it. However, the demon vanquishing sword art, the Shu Mountain myriad sword technique, the Shu Mountain heavenly sword, and this flying sword that was refined using the Shu Mountain secret technique. In fact, he could sense that the other party had even awakened his sword heart for the second time and had already refined the sword bone. Jiang Li would not believe that he could learn everything by chance. Who are you? Where did you secretly learn the Shu Mountain sword technique? Jiang Li shouted, but the person on the ground did not move. It's impossible to escape through the ground here. If you continue to pretend to be dead, he'll extract your sword bone. He waved his hand and shot out a light sword that stabbed into the short and fat sword cultivator's thigh. The shift-eyed guy stood up. Cough cough, little friend, please spare me. Little friend, please spare me. I am the Shu Mountain sword cultivator, Zhang Bobo. Everything that happened today was a misunderstanding. If you are interested in the Shu Mountain sword technique, I can take in a disciple on behalf of my master and teach you the Shu Mountain sword technique. That's the legacy of the ancient immortal sect, the Shu Mountain sword sect. I usually charge hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. However, young friend, can you return my flying sword first? Zhang Bobo clearly thought that Jiang Li had taken a fancy to his Shu Mountain sword technique and agreed to hand over the sword technique without any hesitation in exchange for Jiang Li's forgiveness. However, Jiang Li was indifferent. He grabbed the other party's flying sword in his hand and did not give the flying sword any chance no matter how it struggled. You're a Shu Mountain sword cultivator. Why have I not seen you before? Chapter 450 Tragic Death 2. Chapter 450 Tragic Death 2. Shameless villain. You must have attacked my Shu Mountain disciple and snatched his flying sword inheritance. You still want to argue after landing in my hands today? With a thought, the immortal slaying flying sword split into two, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. Soon, it transformed into thousands of flying swords that were fake and real. They circled around the sword tip and pointed at the other party. He could pierce the fat cultivator's heart with 1,000 swords at any time. The myriad sword technique executed by Jiang Li was obviously much more brilliant than the sword of light that the pudgy cultivator had created earlier. The immortal slaying flying sword's main body enlarged by 100 times. The sword body coiled with the aura of 2 emperor dragons and hung above Zhang Bobo's head. He possessed the human emperor's chi and the bloodline of the dragon race. The power of the Fuxi yellow dragon sword in the Shu Mountain sword technique was peerless in his hands. Obviously, Jiang Li did not believe this fellow's words. There were only a few soul formation sword cultivators from the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak. Jiang Li had seen all of them before, but there was no such person. The short and stout cultivator, who was pointed at by the myriad sword technique and the Fuxi yellow dragon sword, broke out in a cold sweat. You also know the Shu Mountain sword technique. Could it be that a disciple of the 5 Elements Peak? Wait, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. My master is the Cliffless sword. Peizong, senior brother, wait. We're from the same sect. In order to live. The stout cultivator even called him senior brother. He was at least dozens of years older than Jiang Li. However, his words still spared his life. Only the phantom sword that was split out stabbed into the 18 major acupuncture points in his body, sealing off the possibility of this guy using other methods. The Fuxi yellow dragon sword above pressed against the space between his brows, but it did not fall in the end. Fellow Taoist, why make things up? The cliffless sword, Pei Zong, died 1,000 years ago. Where did your master come from? When Jiang Li heard this name, he only felt that it was a little familiar at first. He also thought for a long time before recalling that he had once seen such a name on the tablet of the Shu Mountain Spirit Hall. He felt that the other party's words were ridiculous, but Zhang Bobo being able to say this name also surprised him. After all, he was a person from 1,000 years ago. Even if it was a true Shu Mountain disciple, they might not be able to call him that. Dead? That's not right. I saw my master a month ago. He's still alive and well. There's also Uncle Master Liu Xing and Uncle Master Le Kang Hai. They opened a Shu Mountain Sword Hall with my master. Senior brother, have you never seen them before? He said the names of 2 more dead people, causing Jiang Li's expression to change slightly. This stout cultivator did not seem to be lying to him. Moreover, it was unlikely to make a poor lie about people who had already died. However, the flying swords of those 3 were still worshipped in the Shu Mountain Sword Tomb. If they were really alive, how could there be no news sent back for 1,000 years? Where are the 3 seniors now? Master won't let me. Tragic Death City. They are all in Tragic Death City. The tip of the immortal slaying flying sword was clearly more convincing than his master's instructions. However, the land of blood, Tragic Death City? This was the second time Jiang Li had heard this name. The last time he had heard of it was at the floating auction in Phoenix Sun City. At that time, a strange Earth-rank artifact from the Tragic Death City had appeared at the auction and was finally taken down by the people of the Myriad Slaughter sect. In the end, the Blood King crown was worn on the head of the Myriad Slaughter sect's sect master, Wu Fan. Due to the grudges with the Myriad Slaughter sect, Jiang Li had specially asked about that place. However, the mysteriousness of that place was not inferior to the 3 divine pillars of the Divine Judgment Hall. There were very few rumors in the market. They were also those common stories of poor young people. For example, those who had accomplished nothing suddenly entered the Tragic Death City one day and obtained the guidance of an expert inside. After they came out, they jumped over the wall and created a legend of establishing a sect. In the past, this kind of story could only be heard. However, looking at Zhang Bobo in front of him, Jiang Li suddenly felt that the situation in Tragic Death City was probably deeper than he had imagined. This short and fat sword cultivator might be the best guide. Fellow Taoist Zhang Bobo, since you say that you're a Shu Mountain disciple, then he'll temporarily take you back to the 5 elements peak to acknowledge your ancestors. On the other side, on the map of the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent, it was marked as an extremely dangerous area, a place of blood. A faint blood cult fog filled the air. In the whistling wind, it was as if there were ghosts wailing in unwillingness. Today, more than 100 flying ships had intruded into this dangerous place. The flying ships flew extremely slowly. They squeezed through the fog bit by bit and slid warily here at a height that was almost touching the ground. If one approached, they would discover that these flying ships were connected by thick iron chains. The edges of the ships were almost touching each other. Lord Sect Master, the lock on the ship behind us is broken. We lost 3 more flying ships. On the flagship in the center of the flying ship group, a blood saber elder was kneeling on the deck and handing a thick chain to Wu Fan. He reported the losses of the fleet with a defeated expression. This was not the first time such a thing had happened since they entered this bloody place. On the 3 flying ships that had just been lost, there was a blood saber elder who was not inferior to him. This made him feel deeply helpless. Since when did soul formation cultivators disappear so silently? Up until now, They did not even know how those ships had disappeared. The danger of this bloody place was beyond their expectations. After the huge flying ship fleet entered this area, they began to mysteriously disappear. Later on, they even used iron chains to connect the flying ships together. However, even so, the thick rune chains would still inexplicably break. As they advanced, only half of the remaining fleet was left. The losses were unprecedented. Wu Fan looked at the cut section. It was as if some creature had forcefully broken the chain with its teeth. He only nodded indifferently. If they could come and go as he pleased, could it still be called the Land of Blood? Those dead disciples were actually sacrifices for them to pass through. Each one that died would allow one to pass. This was the rule of entering the Land of Blood. Pass down the order, throw in the tragic death souls. The saber-wielding slave beside the myriad slaughter sect master, Wu Fan, had already been replaced by a fair-skinned female cultivator. With his order, the saber-wielding female cultivator took out a black bolt of lightning and shot it at the fog. After receiving the order, the remaining flying ships began to throw out jars with talismans. The jar shattered on the ground, and countless transparent figures immediately surged out. Although the quality was far inferior to the ghost soldiers in Jiangli's coffin, the number was far greater. The myriad slaughter sect easily massacred cities and destroyed countries. They had never lacked ghosts. After the souls of these people who had died tragically were released, they were first confused for a moment before walking towards the same place as if they were attracted by something. Behind the heads of these tragic death souls, there was a faint black thread that stretched back to the flying ships of the myriad slaughter sect. The power of one soul was insignificant. 10, 100, 1,000 was similarly not worth mentioning. However, if it was 1,000,000, 10 million, or even more, it was enough to gather a force that could make people look sideways. Using these souls as the servants, they pulled the remaining flying ship of the myriad slaughter sect and slowly walked towards a certain place in the fog. Only with the guidance of those who died tragically can we find the legendary tragic death city. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, after 7 days, most of the tragic death souls had already dissipated. A large number of jars were thrown out of the myriad slaughter sect's fleet, and the tragic death souls continued to pull the flying ship. 7 days passed like this. Finally, after 7 times, a huge city slowly appeared in front of the blood-colored fog. The ghosts holding the flying ship walked into the city in a daze. However, to a living person, the city was like a mirage that could not be touched. At this moment, Wu Fan gave another order. Blood-colored daggers were distributed to all the remaining disciples of the myriad slaughter sect. The method to enter the city in front of them was very simple. They just had to slit their throat and stab their heart.